You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And sorry we're a little bit late. Sam and I got to talking and realized it was showtime. But thank you for being here. I already see we have a pretty crowd, and I cannot wait. I really need to have a show today. I don't know about you all. Let's turn that down a little bit. But yeah, let's go ahead and get Sam on here because we have so much to share with you all. I cannot believe how much is happening so far this week. So here we go. Hey, Mr. Sam Hofman, how are you today?
Hello, Rebecca. Hello, everybody out there. So much. We have been busy week. Great captures and sightings and comments and a few naysayers and a few unfortunate misnomers where there's a whole bunch of people talking about a bunch of stuff over. It's amazing that we got to, right before the show, we were talking politics and then people filming through glass. So there was a couple of different subjects.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we got a good one.
And so we got to kind of mention some of that a little bit later. But hi everybody. And another week went by, and hello.
I was going to say, speaking of naysayers, there is a gentleman. His name is Donald, and he started off very against what I was talking about, kind of just mocking, his comments were mocking. And anyway, but I was patient with him, and long story short, he's a believer now. I made a couple of videos out of his video on TikTok just to show him, and he messaged me. He's like, I can see him. That's what he told me. He's like, I can see him. I knew that something was up. I just didn't know what, but he didn't, at first he just couldn't wrap his head around it. But honestly, within a couple of days of me, communicating with him, he's a believer. So
thank you, Carol Ann.
Cool. Yeah. What's going on with Carol Ann? Oh my goodness.
You sent a wonderful $10 donation.
Yeah.
And
thank you very much.
And
yes.
Part of what Carol Ann and I were talking about to each other this afternoon, was about some of that naysayer.
Sure.
I can't even say naysayer or the disinformation scenario that's also going on about. Now there's a whole bunch of people. Now I'll shut up and I'll wait until you bring everybody in. I don't even know if Christoper's back in the green room yet or not, but go ahead and bring Gillian in.
Let's go ahead and get Gillian. Yeah, I was going to say, I see her sitting there. Here she comes all the way from Scotland, everybody. This is so cool. We're all here together. Hey, Gillian, how are you?
Hi. I'm
Good
fine.
to see you. Good to see you. How is Scotland? How's the weather? Is it hot or cold or raining?
I just realized that it was one digit tonight. It's 9.
Wow.
It's been a while since it was 9 degrees.
Yeah.
Maybe
that
it's
sounds
like kind of changing. Oh, here's a boy. He says hello.
Oh, the babies. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
The fur babies.
sorry. Yeah, I was trying to get them
Saw them earlier.
settled. I have their blanket all settled here, so they'll just lie down. But
Yeah, I know. On my
They'll
bed,
fall
I
into
have
the room.
Mittens, and Mittens has taken a liking to our oldest cat, and they are like, Mittens acts like that's her mother. You know, they just sleep together, and it's super sweet. So
I thought I'd
That's nice.
seen the video where it was so
Yeah.
cute of Mittens with one of your big fluffies. Is
Yes.
that Princess?
her name is Little Runt. So original, but that's what Taylor named her years. She's like 8 years old, you know. And Little Runt and Mittens are just like best friends. It's awesome.
It was so sweet. I meant to say to you, but it's just been one of those crazy weeks.
Well,
Yes,
and
it
I
has
know
been a crazy week.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I don't know about everybody that's listening, but Sam and I have just discovered how like tired we feel. I don't know how it's like Atu's moon. I know is close by. I was out earlier today. I saw it, and it feels like Atu's moon is the one that affects us the most physically.
Yeah, it's a draining thing. I feel both of us. I got up this morning and I said, "Oh my God, I feel like I have a minor hangover," and you know I haven't had one of those in many years. So it was like, God, why do I feel this weird? And then I look out the window, and there, of course, is the sunrise, and Atu's moon is due north straight at sunrise today, and can't argue with it. God.
We'll find out from our listeners if they are feeling it too. I'm just curious. We'll have to do
there
a
you
poll
go.
and
There
see,
you go.
You know, because I notice it consistently with that.
I'm
But
sitting here
does it make your
fighting.
animals tired too? Sorry, Sam, because these
go ahead.
two were
I'm
just
sure.
not waking up. They just wanted to be curled up in bed.
They can't get
And-
enough.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially
Yeah.
the one guy. But I thought it was because he's been shaved, so he
Right.
doesn't want to go out.
Anyway, well, let's look at the comments a second and see who else here.
Oh, there's a lot of people here.
Who is here? Oh boy, here we go. We have Audrey. Hi, Audrey. It's 2:00 in the afternoon in South Africa.
Oh, that was when she came on. It must have
Is
been.
it really?
because-
How can that be? Oh, maybe
That
this
was
was
at
made yesterday.
5:57 a.m. my time. So that was a
Yeah, I don't know
long time
which-
ago.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. But hi, Audrey. And now it's 10:00 tonight. Yeah, it was earlier. I see.
I think
Figured it
everybody
out.
likes to
Okay.
get set up so that they can find
I
it
know.
straight off.
Right. Yeah, well, good to see you, Audrey. And hi, Nicole. Good to see you.
Hi, Nicole. I sent you a letter
Hi,
back.
Nicole.
It should be in the mail in a day or two.
Cool.
Nicole sent me a nice sympathy letter, and thank you very much
That's nice.
for
Yeah,
our
it's
loss.
helpful.
And we're getting over it slowly.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird.
That's
It's really weird. It's strange to lose people that are
such
close
a
to you.
final thing.
Uncomfortable and
Yeah.
weird. And I am a little bit being that I'm I don't like to use the labels or the tags or ADHD or whatever you want to call it, because those are, in my opinion, negative labelings by society that are only meant to put down the gifted people that they can't deal with. So I'm not going to tag myself, but generically, I don't have the same emotional response to loss of people around me. I just remember them as living and in my memory, and I don't go to funerals anymore. I did a few funerals as my teenage years, and after that, I swore I'm done. And we weren't even invited to this recent one, which was a little weird. Anyway, I'm not going to go into too much detail other than that. The loss is still there. It's weird. It's odd. It's strange to me. It's foreign, and yet it's powerful. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. I apologize.
Yeah, no.
Got distracted by the sight of Nicole.
Talk about that's it, Sam. I mean, it's our show, so we can just talk about whatever.
Yeah, I know, but I so easily sometimes stray away from the actual topic, and I
Our
do need
friends
to
are
adhere
here,
to science
yeah.
rather than emotional stuff. But
I
yeah,
know.
what a weird week. What a weird
Oh my
week.
God. I mean, but this
A
is like our
weird
chance
week
to
for sure.
visit
Wow.
with people. But good to see you, Nicole. Let's see, where did we go here? Oh, here is Dennis. Hi, Mr. Dennis Glass. Good to see you. He's in the house, everybody. Reminds me of all the rap songs. Okay, here is Carol Ann. She is here again. Hi, Carol Ann. Hope we're doing good. Yep. Yeah, she's our little cheerleader. She sent me like 20 heart emojis just to now on Messenger. Just, she's super, super sweet. Super thoughtful. Let's see. Where did we? Here is Katie Jo. You're right. Hi, Katie Jo in New Jersey.
Hi, Katie Jo.
Good to see you. Good to see you here.
Be sure to plug her site.
Oh, yeah.
Plug her site so people on the East Coast.
I know. Let me get that. I actually have it. Let me get the actual slide so we can do it properly. 1 second. Sorry.
There you go.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh.
I'll get that pulled up. I say that.
Hi, and welcome to a rather mellow start to the show. I'm melting,
I know.
I'm sitting in this chair just going, I need energy. I did open my first can of Coca-Cola. Yeah. I feel just all washed out.
Does everybody else feel tired? Is it just me and Sam? Tell me how you all feel. I am just.
I thought it was because I went to the dentist yesterday and you got what, but
Yeah.
Are you done with them now?
Well,
Are you done with the dentist now? And hopefully you don't have too many more visits.
Well, they want me to go back one more time, but
yeah. Well, you got to listen.
Well,
you have to pay attention
it's
to
just
that.
to check up after this last one because they had to, whip it out like.
Well, when you become, pardon the expression, when we become older, bacteria and tooth problems can actually be horrendously dangerous. So if you have any teeth issues and you are past 50 years old, I recommend that you get it taken care of right away because it can lead to strokes and peritoneal sac around your heart infections to all sorts of things, and that it is severe. So do pay attention to oral care. Says Dr. Hofman.
Thank you, dentist Sam.
sure.
Yeah, me. Jack of all trades, master of none. Nothing at least is glued on my wall behind a piece of glass, in a frame. But I do still. Boy, God, what a week! I spent all week studying history again. I even watched a really good Michael Wood video that I will. It's like a 3.5 to 4 hour long video that I will recommend here again in just a few minutes. But go ahead and keep saying hi to everybody.
Okay.
And I see that Experimental is here.
Yep. So T-Racy, to have you. And let me keep looking. Yeah, Experimental is next in line. Hi there. 9:00 UK time. That's awesome. Let's see. Not too late, so I'm saying. So, and Let There Be Light. Hi, Let There Be Light. Unless we go like 6 or 7 hours. I don't think you want to stay up all night, but you might. I'm that type. I stay up to how late? Like 3 a.m. But I'm not the only one. I've noticed there's a group of us like Carol Ann and Maria, and we're up till 3 and 4 a.m. It's weird. But hi, Let There Be Light. And let's see here. Oh, Susie is here. Slovenia. I always love her videos. Like she's like a time lapse master. She really is. I'm making a video of all her videos. I'm working on that. Hopefully by next week, I'll have it all done. So really pretty videos. Let's see. So good to see you, Susie. And here's Mr. Kevin W. Hi. Good to have you here. Let's keep on going. Esri Colette from Canada. Good to see you. I tried to message you. I don't know if you got my email or not, but he sent me us a nice donation last show, and I discovered I cannot receive it unless I have a bank account in Canada.
Wow.
So, I don't know. Yeah, I know.
No,
I don't think he knows that, but now he does. But yeah, I went to the website and I have to have it has to be a banking.
Speaking of banking, I did find finally a bank that will take after the C virus happened. No federal bank locally would take euros or the sterling pound or other foreign money. That all shut down, and I've been looking for months to cash in some euros that some nice people from Europe have sent me. And I couldn't find anywhere to do that. Now, I did find one recently this week, but they want to charge me $12 for any money that I trade in. So it's like, that's not cool. What you used to do for free, now all of a sudden I have to pay you $12 for? Yeah, that's absurd. It's like, I thought you were a federally insured bank. Shouldn't you be connected? And and I mean, aren't you making enough money being a bank that you're already, build your buildings for free and you don't have to pay interest on, and all you're doing is getting richer, and yet you want to charge me $12 for, and so therefore, in order, I'd have to hand him a lot of euros in to get, make it worthwhile to pay that $12, because as it is, because the euro is actually, I believe, higher than the dollar. Anyway, side banking. Silly. Yeah, banking and, everything since the C virus has become broken.
Thank you, Teleporter Mission. That's very kind.
Customer service is gone. Guarantees, warranties gone.
Yeah. No, I was going to tell Esri Colette, I don't know if I'm able to, return, because I never accepted that, because I can't. So I don't know if it's in limbo with the bank or what he needs to do to get that back. I'll look again and see if there's anything
I've been checking the mail again strongly this week, looking for that letter that this one gentleman we talked about last week's show. And if we can,
Hector, shame.
Hector. I still have not gotten Hector's mail.
And that's what, like 3 weeks or something?
This literally a month and a half now that I haven't. It's not here, and I kept running to the post office box looking for that particular. And I am not getting any mail, people. So would be really nice.
That's
and
strange, though, Sam. That's really strange.
Yeah, I will mention publicly that since we started doing these shows, my donations have dropped off the edge of a cliff. And we do rely on those donations in order to get by. Because every month my internet fees go up, and every month, my computers get another month older, and I go through 2 to 3 keyboards a year typing all this answers back to you wonderful folks out there. And some of you may have seen on Montana Skywatcher 2, I got a little short-tempered last week. I did retract my statement. But I'm getting to the point where I'm seeing so many people reaching for what we don't even consider real science anymore, and posting that information from pareidolia, which is a recognition of faces in the sky and pictures and stuff like that, to all kinds of crazy stuff that is nowhere near reality. And I don't know if we want to mention him by name, but there's a certain former member out there, and many other members in, what was it, TikTok, Rebecca, about the 7 suns?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Let me get that here. Let me run through here real quick and to see, make sure I don't miss anybody. And then,
okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm interrupting again, but we're in the middle of doing.
Everybody's on it. They already know. Oh,
I got sidetracked.
Sent $80. Hi, S. Colette. Are you saying you sent it through that same website? Let me know, because I'm not able to receive it if so. But man,
yeah, frankly, the best way in a lot of cases is to go do the money order or a personal check. If you want to send me a small,
I have a link that takes debit cards. If you want to use a debit card, I can email you the link, and it takes you to PayPal to enter.
I have a PayPal link, but I couldn't get them to pay me. So there's money that was years ago sent to me that I could never collect.
It
So it's
works
in
for me.
limbo.
But if you like to use a debit card, let me know and I can help send that to you. So,
Yeah,
but let me know because I like to. I'd like to get your donations, so it would help out tremendously. So, I'm gonna okay. Let's see. Let's keep going. David's here. Hi, David.
Welcome to Distraction.
Good to see you, David. Good evening, cosmic friends and gang. I love it.
Hi, cosmic friend.
We
That's
are.
lovely.
I know. And here is Angels Are Real. Hi, Angels Are Real.
Hi, Angels Are Real.
You. Okay, and here is Esther. Good evening to all. She
Hello,
says, hi,
Esther.
Esther. Good to see you. Oh, good. Egg is here, everybody.
Hi, Egg.
Egg.
Egg. So easy to say.
I love it. Esri Colette, he's resending my email or a email. I'll check it. He got my email. Okay, we'll figure it out.
You just have to make sure that the poor dude gets the money back and finds a way to.
He will.
That money gets like floating around in limbo, and some other person nicks it.
They'll return it if I don't collect it. I'm sure. So there's our system. Hey Nancy, good to see you here. She's happy to be here. She's just like me. So
yeah, right. And below is Hector Lopez, and we were just talking about you, Hector. Yeah, I went like 3 times on purpose to the post office box this week alone looking for your letter, and nothing yet. And I was very surprised. I get the weekly shopping mailer, and for what's on sale in the vegetable department of such and such grocery store, and that's all I've been getting is just junk mail, and no donations. So people out there, we do require, and we have to have donations to keep going here, you guys. Sorry to say it. I hate to say it. I don't know any other nicer way to say that, but we do require something to keep us going, because it does. Like I was saying earlier, I spent last week in a little bit of a grumpy mood because people were just taking advantage, and fortunately and unfortunately, I added a whole bunch of new members, and then we're going through all the Huey and the Louie and the Huey, Louie, and Dewey from DuckTales. There's been a lot of crap being shared as if it was real, and people come back to reality, please, because look at this.
That's the one that's through the window. That's through the window.
Yeah, that's a glass refraction. There's got to be at least 3 panes of glass there. And look, they're in a building, and you can see they're up in a building, so you can tell that they are filming through glass. And not only that, the suns are all the same size, which tells you it's a glass refraction.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Now I'm having one of those allergy attacks again.
It's all over
me.
TikTok.
I'll be right back.
I flip through and I see this over and over. It's being shared so much, and I look at the comments, and most people are believing that it's really that many suns there. So
how can they believe that?
There's not enough people in the comments saying anything about lens flares, refractions. No, 1 or 2, maybe hundreds are supporting it. So
I guess a lot of people don't run about like us taking pictures of the sky and
If we had 7 suns, we would be dead. We would be fried like an egg on the sidewalk. Now, granted, that's kind of going on with the 2 suns, and you have to take that into account. And I was surprised, shocked, and amazed that we didn't get immediately hotter when the second sun arrived in 2011. But we did see a light illumination. We saw an increase of 73% more UV light. And that's what always amazed me when we talk about how do you get 73% extra ultraviolet light out of the blue? And everybody going, oh, well, it's obviously like our ozone layer is depleting. Well, that's not the case. We know our ozone layer is getting better, especially because, now that they've started sequestering freon, and they've changed away from a lot of the freon use around the world in air conditioners and refrigerators and that sort of thing. And you actually have to pay to have some people sequester that when you haul it away. There's a monetary thing where they're supposed to drain that freon into a tank rather than omitting it into the atmosphere. So our atmosphere is better than it used to be. So the only way that we're getting 73% extra ultraviolet light has to do with a larger, bigger sun coming in, bumping out 73% more ultraviolet light. So stick to real science, stick to the basics of science. It's not that complicated. Science is simple and it fits. If it is complicated and it doesn't fit and you have trouble understanding it, it's because it's not accurate. It's wrong. It's a lie. Whatever. All of the above.
Yeah,
okay.
I found an interesting theory during the week, and the guy was totally plausible. It really was a good theory, and I tried to share it with everybody, and I got told that I'm not allowed to share it because it's offensive. It's been reported as abusive, and it has been removed to, save all our, I don't know, I can't remember.
David has a question. Right after Thunda.
Uh-huh.
David Grieg is asking, why are the sunflowers facing away from the sun?
Yeah.
Well, the larger sun's too damn hot. And the sunflowers know it, so they turn away because they're getting all the light they need, and they don't need to turn to the sun. They need to turn away from the sun to protect themselves. Sunflowers are really cool flowers. They're really, really intuitively, interestingly alive. And
isn't right about the sun anymore.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So speaking of sunflowers, I have that video. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's quite cool, huh?
Can you see those sunflowers? Sunflowers have a thing called heliotropism. They face the sun and curve their face
telling
towards
you
the sun
something's
every
wrong.
Day, all day, every hour, to absorb the sun. Can you see there? Yeah, they got their face turned away from the sun here. Now, if you look up over through there, you can see the beans and the corn and all that kind of stuff. And they don't have much choice. It's either grow straight up or fall down. But these sunflowers have a completely different mechanism. And for some reason, they don't like the sun. I don't know what's causing that.
Because they are smarter than the average bear.
The very people that took down my videos also might be responsible for this. I don't know that to be the truth.
It's a government conspiracy, I tell you.
Yep. There's that.
That's a joke. I'm kidding.
I didn't catch it, so I don't know if it was funny or not. So
no, it's an example. I mean, if you look at the basics right down to the wire, they're turning away because what's coming towards us. Not only that, people have forgotten the size of our sun. When I grew up, from the 70s on, I was a product of the 60s, but when I was old enough in the 70s to know what was going on around me, our sun didn't used to be that big. And then when I took years later a trip to California and Mexico and everything, I realized that at the equator the sun is much larger. So I was pretty familiar with the size of the sun in Montana when I got back here. But then as of 2010, 2011, 2012, we watched our sun get very, very much larger, but we also knew that there was a second star with this planetary group of extra planets of our binary solar system that came along, because you cannot have a solar system without a star. So that second star is here. It is now separating, we do believe. I got a couple of pictures in this week that have actually calmed my nerves a little bit because they're actually showing the second star now on the left. So let's hope and pray that that was the summer equinox turn and that it's going to be on the left from now on. And then the larger standard red star compared to our dwarf yellow Sol, the standard red star is going to continue on its little path to the right. And they won't close past Earth to the point where we fry any worse than we already are. Although next year is going to be hotter as well. And I have somehow managed to get hiccups out of the sip of my Coca-Cola here, so bear with me. Somebody else talks to me.
Did you just drink some Coca-Cola, Sam?
Yep, I don't drink a lot of this stuff except at showtime, and that way, I got the fizzy for my voice, and I've already got the hiccups.
And that lead object's way over to the right of the sun. I can see it.
Yeah, we got a lot of shots this week. I sent one to Rebecca this morning. I didn't see a lot of stuff worth sending to Rebecca to bomb her with. She has enough to do already. But yeah,
I'm bombing her like crazy now because I can't believe what I just saw for the last 2 minutes.
I saw somebody have a question. I wanted to get back to that real quick, and I just saw Teleporter's donation. I heard you say something about it, but I didn't know that they donated. I don't know if it's a lady or a man. I don't know, but thank you. Really.
Alexander is commenting again as well.
Okay. S. Ricolette, I checked my email and I do see an $80 donation, but like I was saying, I'm not able to receive it. It's on, unless I have a bank that's in Canada. Like I have to be, it wants me to select what part of Canada I live in and what bank in Canada I bank at. My bank is not an option on the list. So I'm going to email you back with a link that will take debit cards if that is something that would work better for you. So we'll start there and see. But I'll email you back here in just a few minutes. Okay. But thank you. Super duper thoughtful and generous. And helpful.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for your effort.
And Brigitte, it's Bridget from Norway, and they have a question. Okay, well, let us know what your question is. I'll be looking for your other comment. And here is Alex
to answer your questions.
Hi, our good friend in Germany. I have a video of his to share here shortly. And why can I see live on YouTube, but not in the comments? I'm wondering, are you on the main YouTube channel or the backup channel?
Oh dear.
I can't tell, but I do know in the past that people end up in the backup channel and they do not, chime in with our comments. So
I realized I was in that just another minute ago. There's like a way that you press the buttons to get in and out from here. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same for Alexander. Sometimes you land in the 0 one and not the one with and it says 36 people, but then you guys see it's always more that you guys see than what we see by 20 or 30 other people.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, Alexander, if you want me to send you the link, if that would help get you there, I can. Okay, here's Bridget's question. She says, is the stars that we see at night real? Can you elaborate on what happens? I see a lot of satellites and other lights, etc. So they're asking about nighttime stars, planets at night.
Well, if you're seeing the stars, you're lucky because a lot of the time we don't see stars because the planets are in the way. Yes, of course the stars are real. There isn't a psyop going on to give us fake stars or anything like that. That would be very huge and very massive and very impossible. Wow. God, that brings me right back. You guys have got to believe that the system is real. The government influence is not real. They don't have the ability to screw us over or lie to us up to a point. Now, they generically put out a bunch of false information, but if you've got half a wit or half a mind, pardon the expression, to look this information up, you can easily prove or disprove things with a few moments of your time. It's either blindly accepting or blindly discounting what they say. That's the problem. If you get information, you have questions on it, fact check. Go spend the extra time to look this up. And don't believe the first thing you see. Get 3 examples. We were talking about that right before the show. And Rebecca doesn't know which news service to watch because she has this level of doubt that has been incorporated in her system over the many years that we have become conditioned to believe that we're being lied to, or conditioned to believe that we're being told the truth. On both spectrums, on both sides of that coin, the person that is listening to it and not fact checking is the responsible one. If you believe everything everyone tells you, well, then you're a fool. If you don't believe everything everyone tells you, you're also a fool. So the trick is, go in there. If you got a question, go in, look it up. I mean, you have one of the greatest, we have the ability now to find more information at our fingertips than we've ever had throughout mankind, recent mankind. I'm not going to account for the previous civilizations that were high-tech level by commenting saying mankind, because our history only goes back 5,000, 8,000, 12,000 years. And prior to roughly 3,500 years is when writing on a standard human basis has been advantageous, or literacy has been normal. So you have to be careful who you believe, who you listen to, what scientists you trust. We have learned over the years to completely discount what NASA is telling us. 3/4 of what they say is a lie, and 1/4 of it is the truth. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt and do your research, exactly as Katie Jo says, research. Check those facts. If you hear something that doesn't agree with you, look it up. And then don't believe the first thing you're going to find. Then go and look up some more. Write it on a piece of paper and say, okay, today I'm going to study this, which is what I do all the time. I mean, I spent all week going back through history again, trying to get, fill in those blanks. Gotta know. Is the stars in the real night sky? Yeah, most of them are real.
I was going to also add to that.
Some of them.
Destroyers. I mean, not all things that look like stars are actually stars. You should cover that too.
Right, and some of them are asteroids. And we've seen the close passing planets where they looked like stars, but we could tell the planet was there. So we knew that those were city lights on the planet. So if you're looking at stars, learn your constellations. Oh, I'm blanking out again. Am I patching out? Because I got a scroll going here.
Oh, you're fine on my end. But yeah, you can tell that these are not stars.
Yeah, if you're going to do a check for constellations, then you're looking at real stars. There is the possibility of some of the things that you're seeing in the sky are actually asteroids in front of passing planets. And this is why the auroras have been so unbelievably awesome lately, like never seen in our entire human recorded history. Because those are planets in a lot of cases putting off auroras because of their electrical atmosphere and southern pole and northern pole and all of that, including the asteroids as well. So if you're in question about the stars, start by looking for a familiar constellation like Perseus or Andromeda or Orion or even the Big Dipper or the Little Dipper or whatever. Learn your constellations, and then Cassiopeia is a really easy one to find as well. So learn a couple of constellations, and then you can check the stars. And then also remember, if you see something that looks like a triangle but it's a tiny, tiny dot, it's very likely a star destroyer, because there's lots and lots of star destroyers flying overhead day and night.
So now, okay, so these little lights that are not stars, they could be what? Crafts, asteroids, or city lights on other
Yeah, well,
planets.
look at the uniformity.
Uh-huh.
Look at the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Those are ships. Those are absolutely ships. Those aren't stars. You can't see a repetitive pattern like that over and over and over again, going off in the depths. And those are ships.
The blue area to add is all planet. Our sky is the orange area, so everything blue and up is multiple other planets, really.
And that's the lead asteroid going in front of Saturn's yellow moon. And we know that the long box cube is right there. Those white dots right there are star destroyers. I see, 5 of them. Those white dots are star destroyers. Yeah. And those are smaller craft, or they could even be star destroyers. And you're seeing the front and then the side illumination. Yeah. We are not alone. The green asteroid, or that's an asteroid that could even be the spiral asteroid by the facial markings, but it's so digitized it's impossible to give you an absolute answer.
Okay, so that's not a real picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, pretty cool. Okay.
And it's funny, we talk about this regularly, and we barely ever get anybody biting into it because, I'm sure a lot of people is very fearful to people. So they don't comment on it or they don't know what to think. But we know that star destroyers were offloaded out of the cubes because we have real live sightings and footage going back many years. This isn't just one sighting going, oh my God, look at that. No, this isn't one crackpot standing there on YouTube trying to tell you this stuff. We've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sightings going back all the way just till 2019 alone. And remember that in 2017 is when the long box got here. In 2015 is when the Texas cube got here. And in 2009 is when the Empire orb came through the Norway spiral. And we have documentation going by the thousands of sightings. Not 10, not 15, not 20, not one guy on YouTube or on TikTok, but thousands over the years. Thousands. They're quite real.
So how about I'm curious how Christoper is. I don't see him online.
He's not here today.
Well, I haven't heard from him at all. I haven't seen anything at all of him this week. I just hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Hope he's not well. I mean,
I know.
I hope he's well and not unwell.
Right.
Yeah, right. Gillian, you too. Yeah, I'm there today. I'm like, I'm in like wiped out land. It's like, God, what did I do? Did I run a marathon yesterday?
I feel like I ran into like a bear or something, and
Yeah. Well,
Planetary.
I forgot to do this earlier, but Katie Jo has a group that specializes in sharing Sam's information also. So it's East Coast Looking Up and Out. So you should join that if you're on Facebook. Definitely.
And on the East Coast and you want to have a connective group that you can talk to in your area.
There you go. Yep. And also we have another group with Gillian and Catherine Jackson. They have a group at Northern Skies Weather and Other Anomalies. Is that right, Julian, or did it change? I think it changed.
It changed a bit, but we were talking about putting it back, and then we never did get round to it. It seems to be just one of those other things going on as well.
Yeah. But I like Catherine's post. She finds these, most strangest videos. So
I know it's nice for her to be adding in all those other extra things as well. Tracy Clayton is also with us. You haven't got a wee picture of Tracy either.
I do not know Tracy. I will add her. I will get her on here.
She's just recently became a grandma for the first time, and she's got the cutest little granddaughter. And
I need one.
She's been watching the planets and everything for ages and ages as well. I mean, she started the group with me. I asked her. And then along came Catherine, and Catherine was just too good to not beg to help us do it as well, because
she's awesome.
Everybody brings a unique, like point of view, and they know stuff that maybe I don't know that's also really juicy, about the UFOs, about the pyramids in Alaska and the pyramids down in Antarctica, and all the other cool things. There's pyramids all over this planet we didn't even know about. And now that we're all starting to talk about a whole lot more of these things, I mean, Sam, do you know anything about Angkor Wat? Is it Angkor Wat? The Buddhist temple in Cambodia.
Yeah. I watched the thing on that this week.
Did you?
I can tell you that the Angkor Wat temple they've been working on it for hundreds of years. There's still people always adding to it. There are so many. Those are the civilizations that existed during the Ice Age, when there was no ice in the middle hemisphere of the planet. In the equator of the planet, there was no ice, and everybody the Ice Age, the whole planet was covered with ice and civilization, and man was walking around, dragging his club, his caveman with woolly mammoth skins and all of that. No, that wasn't what happened. There were civilizations before ours and before ours and before ours and before ours, going back. And there's even some groups of people that are referring to alien civilizations that lived here prior to man. And by the way, I will point out, there is a lot of time in between 65 million years ago, at the demise of the larger dinosaurs and the uprise of the mammal population and smaller dinosaurs that actually did live and evolve, and the number of species that have been extinct ever since. There's been 65 million years is a long time, and it's entirely possible that there was a civilization that grew up here normally and actually left the planet. So we don't have the market cornered on Earth, and we have to point that out. I mean, we're infants. We're wearing our diapers still here, compared to the time of how long man's been running around. And all you got to do is start getting into some of these lost cities in America, and lost cities in South America, and lost cities in Asia, and in Russia, especially. A lot of Russian archaeology has been completely stifled and hidden from us, and they've got unbelievable amounts of information that is being kept away from Western science. So unfortunately,
China.
Yeah, and China. And Western science is not the smart guy on the block here, even though we assume and automatically think that that's the case. It's not. Western civilization is blind in comparison to the Chinese and the Arabs and et cetera, et cetera. So the next time you throw out infidels, excuse me?
I had a question for you, but go on. I'll tell you.
No, the next time we throw out the term infidels or third world countries, we should kind of maybe rethink that, especially, when we're talking about India. India is an unbelievable culture that I think we discount all too often. Yep. Go ahead.
Like I said, during the week, there was this very unusual theory came over my feed, and I really wanted to share it with you. But the man was talking about how about if that there's different time periods, and the Earth is like 4.6 billion years old, for example, and they were talking about the substrata and going down the layers of the Earth. Like you do the rings of a tree, they go down the layers of the Earth. They were trying to decide by the layers of the Earth how old Earth was. And they came to a conclusion. This man came to some kind of conclusion that to explain a great big blank time period, that it must have been frozen, and that the ice melting in between the two stratas would just disappear. If I've explained that right. Looks like Sam's just disappeared.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's stalling, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Somebody doesn't want me to tell him this.
I guess I know. It's like, what timing is that about? We haven't had any trouble up until now. I mean, wow.
And I've been waiting all week to ask Sam this question, and I'm so tired. I don't even know if I've got the words right. It's just not funny.
Well, he'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah, they told me no, you can't post this because it was reported as abusive, but I don't want to get us into trouble and mention names and stuff like that. But that was the gist of the theory, and I just wondered if something like that's like a theory, because Sam does say if it's simple, it's better if it's simple than have like 92 big long words, and But this particular theory was really clever. It explained that there was a strata up here, there was a strata here, and it was as if something was missing in between. And how about if it was frozen and it melted and now it's gone? Like that evidence is just gone. See what I mean? Does that make sense?
I missed half of what you said there. I got booted out here a little while ago.
I know, because I've been trying to ask you this question all week. I swear to God.
Okay, say it again. I'm sorry.
I'll start again. So this guy has this theory, right? Earth is, for example, 4.6 billion years old, and they could go down through all the substratas, just like the rings of a tree, to get an actual fix on how many layers and how many years and things like that. And they can tell by these different geomorphology. Anyway, his theory was that not all of the Earth, like you said, was covered in ice, but how about if the Earth was a snowball Earth for like once in its life, and this whole layer of ice simply melted off, and all the information that was kept, that was inside this ice, everything just disappeared and was destroyed because this whole layer has vanished.
Yeah, there's
a
period of that going on in the Grand Canyon, for example. They I can't remember exactly what they
part
call
of the
it.
Grand Canyon. Yes,
right,
yes,
and
yes.
that is where the ice actually does, because of its weight, does actually rip the geological and tear it free and move it across the country, across the planet, or wherever. Yes, glaciation can be removed a great deal of sedimentary history as well. And that's that uncertainty principle that they have found in the geologic records in the Grand Canyon. And that's got to be the only thing that
screenshotted some of the words as well.
But you take into account that everything after 5,000 years, just about everything is gone. From most pottery to absolutely wood is gone, unless you're like a bog mummy or something like that, where there's no oxygen. So yeah, recorded history only goes about 5,000 years, and beyond that, it starts to completely get crushed or decayed. Now, if you could wander around, and find, the fossil records in between shale and stuff and mud layers in lakes and stuff like we do, then you see perfect examples of fossils, but that's only in sedimentary records. So yeah, it's impossible to date a lot of this stuff, but they've got to go back through some of these major cities that they're attributing to certain cultures and realize that the bottom area, like for instance, in Mexico City, if you look at the Great Pyramids in Mexico City, and you'll notice that there's different forms of construction on the upper stuff, and you go down a layer and it's way, way better construction, and you go down another layer and it's even better construction. You have to take into account that there were many ages and many rebuilding ages where they come back and another civilization comes back and builds on it. And an example of that is the Romans in England, for example. They built on already pre-existing sites from the Bronze Age. And then the Bronze Age people built on top of the sites from the Copper Age. And so man is rebuilding on top of man all the time.
Yeah, because I kept some of the screenshots, you see, because they said they were trying to delete the stuff so that I had my evidence here. And it was talking about the snowball Earth and about the cryogenian period.
Right. There's been numerous ice ages on the planet. I think I really have to go back up and look that back up. I think about 5 known ice ages.
And they called it the Great Unconformity.
Yeah, the Great Unconformity. Yeah, and that is where the glaciation was so thick and so heavy that because of the weight, as the glaciers moved upon, for many numerous reasons, then they did remove land masses and geological layers were physically moved and taken elsewhere. And examples of that is the melt-off and like Lake Missoula and all that, where it was, we've got granite from Canada that only exists in Canada, and it's here in Montana. And unfortunately, a lot of those people were selling that off in Montana. I was still upset about that to this day.
Yeah, I see. He was talking about it, and there's a guy called you can't share this link.
I'm going to go run real quick into the other room and grab this piece of paper because I do have a really good video I would like to promote. We talked about it earlier. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, Sam. And then we have a question from Alexander about how soupy the sky looks. I have not noticed it here so much lately, but I do know what he's talking about. I have a certain video I'm thinking about. I'll have to get it so we all can watch it. But
it is like soup, isn't it? It's weird, especially at night as well.
I know. To me, it seems like the more soupy it is, the closer things are. It's just like, it just turns into a. Yeah, let me get this video and we can look at it.
Alexander, we could be having Uri whiteout.
Yep.
Because Uri is coming so strongly over the top as again, where she's putting in, and what you're seeing is the gaseous bottom of all the asteroids and stuff, and so you're probably being completely blotted out. I couldn't see the stars last night either. And then, of course, the first thing this morning, I'm looking at Attu and Attu's moon coming in, and so right behind that, of course, we know is Uri. So. Yeah, it's entirely possible we're getting whiteout again, and it's always changing and moving. Anyway, let me get the link here correct. Earth to Brain. All right. It's of course one of my favorite historians is Michael Wood, and this comes from the Our History channel. Discovering the Origins of Civilization by Our History, and it's narrated by Michael Wood. Yeah, look at that rotation. That's a planet rotating right in front of you. Holy cow. It's a very good movie, and that'll give you background just within recorded history. Now, it's like 3.5 or so hours long, and I do recommend it highly. Hit it as many times as you need to go back to it. Watch an hour here, an hour there, or whatever. But it is one of the better compiled videos. And now granted, he put this out I think in the 90s or the 80s even. It's a really excellent video, and I have watched it more than once. And so because I caught myself watching it for a second time recently, I figured I'd write it down and then share it with all you folks, because Discovering the Origins of Civilization by Our History, narrated by Michael Wood.
Discovering the Origins of
Civilization by Our History, narrated by Michael Wood. Yeah, look at that big dark shadow and the rotation. Yeah, you could absolutely see it rotating and around in a circle beyond our normal clouds at the horizon. Yeah, those are clouds on the side of that planet right there, rotating right past you, and the asteroid drag-off trails, and this is onsetting Uri and Attu's moon right there in front of us. And this is that Uri whiteout I'm talking about. That's the side of Uri right there, rolling in front of you.
Like giant ribs as well. It's like it's got giant ribs.
Yeah, they're pretty close and pretty over the top of us, and the world is seeing. And of course, the hilarious thing about all of this, and I posted this again today. The truly amazing thing about what's going on is it's happening right in front of our faces, and society doesn't know that it's going on, and they don't even know that they don't even know.
Yeah, I like that picture that you've got that you posted.
Yeah, I post that all the time going, society does not know that there's something happening right now, and they don't even know that they don't even know.
Don't even know they don't know.
That's true.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky. And it's happening.
Sure.
I had a comment down my personal page this week, and I reposted a Radio Wasteland video where Chauncey refers to me as the expert on Nibiru. And so one of the comments was, well, Sam, how can you be an expert on something that doesn't exist? And my response to that person was, how can you be so oblivious to something I've known about for 44 years? And it's all point of view. And it's either you accept this information or you don't. And if you don't know, you don't know, or you don't know that it's happening because you've never been informed, well, I'm terribly sorry. That's why we're here informing you. And you have to take that leap of faith that, just maybe we know what we're talking about, because we've had 14 years at it and 44 years of me knowing that this was coming to bear. And otherwise I would not be the expert that I am, working off the science that we've gathered. Yeah, look what's going on behind the direction of those normal clouds. This is what I always talk about. Learn to look at the secondary clouds in the background.
Yeah,
you can see these rotating planets right in front of your face.
Yeah, and you can't decide if those are like asteroid trails going across all those those lines. Like, I mean,
well, it could easily be a lot of sea trails
up there.
Those look like sea trails galore. It looks like they're trying to hide what's rolling over the top of us.
See, I have a lot of videos, Sam, where I slow them down and I watch them really closely, and 9 out of 10 times there's no planes. Like,
there's no plane. It looks like two little dots like that, because I've tried to zero in on them, and sometimes they've got the cheek to make it sound like a plane.
Well, they might even be drones. Really tiny,
sure
small
some of them are
drones.
Man.
Maybe they moved on to the drone technology here locally with our local government, or we've even seen examples of possibility of space chemies, where the other factions who are out in space could be covering in front of their planet for some reason as well. I'm not going to, conspiracy finger point, but we've seen a lot of examples that they are trying to hide it.
Right. I mean, because there are plenty of times that I go out, especially at sunset, and go live on TikTok, and I'll be out there for hours, 3 hours, and I'll even keep track of how many planes I do see, because we talk about it, but that's just it. At the most, one night I counted like 24 planes, which is
most that I counted was 12, and I'd lost count by the time I got to 12. I thought, no way.
There was millions of like this. It was like this. It was just streaks everywhere. So 24 planes.
Streaks, yeah. You can't even count all of them sometimes, but.
So there's more going on than just them spraying. That's what I'm saying. Because you can watch it. You can see for yourself.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And yet there are space clouds also. So. Of existence. All you got to do is interject some water, and it leaves a cloud. Yeah, that big dark shadow right dead center in front of us is a planet, and you can't argue with the light blue versus the dark blue. And of course, just go to YouTube and watch Nibiru Followers Anonymous and see all of the shorts that Rebecca has been putting out.
Awesome. Thanks.
And I love them. I watched them again the other day. Got to add to that view count. Got to get you monetized.
I just think you're funny sometimes. You say the funniest things, and then I just sort of.
Okay.
You make it funny.
Or Sam?
Right.
Oh,
No,
me?
it's when you say, but yeah, when you go,
Yeah.
yep, you guessed it, a planet, and then you point the way Jesus points with a finger, that screen behind you, like, come on,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can't miss it.
I
Look at
love.
it, it's round.
I like that too. It's very obvious to you, and you know you're tired of. I mean, we are tired of trying to say this to people, and them doubting us. And then we've got a decade plus information and knowledge, and yet these people look at us like we're the crazy ones. And in actuality, unfortunately, people are uninformed, and it's like so blatantly uninformed. It's scary. It's scary that we know stuff and they don't. It's weird.
Well,
How can you miss it? I don't know. I do not know how everybody, generically, most people are missing this. But then people don't take time to go outside and look up anymore.
Is the people that are not willing to listen or change their minds. That's the worst of it.
Well, if that was real, we'd be dead by now. Because, they take into account gravity. It's like, oh, they're going to crash into us. Planet X, the destroyer. Or Nemesis, the destroyer, and they've got all everybody's brain preloaded, or if you talk about aliens and UFOs in public, well, then you're a nut job. Well, a good portion of people are, but there are some real stories. This is what I talked about earlier. You have to learn, to be discerning in the truth and in the lies. You have to look up. You have to fact check the truth. You have to fact check the lie. You have to learn for yourself what's right, what's wrong. You cannot take things at face value just because somebody across the fence or at the office water cooler told you something. If you've got a question, go look it up. My God, you've got a computer in the palm of your hand that's 10 times more powerful than what they flew to the moon on. And yes, they did fly to the moon, and there's people out there that don't even believe that. So,
Yes, Thunder.
you
Does look
just
like
gotta
the
wade
clouds are
through
much
it
lower. Aren't they? It seems like they're lower, but you say they're higher up over us, Sam. But it feels sometimes like the clouds are bulging really low. These different storms we've been having.
Well, we got close passing planets. Attu's moon, Nepacity are still doing close passes. Now Uri's coming in and doing a Uri whiteout, which it did last year at this time. And that's back down to the 180-day cycle. And we've talked about that show after show after show. And you got to grab the science. Now, I saw a video somebody posted on Montana Skywatcher 2 the other day. And they were, here, and they're using the finger, and they're pointing, and this lady, and I just immediately removed it. And this lady's going, and there's planet Attu, and she's pointing to the right-hand side of the sun. And then she goes on to say, yeah, it's a big, huge water-type planet. And blah, 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 blah. And I immediately went, okay, remove. Because A, Attu is not on the right-hand side of the sun. B, Attu is not a water-type planet. Attu is a gas giant. And if you're not getting these details, please do not make videos and misinform a whole bunch of other new folk out there that might actually be trying to learn the real information. So, I hope you know who you are, you're a new member on Montana Skywatcher 2. I did not warn you. I just removed it. I didn't have time. I was busy removing a whole bunch of other stuff because every time I let new members in, I end up playing hall monitor rather than scientist. So that's an example of what we go through every time we let people in.
Look at that. You can just see it rotating up there. Look at
the rotation.
Beautiful. I love time lapse. That's amazing.
Me too.
And that is Uri rotating right in front of us. And, we talk about this on these shows all the time, and people that go, well, all we see is just clouds. All we see is just clouds. But if you're at that stage where you want to learn more, you have to actually dive in. You have to go to the websites. You have to look at these individual pictures that we're getting from around the world. One capture, one video, one show, one example isn't going to answer all your questions, because we're talking about 14 years of documentation, and we can't teach you that in an hour or 2 hours or 5 hours. You actually have to put the time in, and that's why the experts have become the experts on this program, is because they did put the time in. They learned the difference. They got corrected when they made mistakes. And people around them, nice people usually, are trying to point out and help you along with the truth. So, rather than putting out videos, if you don't know, don't say it. You can say, well, maybe this is this, and then leave conjecture, leave public conjecture. Tell them you don't know for sure, but you think. If you don't know the name of the planet, call it a planet. If you don't know if it's a moon or a planet, say, well, I don't know if this is a moon or a planet or an asteroid. Say so. But if you want to share the information, be sure to share correct information, and don't disinform anybody, because we've got enough of that out there already. And as I said to Carol Ann earlier today, it's exhausting. It wipes me out, because I've been doing this for 14 years, trying to get everybody on board with the facts and the truth and the information. And to this day, it's amazing to me how sometimes some people pick up some information and then other people can't get enough of it, and they're so accurate, it's unbelievable. So if you're interested in this subject, work at it. You're not going to get it right the first time. Don't expect to, but work at it, and then when it dawns on you, it's like a load of gravel coming out of a dump truck. Here it is, and you're swamped. You're buried. And there it is. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And then once you see this, you'll never unsee it.
Nope.
Whoops. Sorry. If you don't know, right. And even I do that. I mean, I cover myself. If I don't know for sure, I'll say, I believe it's such and such. I'm kind of careful about, unless I just know for sure, then I'll word it differently.
It's kind of shocking to me that somebody's out there and they're pointing their finger up and going, this is water planet Atu, and then they're pointing on the right-hand side of the sun, when we know for a fact that it's the Saturn's yellow moon, and they're dead wrong. And then they're handing out the wrong planet. Then they're handing out the fact that it's a water-type planet, which it's not. Atu and Uri are gas giants. They have stripes and rings. That's why they're gas giants. They also have huge amounts of asteroids and moons. That's how we also know they're gas giants. So, I mean, this is all proven. We didn't make this crap up. We know this stuff because we've watched them since they were tiny, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then to the point where they're sky pillars today and rotating right next to Earth, and which is this is the hard part right now. And over the time that we got to learn all this stuff was the good, easy, wonderful stuff, and now over time they're going to leave and exit, and so we'll get better views of them, I believe, even better than we had originally. So the best is yet to come. And Alexander, by the way, your videos are awesome. I like the fact that you've been doing variant color and black and whites and all that you've been doing, and I love what you're exploring with, and it's great information.
He's very artistic with that camera. Wow. Sorry.
Yeah, and he's getting close up to he's got the ability to zoom in on stuff that we've never seen as accurate than what you're doing. So Alex, you're like rocking it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I have this video coming up next. So the suspense.
Ouch! Are these asteroids, etc., inside of the? Okay. Okay. Gas giants have a great deal of asteroids and rings, like Saturn has the dust rings, because their atomic weight, they pull in all of this stuff. Modern day science doesn't generically know what gas giants are, but they're on deck stars. They're electron clusters. They're part of the chemistry equation. And once you go into advanced chemistry and subatomic chemistry, you'll understand that. But if you go through gravitational, which unfortunately they don't understand because they're lost in gravity rather than in chemistry and the electrical universe. They're not inside. The Uri and Atu have a very, very large asteroid field around them. And that's where they're all in the southern hemisphere of Attu and Uri, where in our normal solar system around Saturn and I can't even brain glitch.
Venus.
No, the two gas giants. Oh, actually, we have three gas giants, but
Jupiter.
Jupiter. I couldn't pull Jupiter off my tongue. I was like one of the simple things. I can't even think of the name. Jupiter and Saturn have a great deal of moons and asteroids around them. And then they're also between Mars and Saturn is this big, huge thing called the Kuiper Belt. So there's these huge amounts of debris and asteroids around gas giants because they're electron clusters and they have an atomic weight. And that's why they pull all the gases out of space into their atmosphere, because it's this big electrical bubble. So you have to view space as more than just a gravitational thing. You have to view it as an electrical cell, almost like a life cell, but it's actually an electrical bubble, a magnetosphere that holds in all of these things and holds attached bodies, negatively charged bodies. Because asteroids are neutrons, planets are protons, and then you also have electrons, which are gas giants. Protons, neutrons, electrons, subatomic chemistry, shell structure are around a star, which is a central atom.
Yeah. See, I didn't know all that.
Yep. That's why the top and space astrophysics and there's the same set of rules, and that's the thing Einstein could never figure out. That's the unification model according to Hofman. So 1978. Where's my Nobel Prize, please?
You get a wee cup or a certificate to stick on the wall.
I'll just take the money. I'd take the money. I'd be able to, if I had the Nobel Prize money, I'd be able to change a lot of people's lives around me. And that's what I would want to do, not for personal gain, because I share with I don't need anything. I have everything I ever wanted, with minor exceptions. I could make a joke, but I'll bypass it because the joke wouldn't have been good. But anyway, not only that, somebody used it against me later. Hey, I think I'm finding my sense of humor for today, and I'm no longer as tired as I was. That's a good thing. I'm waking up, guys. I really am.
Yeah, you've managed to find your rotor thing that goes boom. Boom.
Well, I even have to talk about last week's show. I think I was brain dead after hour 5. I don't even remember hour 6 or hour 7 at all. And I went and I watched the show a couple of days after we did last week's show, and I was going, I don't even remember saying that. So yeah, I was a zombie about hour 5. So and we get tired, but yet I keep talking, and it's just like being asleep, but yet I keep talking. I had the weirdest dreams last night anyway. And I normally don't dream a lot, but last night, man, I had a handful of them. So I think the planets are definitely affecting us. Okay, I've asked in the time-lapse shows, and Yuri's literally 100 meters up. Uri isn't 100 meters up. These are thousands of miles away, and yet they're so big that they look like they're close. And I've said this 100 times, if not 1,000 times. We see farther than we can imagine, and yet not far enough and closer than we can imagine also. And I had to learn that the hard way when these planets were first coming in. And then we saw the close passing planets start. And a great example of that was with the first time that we were seeing Nepenthe close pass, and that was like 2018 when the major lightning and the purple and all of that started, was with the close passes in 2017-18. And I was sitting there, I was watching it, and I knew what I was looking at, and yet my brain the whole time was arguing with what I was seeing. I was going, no way, how can it be that close? There's no way that planet could be within our atmosphere, and yet it's causing an effect in our atmosphere. And this is where the base clouds come in. The base clouds aren't actually attached to the bottoms of these planets, but when they come close to us and they mix in to our stellar atmosphere of 3,000 plus miles away, and then our outer electrical band, There's no, saying exactly how big that is. We can listen to NASA, we can listen to other people, but then other people have other opinions. So, there is no absolutism on real science today, and that's kind of a pity. And this is why I kind of chuckle at Western science, European science, because oh boy, have they got us painted into a corner in reality. And then I'm going to yell at the United States educational system, and then the worldwide collegiate education of a college degree, etc. You got screwed, and we got screwed. Our schools are not teaching what they should be teaching, and I am irritated, highly irritated that my tax dollars go to that, and yet, unfortunately, these new folks have not gotten an education except how to be entitled, and it's really scary.
Yeah.
I didn't ask anybody about a geography question.
No.
They can't even. I watched a news reporter, and I'm not going to say on what network, but she's talking about Minnesota, and then she goes, the people in Minnesota are doing this, and we went to Milwaukee to ask them. Excuse me, right. Milwaukee is not in Minnesota. Minneapolis is, but not. And so, and this isn't a full-grown adult news reporter. And this is there again. If it's coming out of your mouth, please have a little level of competency. I expect that out of my mouth. And if I don't know, I tell you, I'm not sure, or don't quote me on this, or I don't have the exact number, but I imagine this is from what I've read, because I can't stay on top of everything all the time. I read so much as sometimes it gets muddled in mud and blender science, and we don't like that. And so it's really strongly important to take notes for yourself. Start a notebook. If you need this information for yourself to correlate, write it down on a piece of paper. Create your own notebook of what you're learning, when you're learning it, document it, look back on it. That's hilarious. I have gone back through some of my old notebooks and caught myself at inaccuracies and went, oh my God, did I really? And it's a learning curve to teach yourself how to be a little bit more correct. Little self-ego check there.
I go back and look at my photos and my work over Google, my old Google Photos storage. Anyway, I see all kinds of things that, I would do differently now. So it's one of those things.
Yeah, it's like if I watch the Understanding the Sky series by Samuel Hofman, I'm like, oh my God, how embarrassing, I was accurate, but just how I went about things and how excited and everybody says, oh, I love that part of that. And it's like, to me, it's embarrassing, because back then we were just learning some of this information, and we did make some minor mistakes. And then I got accused of a whole bunch of inaccuracies because there was a fake profile using my exact photo and my exact name, but I didn't have any friends on that profile. So if you ever get a message from me and you doubt it's me because it said something that's totally not me to say, just go look at the number of my friend count. Because I have, I'm coming up on 4,000 some odd, and I haven't been adding any people to I don't know these people, so why add them to my friend list? But I have been adding some people to my friend list, and some people to Montana Skywatcher 1, and some people to Montana Skywatcher 2, but not a lot, because I am drastically tired of dealing with newbie bombers. Like, oh, I know everything about Nemesis Planet X, the red planet, and it's behind the sun and all of this, and all they're doing is coding a whole bunch of crap that they learned on the internet from a bunch of inaccurate wannabes. And I'm hearing some good things about some people that they've actually finally maybe gotten their science together, and I hope that maybe perhaps I was a broad influence by trying to correct them, and them maybe actually going and checking their own facts, because I've heard of two YouTubers that I, for the life of me, would love to shame personally right here and now, but won't, because I've heard some things that they're maybe actually growing in their science. Notebooks. Yeah, Girl Ann, I agree. Notebooks. Yeah, I've got bunches of them.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get Alexander's video.
Bunches of notebooks. I had many over the years, and I burned a lot of notebooks from the 90s.
I know my
didn't want to get cornered on my information from the 90s.
I get another one.
I have a lot of notes from the old Art Bell show, man. I used to take page after page of information from Art Bell, and I look back at them now, and well, I don't have them now, but I mean, I looked back at them a few years ago before I disposed of them. It was amazing, and I used to, cut out the world climate change section in the news in the Missoulian newspaper, and save all of those, and glue this, and in the book, and tape that in the book, and it's just hilarious.
Yeah, I actually did stuff like that.
And I've still got all the old hand drawing
newspaper clippings and that, and newspaper clippings.
Yeah, I did a lot of that, and I had stacks of notebooks that I collected from the 80s on, and I was tired of looking at them sitting in my computer room, and they were stacked in boxes.
Oh,
and I just had to finally go through a bunch of them. No, I went through a whole bunch of those boxes of stuff that I brought over from when I was living in East Missoula, etc. And now I live in Lowell, and there was Missoula in between, but I still had boxes that I kept in storage. And I got rid of all that stuff because it was just, a half-hearted attempt. And this was, of course, prior to actually having any real internet ability to look things up. Back in the old computer days, not everything was available like it is now. And we didn't have Google, and Google has made a huge, huge, huge difference in compiling of vast amounts of information worldwide. And of course, there's many other sites as well in the cloud, blah, blah, blah. All right, next topic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I sent a bunch of pictures. Did you get them?
I have them, and I'll show yours after Alexander's. Okay, I have it ready to go. So,
okay,
I'm on the ball today. So hang on. Let's go ahead and get Alexander pulled up here. I'm excited. I've seen bits and pieces, but I haven't watched them all the way through. So it's always a treat.
I saw a really weird video this week about a portal with lightning, and I may grab a copy of that because I'm still in question what the hell we're seeing.
Yeah,
I will grab a copy of that and send it to you. Yeah, I wonder if there is a copy. God, I wonder where that was. I hope I saved a copy of it. I might have to do a real search job to find it here. All right, not Radio Wasteland. I went to the wrong place. See if I can find that. Funny noises everywhere. Wow.
That looks like a heart. Look at it. Wow.
That looks like the Texas cube with the red asteroid in front of it. Or it's the Tana asteroid. And group. Okay, I would. Boy, hard call.
So big and so far over to the right.
Saturn's yellow moon. Boy, look at that rainbow at the top of the page there. Huh. That is the backside of Lead Asteroid. In that rainbow edging.
Yeah, look at it. Beautiful.
And at the bottom there is the faceplate of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Nice.
And there's another asteroid behind Lead Asteroid. How interesting. I have noticed some people sending in some information that the green asteroid is not as far over to the right now. Now that could be the green asteroid below and behind the Lead asteroid. And both being much bigger because there is that weird little almost crown halo. Right there. It almost looks like the Statue of Liberty flying to the side with,
Yeah.
Pareidolia.
It's amazing what our brain sees.
I like how he's zooming in and out. That's awesome.
Yeah.
With the gray in and gray out change, that's interesting. Yeah, that rainbow area is the bottom of the lead asteroid because that's the only thing that size that's on the right-hand side. And I think the green asteroid is that halo-crowned thing below it.
Then it seems to grow. It gets all misty and hazy. And then there's a big black chunk over here on the left.
That would be where the red asteroid should be, is just to the right below the sun. And then spiral asteroid should be right there. And Leander was asking me about this one picture, and Pappy is also visible, P-A-P-I. And Lorraine was visible last week. And that up in the upper left corner, that is the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group right there at the bottom of Uri. And boy, are they big.
Yeah, they're huge.
That is Pappy right there. I was
seeing them as well.
That big one on the left right there that's Pappy coming in at that angle.
No way, that's Pappy. It's so
Pappy even got big. Got big this week. You know, we talked about it last week. We're all of a sudden, within the last week or two, these asteroids are getting way bigger. And remember, 180-day close past cycle. I was warning about
like
upcoming
those pointy
September.
things pulling off the top of them. Wow.
Oh, there's all kinds of them back there. There's bunches and bunches together. But up there in the dark area, that's where the Tan and the Salamander asteroid is, up in that dark area. And then there's Pappy and Lorraine are sort of in front of and beside the Tan asteroid, which is the big dark circle at the up right now. And then the red asteroid and the Texas cube and all of that are in front of and below Attu and Attu's moon. But most of what we're looking at right here is Uri. And then a bunch of asteroids underneath it.
Yeah, I can see that's Uri or something.
Now, somewhere straight up is where the Skull asteroid will be also. It's there somewhere on the left of the sun. But we'd probably higher up.
I could have sworn I've seen that thing I could have sworn I've seen that thing this week. Skull.
I haven't seen it much recently. A lot of it has to do with shadowing and angle.
Behind something, it was just behind eyes. It was behind something. I'd just seen eyes. It looked like its eyes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that is definitely Pappy, because that's the same picture that Leander was asking me about, and with that asteroid at that downward angle, and that matches exactly what she was asking. So I hope that's a good example for her if she sees this show.
Yeah, because
and
I've got
over to the right lower of the sun is the blue asteroid. Just above the house, there's a smaller blue asteroid just right there below. It's about an inch below and just slightly an inch over to the right of the sun. And it's small, and you can see it. It's perfectly circular. Now remember, don't look at the light stuff. Look at the dark stuff.
I can't believe I see this as well. It's amazing. That's in Germany, and I'm in Scotland.
Yep. Around the world, we can all see it. Just time of day, where it is, when it is. When it's illuminated, or when it's nighttime, or when it's daytime. Big white ball left of the sun. Well, that big white ball left of the sun is very likely planet Matim. Because we know Matim is right there, just to the left of the sun. And it's entirely possible that it's brightly illuminated, because Matim is very bright. By being so close to the star, it will be out illuminated by the star. Yeah, that looks like the green asteroid right there, definitely. And then above it is lead asteroid again. And that bottom wispy stuff is the base cloud at the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon. Ion tail going around it. That's ion tail, that little bubbly, feathery, weird-looking cloud there. And then we always call it flame light. And somewhere over there is also the long box cube, because we know the long box cube is on the right-hand side, hiding in front of its atom in Saturn's yellow moon, and sometimes in the ion tail. But I do believe the green asteroid is right there, that circular haloed blob, dead center, in the middle of where it's stopped right now. And then the lead asteroid is above it, but it's dark because you can see that the earlier video was showing that rainbow illuminated edge farther over to the left, and that was the rainbow illumination of the atmosphere around. Even though it's an asteroid, it still has a sort of an atmosphere around it. And that's, yeah. See the dots? That's most likely the green asteroid. And it's big now too. It's gonna get big. We might even see that sucker go by, and it'll be massive, and it might just close past us. Dude, we don't know what's coming in September. Look at how big that got. Almost looks like a big ship, but it's not. Hi, Michelle. Yeah, the light is really screwed up because the second star is bigger. Look at the size of that puppy. The second star is way bigger than our normal star. It used to be the size of a quarter or a 50-cent piece up in the sky, and now it's the size of a grapefruit, and shouldn't be. And we're still looking for the object beside it on the right hand or on the left that's as equally illuminated. And it should be smaller because we believe our second star is smaller, and that we believe the separation of the two stars is occurring from reports that we've done. Yeah, that's the base round of the bottom of the base plate of the Saturn's yellow moon. And that's the ion tail right there. See the flame-like clouds coming off of it?
Yeah.
Now remember, the ion tail goes both directions around its atom. That's why it's going two directions. That's the big winged thing. And it's coming off the faceplate of the Saturn's yellow moon. And we know that lead asteroid is crossing in front of that area. Especially according to this month's sight drawing for August 2024. And just for the record, today is the 24th of August. Where did that month go again?
Man, I mean it.
Can you believe it's the 24th?
There's 1 week left of the month. Yeah, there's only 7 days left of this month. It's like, what the heck?
Do you also see triangle?
Boy, look at that.
Oh,
wow. Looks like people
That's really
over
interesting.
there.
There's three lines.
Like people. Look at them.
Yeah, I would bet money right there. We're looking at the long box cube.
wow.
And craft. Those are triangles. And I've seen the three lines of the long box cube, and if you see, there's a sort of a back shadow illumination behind those three lines. That is the long box cube and star destroyers and support craft. At night. Now remember, not all the stars you see out there are stars. Some of them are illuminated asteroids. Thank you, Alexander. Always the best shots every week. We look forward to seeing your material every week.
Yeah. Yep. He's a pro. He really is. Like he knows.
I was going to say that exact same thing. He's a pro.
He really is.
He is a pro.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool that we have him as one of our members.
Careful, if we tell him too much, he'll start charging us money.
What's that, Sam?
Sam being Sam.
I said, careful if we get him too. If we get him too excited, he'll start charging us money. So
you have to pay a monthly fee to access Alexander.
Yes, for $2 a week, you can subscribe to my channel. Yeah,
I don't mind. Actually, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I pay fees for all kinds of things that I.
Yeah, well, his material is that good. Yes, but
I would pay for his. So just saying, I don't have a problem with paying fees for things I want. I appreciate. So, and they've proven that people that pay for services are more likely to use them and appreciate them more if they pay a little bit. They got
that's
something
true. That's
invested
true.
in it.
Yeah, free information.
So,
If you pay your $5, you want to definitely pay attention. Yeah, and that's sort of I've weighed that too over the years, thinking I should charge people for this information, and yet the whole point was was credibility, and why I put my name instead of having an anonymous mask or any of that stuff, because yes, it could get me in trouble what I am doing, but I felt that it was strongly important to put my real face and my real name, and the credibility of telling the truth was more important than the money.
right.
So, and I've never tried to collect on this other than to ask for donations, and they do keep me going.
Because that does
And
add
that gives us the opportunity. Yeah, I wouldn't even have a car right now if it wasn't for Montana Skywatcher and all you wonderful people that have helped me in the past. And there's a lot of things that still require fixing, and I can't afford to do anything, and I could never afford the internet in the first place. And yet, I've been paying for it for 14 years, and now it's $160 a month. So, boy, that went up like everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, even a New York cut steak is
Here.
twice what I used to pay for it.
I just saw your
You buy
video.
a jar of sauce on the counter, and you buy a bottle of teriyaki sauce, and the damn stuff is $5 now. It's like, wait a minute, that was $1.29. The last time I looked at the price tag, and now you're charging me $5 for it. And I'm still mad that Yoshida's is not making any more Yoshida's teriyaki sauce, dang it. And if you have any, let me know. I'll order it somehow. By the case. Jesus. Of course, I can't even afford that, but
Yoshida?
get people start mailing me bottles with Yoshida's in the mail.
How do you spell that?
They went out of production. I think they sold their company and they stopped making it. And then we saw a news thing on YouTube that said they were coming back. I haven't found them yet again. And nobody makes a decent teriyaki sauce anymore. It's like, yeah, Yoshida's.
Okay, let's see.
Yoshida's. You can type in YouTube and it'll Yoshida's teriyaki sauce and it'll come up.
It says Mr. Yoshida's original Japanese barbecue gourmet sweet teriyaki marinade and cooking sauce. I don't know if that's it or not, but
maybe it didn't used to say, yeah, that's the one. And so now they've made it Mr. Yoshida's.
okay, for $20.
Okay, well I can't get that here.
Yeah, I could get it. £9.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must be the new stuff
I'll
because
send you
Yoshida
some.
said they were coming back, but I haven't found it yet.
Yeah.
Awesome. My daughters are mad because we eat beef teriyaki every week, and now I've tried 5 different sauces off 5 different market areas, and none of them are even edible. And
Here's
and
another one.
I'm in awe at why can't other people
It says the
do
original.
quality anymore? And everything you buy is yeah, right.
Is that it? Original?
Right, and boy, I bet the Costco probably has it by the gallon, but
Now that,
for the longest time I couldn't find Maggi either with the European meat sauce. I had trouble finding Maggi. I found it back recently, and they of course want for this tiny little bottle. They want $5 for it. It's like, oh my God!
86 ounces.
We are suffering from huge inflation.
Big 86 ounces is a lot.
There you go.
So, all right. I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
I need a membership to Costco, but I've never had one. Money I don't have.
let's look at Jillian's pictures.
Money I don't got.
Want to see what she has.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get back to topics, Sam. We're talking about the economy and teriyaki sauce.
Okay.
For God's sake.
Teriyaki sauce.
Well, we have to have a sidebar every now and then. So, hang on.
Amusing.
Well, I am suffering from sticker shock. I bought groceries this week. Oh my God.
I thought I had it ready to go. Sorry, hang on. I had it ready, but I guess I didn't get it saved. 1 second.
Okay.
Of course, I'm lagging. I don't know about you all, but I'm like, find it.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get there.
Oh, woe is me. I'll sit and complain for a while you're busy. I'm not trying to complain. It's just I feel terrible. I'm so tired today. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to struggle
I
to
gotta get
to
out my
the fourth
underdog
hour?
ring with the secret energy pill.
Are you going to struggle
For
to
any
get
of
to
you
the
that
fourth
remember the
hour
cartoon
tonight?
Underdog.
The fourth hour. Well, you know us.
Well, the cartoon character Underdog used to have a secret energy pill in his magic ring. He'd open up this little ring after Simon Bar Sinister would wipe him out, and he'd be all beat up, and time for my secret energy pill from my magic ring. For Underdog. Anyway. God, that goes back. That goes back to the '60s.
Underdog.
Yeah, and the story of my life, always supporting the underdog.
Look at that thing there. It was, you could just
Look how
see
small
rays.
that sun is. That is the spiral asteroid going away from us.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty
Bottom
obvious.
of Atu-Atu's moon. Nepacity behind it and slightly to the left. There again is the blue sun showing, which it could be from the blue asteroid or the interaction of blue planet Matim on the left-hand side.
Look at that bugger.
And this again is the bottom of Uri. No, just the asteroids. Again, Uri is to the left, and that is the asteroids in the upper blue area to the left. Facially illuminated Uri. That is the bottom of Nepacity and Atu. That is Saturn's yellow moon with Nepacity slightly behind it, oddly over to the right.
Yeah. All those
Oddly,
things
because I hadn't
hanging.
seen it this week like that.
See, I've seen it big like that, but
Yeah.
Alexander's seen it more away from them. But look at all those old things.
Yeah, there's a lot of asteroids. There's a lot of small stuff now that's coming into the mix. And that cannot be the Skull asteroid, even though I see like 3-4 major faces in there. But yeah, they're asteroids. And they unfortunately have. Well, yeah, it looks like a bunch of stuff. Now, we've seen a lot of stuff over the years, too, that have been leading us to believe that something even more miraculously spooky and macabre was going on inside the folds of the base clouds of Uri. And we've talked about that on previous shows, and I encourage you to go back to some of the early shows where we discussed it. Because if you take into account some of the legends from Greek mythology or Egyptian mythology, there's a lot to that. And I'm not going to direct you to that information because I don't want to dissuade from the science and go into lore or hypothetical assumption, which we don't have evidence over, but I even can't reading the column here. So cool. Yeah, Andrea, we are seeing skies we've never seen before.
Sun was just such a
Yeah,
weird shape.
anybody who's new to this, if you're not seeing, I mean, we've never seen stuff like this in the sky right here, the picture right in front of us, 20 years ago. This didn't exist.
Look at that.
That's probably the side orb and the long box cube with a couple of large craft. Because we have seen the long box cube a lot recently, closer to Earth. Now, remember, the planets are closer to us. So the long box cube now looks bigger. And I'm automatically going, yeah, it's closer to us. But in actuality, it's closer to us, but not by moving, but just by being there, being that is Saturn's yellow moon. And Saturn are way closer to us than they were even a month ago. Yeah, Andrea, I still have the excitement as well. Look at the outline, the illumination going on here. Look at the cutoff.
Yeah, the colors. I didn't even change that.
Thank
That's
you,
the way it
Gillian.
looked. Pleasure.
Yeah, the yellows and the oranges are insane. This morning we had a very yellow sunrise, and that I believe that's directly related to Saturn and her orangish yellow base cloud that we regularly see, which is now over the top of the sun, but more over to the left. It still has a little bit of left axis tip to it. But we're going to see an influence of a very large, regular orange-yellow sky at sunrise and stuff like that due to the nature of its atom being visible. And then, of course, for green-blue, we saw last week, we saw tons of pictures coming in where the green-blue was just absolutely dominant in the sky. And then Nepenthe in front of it is like, I'm right, and I privately chuckled to myself at how accurate the monthly drawing is still after all these years. I just love it, and which is part of why we're doing this, because the accuracy is so accurate. Better way to say that than that, but it's been so correct for so long that we are quite confident in our science. And this is, it's beyond reproach. I get a lot of people that go, "Oh, how do you know? How do you know what you're talking about?" Well, we went at this every day for 14 years now. And I also expected them to come, so I was one of the first people to see them because it was something that was within my knowledge. And if you don't have this in your base knowledge, then it's probably harder to see. You have to talk yourself into wanting to see this or believing that it's possible. And then, like all the other people that have gone before you and all our experts here and the thousands and thousands of people we talk to every week, they see them. We know this is real. We know this is happening. And you couldn't make this stuff up. We couldn't make up the ion tail of his atom unless we watched it come in, going back all the way to 2014, 2015, 16. And then passing over the top of the sun in 2018 and going distant away from us till 2019 and then coming back at us. And I knew that it was going to happen. And I knew that I could draw it this way because we'd seen those examples several years prior. So I knew what to expect. And then, it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And hello, Nibiru again. And so this is absolutely proven. There is not a thing you could tell me to dissuade me from the evidence that we have seen in the last 14 years. 14 years, and the people are still not on board. I find that so shocking. It's mind-boggling.
But we are picking up every day. We're picking up, new followers. Like, I know in my group on Facebook and definitely on TikTok, probably at least I have to keep 100 a week.
I was surprised. I got a few new applications, and
a few hundred a week though is pretty good, I think.
I thought that about 3 to 4 to 5, and a small group was good as well. So
yeah.
Well, you want them to stay, I want people to stay. I want people to question and watch the podcast and think about it, and maybe go away and tell somebody else as well, and make another follower for us.
That's
I was going to say
we have to have word of mouth.
Here is a video. Let's see. Well, no, it's not. Yeah, here it is. That person I mentioned earlier who he wanted to see a picture of a planet without any clouds. Oh man, Taylor will get it. We have issues with our lighting. Actually, it's a break. I know. Embarrassing. Anyway, it's all right though. Here's my response to this person, and he's turned around his whole point of view and is excited that he has found our information. But here was something I wanted to look just picture perfect. Is that right? Something like that, perhaps. Something just so ideal.
You stole Ozzy's one.
I found the video I was talking about earlier. I'll be right back. I'm on Facebook currently. I will be right back after I grab this video.
Good.
I have questions about this myself. So that's why I just left Facebook and the hard way, and I didn't send it to you. Hold on one second.
What about it?
I'll be right there.
This
I
picture?
promise. I'm
Should
sorry
be
for
able to just
distracting
plainly see them because that's not how
and
things work. So what you have to remember is that each of these other planets have their own atmospheres. They each have their own clouds.
This
So
is so
it's
cool,
very
Becca.
unlikely that you would ever see a planet without any clouds around it and in front of it. Need to understand is that yes, these other planets definitely have clouds, and here is another example of a planet that is wrapped in its own clouds. Obvious curve. You can see that that's not a natural shape for clouds. Clouds are not round. Here's another example of an unusually rounded shape for clouds. That is because it's a planet wrapped in its own clouds. I think you get the point.
Yeah. Anyway, he has
I
turned
love
his
how
whole
you do
view
that.
around.
I love how
Oh, thanks.
Do you sit and
I love
think
how
about
that
what you're
you
going to
just you go.
say?
I
It's
do
just
actually.
blatantly obvious. How can you not see this big round thing in the sky?
Big
And we've got
round thing.
picture after picture after picture after picture
Yeah.
that matches coming in every day, that match each other every day, week in, week out, year in, year out. And you can't make this crap up. I mean, it's not like we're going, oh, Alaska sky cam, and here's this white multi-dotted lens flare going past the screen here, that's nothing in the comparison to the size of the planets that we're looking at. And so many people bite into that. Please, if you're watching Alaska live sky cams and people are posting that information, go someplace else. Alaska's sky cams are notorious for lens flares above all else around the planet. I don't know why, but they're a completely not reliable source of information. And if somebody's handing you a picture of a white circle, it's a full circle with all these dots on it, and they go, it's a planet, they're full of shit. I'm sorry, they're full of shit. And we see so much disinformation being spread about. It's insane. It's just like, oh my God. I mean, if you know what you're talking about, great. But if you don't, then don't say anything. Because all you're doing is misleading everybody and making more problems for us and more problems for those that really want to learn the facts. And we have gathered the facts because I have been horrendously strict over the years on submitted information, what becomes topic, what is acceptable, what people post, how they post it. Now, recently, Montana Skywatcher 2 has been a little bit more lenient now that we no longer have the hall monitor, Lucinda, and she was in there working every day. And she would hall monitor everybody, and some people hated her, but she did a damn good job. She knew what she was doing. She took the time to learn. She worked. She earned her place. So anybody, yes, maybe she was a pain in the butt, but you know what? Sometimes teachers have to be.
So, right, her heart was in the right place. I'm getting some pictures saved from Alexander, and
I had a lot of people,
pictures they have sent me, so I'm working on that.
A lot of people complain about her, and I would try to work it out.
Right. I had a long conversation with her one night. We could not get off the phone. We talked for about 4 hours. We had everything in common. Honestly, it was Lucinda. We talked one night. Yeah, and she was actually really nice. So I know she's, got this impression people have.
And it's a sad thing. Lucinda passed away, and we do miss her.
She's actually super cool. So.
Are too young.
Let's go ahead and get another. Oh, you know what? I don't know if Egg is still listening.
Yeah, she had some health issues, and they caught up with her. But she had more than one health issue, and it ended up being a really big problem for her.
Yeah, it's too bad. Here is a. Here it is. If Egg is listening, I don't know.
Thank you, Andrea.
She'll be here or not, but I'll let her know. But here is just some pictures that she has posted to Facebook. And here we go.
Yay!
Yeah.
We love pictures. I enjoyed the pyramid in this week's thumbnail.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I like it too. That was something different. Edgy.
Yeah, look at that illumination. Yep. The side illumination on the left-hand side is the asteroids below Uri, and the greenish hue in the upper left corner is actually Uri, but it's being green hued from a direct refractive light coming off the fact that Ceres is behind her, so that Ceres is causing a green-blue hue. And this is the red illumination caused by his Saturn. This, of course, is Atu, Natu's moon, in front of Uri, in front of Ceres. That is Saturn's yellow moon right there, even though it's purple, because Atu is straight up above, and that's causing a back refractive light of purple. And that is the bottom of Atu's moon right there. That is Nepacity and Ceres. The orange area is Nepacity, the pink area is Ceres. This again is Nepacity and Ceres. If you notice, there's a cutoff of the sun at the dark horizon line and those little lines, and that is where Ceres is now. And we know that for a fact. We've been watching her for a couple of weeks. She's very prominent coming in. I always love it when somebody puts themselves in the pictures, or their children. It's always nice. Yeah, this is probably a normal end planet backlit flare through our atmosphere. Now, this is an atmospheric thing, because you'll notice the halo goes all the way to the horizon line. That's the illuminated edge of Uri. Upper dark right-hand corner is the Saturn's yellow moon. This arrow behind both of them, all the way across from one end of the sky to the other, from east to west, or I should say in this case northeast to southeast. That is Saturn's yellow moon, very large. See the ion tail coming off? Well, Uri's behind most of these clouds, but some of these are normal clouds. But that's the side.
Oh, look at that.
Again, on the right-hand side, we're looking at a Saturn's yellow moon. No. Saturn's yellow moon with a green asteroid showing. And this, again, is mostly normal clouds. Again, it's on the right-hand side, so you're looking at the bottom of the planet of Saturn. No, it's going up higher. It's above the center. It's going straight up above us now. It's going to be over the top of us here in the next month or so. And rising higher up, that again is the central thing that's going on in the center. You've got, and this one is Atu's moon with Nepacity behind it on the right. This is Uri onset, the clouds of the atmosphere debris coming in from Uri, clouding out, whiting out the whole sky. And some natural clouds, our clouds. And that again is on the upper right is the Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right. And lead asteroid is somewhere in that mix, but it's probably just the standard circle of white in the center. We know it's there.
Oh. Nearly fell over the dog now.
Or is it just me?
Well, you didn't knock any furniture down or anything. No crashing plates or anything in the room, so we're cool.
Oh,
that is the side of Uri. See the small microcloud. That's Uri. And on the right-hand side, that's Saturn, and the Saturn's yellow moon is in the far upper right corner, but most of that is Saturn. And see the microclouds. See how small those clouds are.
Oh, look at the face there. Oh. I'm going to sleep.
Well, it's going to be early to bed for you tonight, Gillian.
What's that?
So it's going to be early to bed for you tonight. You're yawning already.
Thank you, Egg. Those were gorgeous.
Thank you, Egg.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. All right. You're not leaving yet, are you, Gillian? Or are you? Are you done? Or no? Okay. I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand
No,
you.
I was just teasing her because she's yawning.
It is getting late.
Yeah, I know. I'm yawning already,
out
and
that
it's only
Colette
hour
Watson.
2.
I know. And she's
God.
been working a lot. So.
Yeah, those are contagious, you know.
Okay.
You're going to get me on too, you know.
Sorry. I know it's like it really is contagious. Everybody starts going.
Here we go.
I noticed this week that there's a whole plethora of new material out about background information from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching a bunch of that, so my brain is in the early years prior to Hobbit and all of that, and remembering back when I read the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit and all that back in high school, and so I'm like in that brain world too, and wow, and trying to keep that separate from back to science reality. So yeah, we're up in Looney Land this week. Yay!
It's fun. Here's some. I just
Behind
found this
why
channel.
yawning is
Oh, and the Iceland volcano went off again.
I did win yesterday, today.
20. Yeah. Just has gone off. Yeah, people were getting evacuated out of.
Oh, good. More stuff to watch.
Blue Lagoon.
Oh my God, look at that. Can you go back to the start of that, please?
I sure can.
Because there was like a green drop snorkel there on the beginning shot.
Look at that. What the hell is that thing? Look at it.
You want me to pause it?
Oh,
I can.
That's snail foot.
Look at that. That's
Go all the way back to the beginning again.
All right.
Yeah, that's snail foot drop from Attu and Attu's moon. And inside that is the red asteroid. Yeah, but the very beginning, right where they start filming, I thought I saw the snorkel drop of a very green planet Nepacity. So if you could rewind that all the way to the beginning and then hit play and then pause it immediately.
Okay, I paused it.
This isn't the beginning, is it?
It is.
Is this the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, then my eye grabbed Nepacity, but this is actually Snailfoot from Attu, which is because otherwise the background area would be green, and this is white, so that's Attu's moon, and the dropping Snailfoot. Because the red asteroid, if you look just over the guy's head, see the shape of the red asteroid? They connect electrically because they're electrically connected, and that's all part of what Snailfoot's all about. The asteroids and the planets and the moons, when they get close to us, they all envelop in these clouds because of electrical reaction from between the planets. It's that electrical connection. Wow, and you can hit play. Go ahead. I mean that now that we've identified what that is, it's like
and the obvious curve that's behind it, that curved cloud, is that Attu or it's moon? It's actually Attu, right?
That is most likely Attu. And then Attu's moon would be that secondary lump in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
And then very possibly right where the words that says "let's go." Do you see it says "let's go storm chasing"? You see that object behind? That is where the Skull asteroid should be.
Oh, there's like
right
Scully
there.
in there. Scully's there.
So right behind the word "let's go," is probably the Skull asteroid staring at us, and unfortunately, they rode over the top of it.
Yeah. I just wish these clips lasted longer. They're so cool.
No, it's stalled.
Hey, Michelle. Yeah. Okay. I'll
Yep.
send you. Oh, hey, hang on. Pause. I'm pausing the video. Okay. It's lagging terribly. Anyway, but I almost forgot. We have a guest co-host who is joining us from her home
Yay.
in Pennsylvania. So let's go. Yeah, I know if that's a hint. Anybody knows who it is? You want to guess? No. It's our good friend Carol Ann. So, and I see here Michelle would like to join us, which is wonderful. Can't wait. So I'm going to send you a link. Okay. If anybody else wants to hop on,
while you're after you do that, I sent you.
Uh-huh.
I sent you a video that I think we need to look at and talk about, and it's not. Okay. I don't even have an answer for it, but I did. It's on Facebook PM, and I sent it to you. Okay. I hope you can use that link. Get it. And another thing, if you don't play, you should turn the volume down on these people, because I think that's what's demonetizing your shots or our videos. And this is number 76, and we want you to be monetized. So I suggest that you turn the volume off of it. That way you're not playing their soundtrack, and then maybe we can get away with that.
That maybe would help. I know every little thing that they pick up on, like you said, soundtracks is a big one that keeps.
They get obsessed with the soundtrack.
At least they're doing some of their homework. Yeah, I got notified today that they had removed a video. I got notified today that they had removed a video from Nibiru Followers Anonymous that I posted on May 2nd. But I got the notice today telling me that they removed it. Whatever. And then I couldn't even look up what it was.
Yeah, you won't get
to know. That's just typical.
Yeah, I know. You're in trouble. You don't know why.
Yeah, it's like, what? What did I do?
Okay, let's go ahead and get Carol Ann on here. I don't want to keep forgetting. I don't forget about that. Here she is. Let's go ahead. Here she is. Hey, Miss Carol Ann.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yep.
Hear me okay? New webcam. Trying it out today.
Hello, Carol Ann.
Good. Yeah.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Hello. Hope everybody's doing okay today.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
And we'll say hello if the hubby's in the background. Hello, Carol Ann's hubby.
He's outside. He got new tires on the car yesterday.
Not in the background?
So he's out cleaning. Not yet.
Okay, well, he got an honorable mention today anyway.
I will tell him. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I sent you a link, Michelle.
Yeah, we were discussing before the show that unfortunate. We like the guy's material, but unfortunately, he's going out there and reaching in some really non-science information that he's telling people, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah, I checked quite a few of them.
It was about 7 suns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to Rebecca.
If we had 7 suns, we'd all know it would be absolutely dead.
But you can see they're all the identical.
We'd be, crispy critters or Melba toast.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, that's probably 2 layers of glass or 3 layers of glass or whatever. And I imagine the higher up in buildings that you go, the thicker glass has to be.
Right. It's almost
look
like
at that.
The same concept as an airplane.
That's insane.
With 3 layers of glass. So I always check with you guys first.
Right.
Because when I don't feel right about it, then I question it.
That's necessity.
Right.
See the 1, 2, 3.
Like
the 3 bands. That's the bottom of close passing planet necessity.
I would love to see that in person.
And people go, "Oh, it's a supercell." No, supercell is like what you'd see in that size of frame right there, not going halfway across the sky.
Right.
Oh, rattlesnake. Wow. Too close.
This makes me want to be a storm chaser. I know that. I should be a storm chaser before.
Oh, I'd love to, but all the cars you'd end up replacing, you have to have really great car insurance.
Yeah.
If they even if you tell them you're a storm chaser, they probably wouldn't take you now. We'll be paying out windshields every month, that kind of thing. I like that Reed Timmer made a really cool machine. I can't even remember what he called it. I watched his material quite a while because I got tired of him screaming at me. And I hope he can take that into account. I've watched a few other storm chasers over the top of him because they were a little calmer. But yeah, I would. I've been in the scenario where I've been in a tornado where it chased me down the road and we had to hide. So it's not something I look forward to. Now, if I had all the money in the world, yeah, I'd do that. Get a big camper and a chase car, and park the camper
Look at
and
that
drive the
lightning.
chase car. And look at the color of the lightning.
Uh-huh.
And I'm amazed that normal meteorologists don't even talk about the color of the lightning, because the color of the lightning tells you how high up it is. And if it's purple, it's coming from the upper atmosphere, which our normal weather isn't normally at. Which tells you it's
like
a passing planet.
60,000 feet or something.
Yeah, or even higher. Purple lightning comes from like 80,000 feet, which is way above our any normal weather period. And if the color difference has to do with the height and where it's coming from too, yeah. And there's scales you can look that information up. Look at the illumination that's going on here. And look at the ground, look at the color of the ground, and look at how it's orange and weird, and then the dark areas way up above. These are passing planets. Yes, they are passing planets, and they're dropping snorkel, and that's where the red asteroid is, right there. And we know the shape.
Oh, I see. We've
been watching the asteroids for well over 6-8 years now.
I'm gonna go ahead and add Michelle you all. So let's go ahead and bring her on to the party.
Okay.
It's a party line. Mm-hmm. The good old days. I know. Come on now. Here we go. It's not letting me. Come on. It's so slow. Bear with me, y'all.
I had trouble
Here
with
she is.
Facebook
Hey,
earlier
Michelle.
today.
Yeah.
Hi.
How are you? Good. I'm glad you're here.
Hi everyone. Well, it's good and it's bad. August has been a really horrific month. My CEO passed away on like the 4th of the 5th. My ex-husband passed away on the 16th, and my friend from Texas, dad, passed away Friday morning, and they all, to put it a better way, decided to go out on their own timing. And it's given me some clarity about some things, and I guess what I wanted to come on here and say is everybody needs to start learning to love each other and get along and let people know that you care, let people know how you feel before it's too late.
It is time for new hope.
Because you never know.
It's time. It's time that we all get a new. Yeah. We all have to hope for better and not live in the misery of what's around us and not suffer. Because when we're worried about all this crap, we stop paying attention to the important things like the people around us. And so you got to get that hope back, and that hi, hey, nice to see you, and I'm glad to see you, and it's important, and and you warm me and you feel me, and I appreciate you, and I got a huge dose of that with the wife passing away, and still really weird. I didn't expect that to happen for the world, but anyway. Yeah, it slaps you in the face, and it gives you a reality check that you're not ready for, and yet there it is.
It really does, because we were having problems with the company and the payroll, and so all of a sudden my CEO disappeared, and then my ex-husband, we were together for like almost 30 years, and he had health problems. But he just recently found out he had a aneurysm in his brain. And then he found out he had an aneurysm in his heart. And I guess he just decided, instead of wondering, you know, the fear of living every day of, well, when am I going to drop dead? Is it going to be on my motorcycle with his wife on the back, in the truck, you know, and take out a family of 4, or heaven forbid, in front of his grandchildren? So he just decided to go out on his own timing and when he wanted to. I couldn't live with it, you know, to know that you got an aneurysm in your brain and your heart. I can't say that.
Let's not go there.
We're not judging
sometimes
the show. We don't judge.
No, sometimes it's just more than we can bear to live with.
Yeah, but
everyone has reasons, and
I don't want to think about it for myself. Oh my God, no.
So there's some good thoughts.
So on a more cheery note, I do love watching your podcast about the planets, and I'm still learning. And
I'm so glad you're here. I've been, you know, hoping you could join us. And so this is a surprise, you know, appearance. I love it. And actually, I see.
I wish it was for better reasons, but you know, everyone's got to love each other, and you know, quit arguing.
One day at a time.
That's the best part.
Yes, Carol Ann.
Really are. Really are.
That's my girl over there.
Right.
I'm so glad to see your face, Michelle.
I love seeing your face too, Carol Ann.
So cool. We're having a good time. I do see somebody else here, y'all. Somebody else is in the green room, and it's a surprise guest. I know. You know how this.
Well, we better make it a party then.
If 6 is too
I
many
know
on
it
the
is turning into
screen.
a party. I can hold 10 people. So,
okay, but if
10
Oh, 10. Let's call some more friends quickly and ask them over. Cup of tea time.
Come on, everybody.
I could have made onion dip.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Christoper sends
Let me
his
know.
regards.
Okay. Well, it's our good friend Daniel, y'all, in California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see he's out in the sun, getting some sunshine. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get him on here with us. So
thank you for all
Good.
your
He gets to talk for a while.
Hey guys.
Hi, Daniel.
How's it going?
Yeah, just be good to yourself and remember self-care too, Michelle. You gotta take care of you
Sam.
also.
I know. I am.
I said take care of yourself as well. You have to.
I am.
Hello, Daniel.
I explained
Hello,
everything to my mom and my mother-in-law, and she made, you know, it gave me clarity. So, hi, Daniel.
There's been an awful lot of loss. There's been an awful lot of loss this month. I think it's really playing on a lot of us. These planets, the asteroids, I'm sure, are really messing with a lot of the electrical goings on of our brains, of our hearts, of our emotions. I mean, it seems like everybody around me this side is just so angry and so negative and frustrated, and they take it out on everybody around them. And then you walk around with this in you as well. You don't realize until you get home, and you're also like, you know.
Right.
And I don't know if there's a word for zzz. Is there a word?
It's called hopelessness.
Yeah, it's like electricalness. And I think the Colburn Bible actually talked about that, how it played with the minds of man. And other research, it also talked about how, but without them understanding it was planetary passes, talking about pole shift and stuff, and something messing with the electrical vibration of the planet and pulling everything all to sherbet.
Yeah. So let's go back to topic, and then we'll let Daniel inform us of what he has seen this week. Our reporter from California.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I have Daniel's. I have a slideshow of his that we can show here shortly. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Sweet. Great. Yeah. So, well, last few days there's been actually quite a bit visible. For a long time, there wasn't a whole lot visible down here in SoCal, but like trying to think. So this morning, so it'd be more towards the north, like, center right above at sunrise. You could see all those slide lines of nepacity, but you can only see it as a strip. See, yesterday, so right now it's what, like 3:30 or something like that. Okay, so about 5 o'clock, the sun was a little bit more further down towards the tree line over here, and you could see this dark area over here. All right, that, if I'm not mistaken, that's, Asatum's yellow moon and stuff is off over here. And then there's this little strip right here that's next to the sun. That's where I could see those lines of nepacity with that other real bright blue one. What's the one that's right above the sun right now, Sam? I forget the Saru?
Matim.
Saru.
Matim is to the left of the sun, but it's small. But Saru
it's small.
is
You can't really
behind
see
and above
that.
the sun.
But it illuminates like a real pale, like whitish blue, right? Because that's what I was seeing.
Very bright blue.
Yeah. So that's what I was seeing over here. Just to the side of the sun here is where I was seeing that. And this morning it was kind of crazy as the sun was coming up over this direction over here. You could see it. It's just a little strip. It's just a little bit of nepacity peeking out the side. That was pretty interesting. And then, you guys were talking about, as far as the electrical nature of these planets affecting us. Yeah, I can tell you, I've gone from just, one end of the spectrum emotionally to the other, and just gone from like having some sort of semblance of energy to just absolutely drained. Felt like I just grounded out to the planet, and just all the energy was just sucked out of me. So yeah, they're definitely affecting us. So it's been pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. But it's kind of that's just what I've been seeing the last week.
Good. I'm glad you're seeing them down there. And you can, at sea level, it's really, really hard to see them, except for brief interactive periods where you're getting the full facial illuminations, and then like what Alexander had captured, where you're getting that rainbow side edge of the bodies. That is, absolutely unarguable, because the light is refracting in the upper atmosphere of these bodies, and even the asteroids do have a minor atmosphere, so that when they are illuminated on, you can see them, but a lot of times it's in a rainbow hue. And here comes your video. Okay, that is the side of. Oh, wait a minute. That's a whole bunch of asteroids on the right-hand side of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. And that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid. Just above the telephone pole is right where lead asteroid is. And you also have the long box cube in that shot. Now, that, of course, is the cloud-like pattern of Saturn's yellow moon, again, in the upper right-hand corner. And the back middle area above the palm tree, all the way to going to the left, that patchy area in the upper middle left, is the side of Isatum at that angle. So Isatum is quite big right now. And it's also moving farther back as well, if you may have noticed during the transition of the day. It's going farther and farther and farther back from the right-hand side to really over and off our right shoulder on some occasions on the transition of the day. Now, this is the cutoff. Notice the flaring in the sun. That is because on the left-hand side, most likely you have planet Matim cutting into the sun on that shot. This is the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon, because the sunlight is coming from the far right, and this is Attu beyond Earth, early to midday. That edging right there, those little nudges in the clouds, are showing you the bottom of Uri. These are asteroids underneath the side of Uri. And you can see the patterns where they're coming out of and going at that angle, the same angle, tipped axis of Uri. I kind of wonder what that normal clouds on the bottom right are. There again is another cutoff of an object coming in from the left-hand side and the right. It's a light pinch between the bodies. And if you look in the upper left corner, it's big. It is big. And that one is small and very blue. That's probably Matim cutting into the outview. I bet you anything Matim is coming towards us. I've waited a couple of weeks to say it, but it is actually getting bigger. I was wondering if it was going away, and we'd see, back when a couple of weeks ago it was really small, about the size of a cherry. And now it's becoming the size of a golf ball. And it will get bigger. And maybe we're going to see a very, very bright blue representation of her anytime soon, which would be really cool because it's very, very bright blue. Yeah, there's that weird straight downward streak.
Yeah,
that you were talking about. I believe in the upper right off the center is like the green asteroid, but these could be other minute asteroids coming in along underneath at a deep, steep angle coming in off of God only knows what. Yeah, the skies have changed this week. The asteroid directional patterns are different again, and it takes usually a couple of weeks from, we use that drawing of the orbitation of the asteroid below at 2 RIP model regularly. It's a drawing, and it does take a couple of weeks to transcend from left model to middle model to right model, and we're seeing a transition of them again. We're start seeing the asteroids go downward and away from us in the next couple of days again. So pretty cool shots. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I
really am trying to be awake.
What I have the time to take pictures of, I do.
Yeah, good job. Good work. And that was a very interesting below on the right hand side set of unique clouds that are definitely something. And we've seen a few sightings of it going back about 3 days now. So it's going to have to be something to watch and pay attention to.
Yeah.
Probably more little asteroids that we have no way of, documenting all of them because there are so many right now. And this is proof of the 180-day cycle close pass. And we're entering September, which is the original tail end of the 180-day cycle is around September 30th-ish, 23rd, etc. Somewhere at the end of September. But we saw last year where it continued all the way through till December. And that had to do with our odd transition in orbit. I think our summer orbit and our winter orbit were minutely altered because of the proximity of these planets, because I didn't see Orion, for example, in the winter pattern this last winter. And Orion was in a rather odd placement. And now that's stellar, galactic light years away. But it normally is in a normal place that you can say, okay, at such and such time of year, Orion is over here. And come springtime, Orion is in the due east. And last year, it didn't match up at all compared to normal. And these are one of those minute things I look at occasionally. So, and I'll just resort back to we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto, because it's all the rules have changed in our sun pattern, where the sun is, what the sun looks like, and all where the planets are, and all of it's changing and changing and changing. And it is also confusing.
Sam. Here's that video.
Yeah, look at this. Watch the circular lightning and then listen. Oh, we can't have the sound.
I turned it down.
When that happens, see this illumination of lightning that's starting to form? There is a clap of thunder that goes along this. You may want to turn the sound up if you can, just for that, and maybe they won't demonetize you. But you have to listen to the thunder that goes along with this.
Oh, Sam, it won't work. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Because it would not let me download the original video, so I took I just now thought of that.
A clip? Okay, no worries. So, yeah, I saw that, and I'm pondering this, and it looks mostly. The reason that I'm asking is it looks real. It looks real, but.
Where is this on TikTok?
I was thinking, no. It just looks too far out for me. Too unbelievable.
Yeah, but look what's
Where
above
is
it.
this?
When
Yeah, what's above it?
I remember
don't
where
know.
it was. It's somewhere, I think, in local United States, I think. No, I could be wrong. I'll have to relook up the original posting. I could go there and find out, but I have to look. I'd have to jump back to Facebook.
What is
But I
that?
saw
That
this and I thought, what in there? And somebody asked me, and I actually had to tell them I had no clue what this is. But wow, you know what if we do? What if
it up?
you know what if we are staring at the opening of a wormhole?
Huh.
I'll say, heck, one of the guys that I listened to.
Oddly,
See, what gets me there is they focus on that part, but they're not showing what's above it enough. Once they see the top, they quick go back down again.
yeah, there's one of the asteroids is directly above it.
It looks like the red one, yeah.
When they,
or one of them. I don't know.
When they pan up briefly, right there.
Yeah. You just see
that's an asteroid. That's the red asteroid directly above. That's the red asteroid directly above it. So I mean, wow. I saw that, and I just figured I'd send you a copy of it because I have never seen anything like this ever in my entire life. And there's a level of reality to it because the cloud, kind of the illumination of the cloud and the saturation of the building look pretty much the same. And normally with photoshopping, you don't get that. One will be darker or brighter than the rest of the surroundings where it's placed, you know, as a cut from one scene to and added to another. And I don't see that in this, which is why I posted and shared it. Because God Almighty, I have no idea what this is. Although the lightning circle out of the core hole and the way it lights up, and then the thunderclap that comes along with it, perfectly timed. And I went,
Right. This
what are we looking at?
Watch for it. You would think something like this, lots of people would be taking pictures or something. So we just keep our eyes open.
I was wondering.
Yeah, and if you don't share it and compare it, it's worth noting. I don't know the validity, or I don't know the reality of this or not. I'm not banking on this being real, but we do know that wormholes are real enough. We see ships going into and coming out of. We watched them open. We watched them mechanically open on many, like the Canadian spiral, for instance, the Norway spiral, etc. There's a German spiral. There's a Poland spiral. There's many spirals that were taken over England over the years, and they were all credible because they all matched. So this could be staring at a sideways space wheel that's throwing off lightning. We don't know. Although it doesn't follow, we have not sighted any space wheels anywhere local or close. And I tell a lot of people when they, post stuff, if Montana Skywatcher or Nibiru Followers Anonymous has not seen it, then it's not up there. And we have not seen this.
To keep their eyes open, and if they see it, make sure they forward it.
So was it on YouTube or TikTok or where?
I can go back to Facebook real quick and find that answer. I would imagine. Whoops! Oh boy, am I hitting the wrong stuff? All right, I'm doing good today, boss.
Experimental, you would think there would be a lot more more pictures.
Like, don't put me behind the steering wheel of a car today, I tell you.
And I've never heard of ball lightning, so I'm out of that one.
Well, I've seen ball lightning in Montana, actually in the sky, and it's really cool. And I've seen sheet lightning, and I've seen run lightning where it runs down telephone wires and all of that, where that's a surge.
Yeah.
I've seen some crazy. Now I did post something on that we were seeing a light thing over the top of the ground in the desert, and I thought it was really cool because it did have a shadow. And we posted that last week, but there was still a bunch of people that were saying it was real or not real, and that was in the podcast dump where we put all of our information. It's okay. Now I got to find that. Who sent me that? I got to read. All right. All right. All right. Okay. It is. Let me re-click on that. And I'll have that information. It's a YouTube link. From Unseen Events.
Unseen Event.
Yeah, the lightning clap of thunder is perfectly timed, and that's what gathered my attention, was watching it on Facebook, and it looks really interesting, but I had to share it. And if we don't, well, then we don't have it laid in for prosperity, and then we won't be able to look it up later, so that's why I also shared it.
Samuel, Alexandria, my kid, no. Alexander Walls from Germany just put a little blurb there. Look at that.
Yeah.
There.
And I got your videos, Audrey. I'll share those next. And I gotta go turn my lights back on. So.
Wondering in this, the cell phone becomes visible just when the light reflection appears. I wasn't paying attention to what the cell phone does. Good thing that you caught that. I don't know anything about cell phones to answer that.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to work one, frankly. I've never owned, well, I've owned flip phones, and I have a cell phone, and I can't really use it because I drain them right away. I've been having to mess even with my regular wireless plug-in phone. People call me, I pick the thing up, and it's dead. You know, when I pick it up, it has a full battery. And I turn the damn thing on and stick it near my head, and that battery goes blink, and it's gone. And it shuts off. So I've been having unusual electrical. Again, I think we lost Rebecca. She probably went out so she could reload. You just sent it to me, Nicole. What, on Facebook? I'll go back to Facebook, have a look real quick. Yeah, hi everybody out there in YouTube and TikTok land. We're having a rather interesting show because we're all semi-disconnected from reality. Me included. I mean,
That's an understatement.
Melting in my chair. I am just melting in my chair today. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have that same link. Thank you, Nicole. I could. Anyway, there's too many numbers to stop it. Yeah. Thank you, Nicole.
All right. Here is just a cool video, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go check my light situation out. I don't know why it's happening.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, that's cool. I love lightning.
That is lightning that is reaching around the bottom of the planet. Notice it's purple. And it's what we refer to as the red Sonia nonstop lightning. And just flash, 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 flash. And then it's wiping out. It's such intense lightning, it's wiping out the camera.
That's awesome.
And it's purple. You know, and they look so damn close, and yet they're not. I just wonder how long those lightning bolts are. You know, are we looking at 3,000, 5,000 mile long lightning bolts reaching up into the heavens? You know, and we saw many reports over the years where entire herds of cattle were killed with a single lightning strike. You know, and deer and northern Icelandic animals being killed by the herd, and I entirely believe it. And this is what I've been trying to warn people about. We're going to see these events of the close passing asteroids discharging and the planets discharging, because it's not one or the other. It's all of them. It's Earth, it's the asteroids, and the planets that are passing. And they just this big arc between all of them. It's like a receptor capacitor, or the asteroids. It's like one of the Frankenstein monster machines up in the air there, and the electricity is just jumping between the two planets and the asteroids on a regular basis during close passing events of the 180-day cycle. And of course, this is when we see it, is March to September. Because we've never seen storms like this in our lifetimes. And if we did, we ran into the house and never watched a storm again, and scared children and all of that. But yeah, these are worse storms than we've ever seen in our entire lifetimes. And we had a lightning storm here the day before yesterday, and it was way more intense. And it was a normal storm, but it was way more intense than normal. Another debris field, and then soon you get hit with this intense lightning.
Especially the lightning.
And that's
with
a drop
no
snorkel.
thunder.
Right. It's way, because it's way up in space. So when the object cluster group did a close pass in 2018, 19, 20, and 21, there were these booming passes here in Montana where the thunder never quit, because it happened so high above us that it ran through the mountains and back to the other mountains and went back to the other mountains and then back across over to those mountains and back across over to those mountains and back again, and it just kept going and going.
Kept
and going.
rolling and rolling.
And I've
and
never
rolling.
heard thunder. Yeah, back and forth and back and forth, back and forth and back and forth
Yeah.
between the mountain ranges, and it was just amazing because it didn't quit. And I knew immediately then, when we started hearing that kind of behavior, that they were very, very high up. Because usually if a sound, if a clap of lightning from a storm in the mountains goes, it bounces off maybe one mountain range and maybe off another one. And you can hear the difference in the traveling lightning. But when these superstorms came through and we could see that all this lightning was coming off of the object cluster group itself when they were smaller and still and large, because there were some periods of time where they were huge too. When we'd see the discharging off the asteroids, and it was over and over and over and over again out of one spot, not out of a storm, but one spot. And we knew that was the asteroids. And then, of course, adding the thunder that just wouldn't quit. Told you it was really high up, and it was just echoing everywhere, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, I have no way to convince everybody that this shit's real, because we've watched it all. We've documented it. We've watched it happen. We watched it happen year after year after year after year. And, we debated it. We talked about it amongst ourselves in many different sites. And we had a lot of folks that were going, nah. And then we worked it out with them and we talked about it. A lot of people are, come over to the reality, and a lot of people have walked away. The point with it is the only way this information is going to get out is unless people become used to it and become part of it and then start sharing it. Because when you're comfortable with the information, it'll become secondhand to you and it'll come out of your mouth a lot easier. And then hopefully you will be able to influence the people around you that are important enough to care about taking the time and the effort to do so. And I do warn you against talking to your coworkers, because sometimes that can get you in trouble with HR if you start sounding like a conspiracy theorist. And there are not 3 suns, there are not 7 suns. We have a binary, meaning 2 binary solar system. Always have, always will. 2 sets of planets. They come by every 3,654 years to 4,000 years, somewhere in that period of time. All you got to do is go and look at the collapse of the Bronze Age and the origins of the Hittites and the origin, for example, if you go into the history of India and the folks who lived in India and Pakistan and that area, and they were considered at one time pretty much the same group of people, and the Indian folk, they were invaded in 1650 BC by what they called the Aryans. And these were white folk who infiltrated and mixed in with the brown-skinned Indian Asian people, and they have suffered from that culture adherence and transition to their culture since 1650 BC, I might add. And then if you look at the Age of Enlightenment, and this is something I've been, because I talked about it, studied a lot of studying. Do you know that most of the major enlightened beings, that have written consequential works that are carried over to our society today, were in 500 BC? From Buddha to Confucius to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The Age of Enlightenment was 500 BC. And people don't mix their history and their logic and science together very well throughout even my education of history. And I just, voraciously eat all I can get. And yet, I was sitting there laughing when it dawned on me. It was like, hey, so-and-so was in 500 BC, so-and-so was in 500, the Iliad and the Odyssey and Pythagoras and a couple of Chinese major philosophers were 500 BC, and so you have to really review the history of the planet better to get a feeling. Like we talk about the Sumerians all the time, and the Arcadians, and the Hittites, and the Egyptians, and the Greeks, and and the Picts, and all of this, and all of that was going on. And there's so much more information that we're missing. And that all goes back to wake up and what they call collapse of the Bronze Age, which was at the same time as the passing of the cycle. So if you want to know what's coming, just look back then. Check the past to see what the future will be. And those are good portions of study that will direly help you understand, if you can find the right places to find that information. And it does take effort. It really does.
I think that applies to and
I always chuckle when they get it wrong.
Like even Dr. Phil, he always tells people to look at people's past behavior. If you can judge somebody or what they're going to be like, for their future. Look at people don't change that much. So anyway, things repeat.
Oh, but they can. A lot of people don't believe they can, but they can drastically and direly change if they, for better or for worse. You can become worse and you can become better. People really need to believe and learn that they're not stuck. If you're unhappy with yourself, you're not stuck. You can change. You just have to do it. And you can't complain about it and blame others. And that, of course, has to do with accountability and growing up. And says a 63-year-old person who has been around a while, and I'm still atoning for shit that I did in my 30s that is crossing my mind and haunting me now. I promise you. Little things, because I could have been better in a lot of ways, but then all of us could have been. And now it took me this many years to learn it. And watching the passing of close friends and people around you, Michelle, is what is bringing a lot of that back. And you can, and I refer to that of the new ascensions from 2010 on as this is the clearing of the shelf. We have to go through these emotions and thoughts and feelings so that we can clear out some of the crap so we can be better. And this is part of my personal science, is trying to be the best I can be at my science and make sure that I give you guys a bunch of hard-earned research rather than sitting here in front of this microphone every week and handing you a bunch of bullshit about, pardon the expression, but 7 suns. And going off on one video that somebody sent on the internet, and we went through that with the Money Boys way back when, and I won't mention those guys just to, so I don't down them any further. I hope they paid their penance. But serious science is important, and you have to go and research all of this stuff. If you have a question, you have to look it up, and it's very, very important to self-medicate information and self-medicate in your personality and self-medicate around your family to make sure. I'm not saying do drugs or drink alcohol or any of that, or smoke too many spliffs or blunts or whatever they call them nowadays, but I'm saying self-medicate. You have to go through the effort of physician heal thyself. because you have to fix things. We all can. We can all get smarter. We can all get better at what we're doing, and we can all treat each other with a little bit more respect. In a nutshell. And it's time. It is time. It is. I mean, God, look what we're going from these minutes. Well, you know, we hear about the drama that all these people are going through, and we watch the shit that some of these people are putting on YouTube and going, oh my God, this is happening, and oh, it's Nemesis the Destroyer and Planet X, and they're just going off. And if you're running any of your information through fear, then you're a blind fool. You're running through the forest at night. Not wise. The light has got to come to you through patience and calm and research. And that's what we've done. We've taken 14 years to do it. And I thought about it for 40. So, you know, I knew this was coming. I was told I couldn't tell you. And that's why I'm telling you now. I was told I could not tell you about the binary solar system. And to me, it was blatantly obvious we had to have one. It was beyond silly. It was simple. In order to be what we are, we had to be more. And then you take into account the Sumerians and the fact that wheat isn't even from planet Earth, and we take into account the many pantheons of gods and Shiva, for instance, is known to have brought plants to humans. Well, we know that wheat was brought from another planet. And if you've got your answer there, we know right there that extraterrestrials therefore exist. And we know we've been citing the planets for many, many years now, and so we know that there are extraterrestrials that exist on that planet, and we know that there's even factions above them of even higher tech and higher race by the billions out there. And we know that there are billions of galaxies. And how many life forms are in each galaxy?
Yeah, we are not alone. I mean, there's just no getting around that.
No, absolutely not. And there's so much more going on. And I mean, my God, man to think in his arrogant little way that, oh, are we all that exist? Hell no.
Nope.
It's not possible. Not only that, and then we can talk about our clipped 24th chromosome. And now they're trying to teach everybody 23 and me. And we actually have 24 chromosomes, and one of them is only half a chromosome. And that is lab, petri dish, clipped, but genetic manipulation. And then that follows the rest of the story, is where I get the rest of my information from my abilities and from my off-world information, which are tied together. And it's, I'm not any one of your average Joe Facebook, and I'm not Talbot from, Thunderbolts Project or any of that stuff. But I think that it's time people listen, and you're not going to get this anywhere from very many credible sources out there. And all of these folks here that you're looking at right now, for you listeners out there in YouTube or TikTok land or anywhere else that you might be listening, be sure to subscribe, like, get notification bell, all of that. But the point is that if you don't listen to this group of people that have spent over a decade proving this information, then you're quite silly, because we take it very, very, very seriously. And we're not joking around, and we're not making this up.
No, because pictures don't
lie.
And
if you don't listen now, when? Your turn to talk, Rebecca.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm having a good time listening. But yeah, the pictures, we know. All of us here, we know, and just the other day, I could keep talking about that guy, but what a quick and sudden change he went. He went from complaining about all it is clouds, it's all we're seeing is clouds, to I'm seeing it too. Like, wow, his eyes just opened, one day. So it's pretty cool.
But you used his pictures, correct? Did you use his material?
Yeah, it was very minimal too.
That's what. Show it to you. That is, I really think that's a huge situation. Like Christoper as well. When Christoper, when he first started, he kind of was trying to debunk us, and then he used his material, and then we pointed out his material, and it meant more to him than if it was someone else's material. And I really think that's why, if you submit your pictures on Montana Skywatcher or on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and we have the opportunity to get back to you because we can't get back to everyone. We do try. But when we have an ability to show you in your own photographs, rather than you grabbing something off of YouTube or somebody else or this site, or I got this here or I got it there, you're going to value your discovery so much more when you discover it for yourself with your own material. I promise you.
Absolutely.
And that does require that you actually take your phone or your camera or whatever, or tablet or laptop or whatever, and go outside and spend time looking. You got to learn. You have to learn to look at the dark areas first. You have to look at the secondary clouds behind the primary clouds. You have to pay attention to what time of day it is. You have to pay attention to the monthly sight drawing. And usually most people aren't going to know the planets that they're looking at right off. But once you start to identify the planets, and then you start to take into account, okay, I got a general idea of the planets, and oh gee, where are the asteroids? Then the asteroid falls into place. And then before you know it, orbital model will grab your brain, and you'll have it like that's where Jesus is at. He's finally got an orbital model inside his brain, and it functions and it works, and he knows how they all work together. Not just one planet at a time, not one asteroid at a time, but how the whole group is moving and has moved over time. Now, I, of course, have that all in my head because I've watched it for 14 years straight now, and I've danced around trying to figure out what the hell I was staring at for many years. And we didn't really even give the planetary names until about almost year 3. We were calling them, the planets by their colors. And the dark blue planet and the green blue planet and the red planet and the purple planet and the striped planet, that white striped one was Uri and all of that. But once we cross-referenced it after Atu got here and Atu's moon, we didn't even know Atu had a moon at first. But anyway, once purple Atu got here and it matched our information, and that was literally about 2.5 years of waiting, because there was Uri and there was this small purple thing in front of Uri, but we didn't even know until Uri got really close to us that was the purple planet Atu, when we started seeing them separate from each other upon a level of proximity where you could actually see that they were separate bodies and they were close enough. Now, I've had a great view from up here for many years that most people didn't have. I'm looking south from way up here in Montana, right, just off the Canadian border, so I see it more northerly. Now we have our friend Maria up in Alaska. She gets some great shots, but they're different angles. Same thing with Robert in New Zealand. So, we've got all these reporters around the world, and we've been doing this for so long that eventually you're going to get the model in your head. And once you do, it's just like, the Hallelujah song goes off in your brain, some big, cathedral choir, Hallelujah, it's awesome. And it takes a lot of effort, though. It does. And you have to work at it. And everybody makes mistakes. They do. I make mistakes still. And I caught myself at a couple last week even. And Rebecca does, and Jesus, and even Dan, is still going on. You're actually seeing the planets now, aren't you, Dan?
Dan.
Are you talking? Oh, me? Yeah.
Daniel.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm just listening intently. Yeah. No. They're obvious, and when you were talking about with Christoper, how at first it was like, I don't see them. Can you show me where they are? And sending in your own personal pictures, and then you guys saying, oh, hey, yeah, look here. And it's like, wait, hold on. So you can actually, because the picture doesn't do it justice from what you're actually seeing with your own eyes, because you guys see what I take pictures of, but you guys don't live down here in SoCal, so you don't see everything that I see, versus like if I went up to Montana, where you are, Sam, and I were to look up, I'd be like, holy moly, this is a whole hell of a lot better than what I see every single day. Yeah. We all get a different view of it from a different elevation.
In the middle. Right. So, and that's what Jesus went through when he went from New Mexico to Utah. And now he's up even higher than I am. He's at a higher altitude and he gets way better shots than I do. And that's why I love, he does the Jesus index finger, and which is what Rebecca's now doing. Have you seen her shorts? Rebecca's shorts on the Planetary, close passing planets. I mean, I love those where she's just nodding her head going, it's plain as day. How could you miss this? And it's like, it's awesome sarcasm and yet intelligence at the same time. And
Yeah.
I mean, my God, here we've been talking, the names of these planets and their cloud types, and we've been showing, on the monthly site drawing for, a decade. I think, I can't remember, it could be 8 years. I don't remember exactly how long I've been drawing instead of I used to do cutouts because then I was doing the film on the Understanding the Skies series. And then all that changed because my upload, I think that's when they originally blocked me on my upload. And then I couldn't even, I was doing Skype for a couple of years. And now I can't even connect to Skype because they throw me out. I don't have enough upload speed, and I might be filtered down. I think I am being filtered. Earlier, I was going to answer something about early history, and I got booted right out of StreamYard here. So, I mean, and that was odd. I got booted out and I haven't had any trouble since. And I was about to answer about early history, and maybe they didn't want me to. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go conspiracy nut job going, oh, it's them, the big them. But yeah, the big them does exist. And oh my God, yeah, what you see down there, I can't even imagine. And yet, when you do see the planets come in, I bet you it's something awesome as well. Because your view is different than mine, because I'm up here at a different latitude and longitude, etc. Do go on.
Yeah, I was trying to click on Into King and their comment, but thank you about it. My computer is lagging, but thank you for the compliment about the shorts. And here's one right here. This was a response to that man Donald on TikTok. He asked me to show him the planet in his short video. So this is what I put together real quick last night for him. Wait, let me start it over because it has sound to it.
Stitch, is that the character from Disney?
Stitch, I wondered if it was.
It is, but it means I'm going to add my own clip to his in a second.
Right.
Yeah.
Rebecca, I'm going to hop off for a minute. It might help your lagging, but I'll be back later. Is that okay?
Okay, Carolyn.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Come back.
Carolyn.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, hon.
Bye, Carolyn.
Bye.
You're going to go to the base of Saru. There
Are
you
you
go.
coming back on? Oh.
I love these how-to videos.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here going, man, I wish I was that technologically inclined.
Oh, geez. It's not bad at
Yeah,
all. But thanks.
You went and learned all of this stuff. That's why, that's why I always go, God, you're doing such a great job, Rebecca. You are. I love these layovers. I love them.
Oh, good. Yeah. That's nice of you, really. I love doing it. I mean, that's like my creative outlet in life, is sitting around playing.
I'm always checking to see if anything, what you made this week while I was away.
Yeah.
Hi, Maria.
I got to get more out there, making some more tonight. Hi, Maria. Good to see you in Alaska.
Maria from Denali. Okay, so we're going to go, Molly from Denali. Probably hates that show.
I don't know if Alexander is still watching. I know it's probably late. But he sent me 3 pictures and he wanted me to show them. So
awesome.
Here they are. And
I love new material. I may have seen them, but yeah, look at that.
Good to see you. All right, next one. There it is.
Yeah, I keep seeing that as well. What is that?
Ooh.
Well, now we have to remember the big 3 are underneath Nepacity. Okay, but they're far back, and you're probably looking at the light cutoff of Saru and Nepacity because they're both dead center currently. So that bottom white line could be the big 3 asteroid group. The yellow dot is very likely a lens flare, unless I can be proven different by Alex. Or that is our actual, because I have seen a couple of pictures this week where the red star, the standard red star, has now moved to the right-hand side, which I mentioned earlier. That could be, now if that is not a lens flare, then that's our star. That's the size of our star normally. It's very small. Now, also, the sun is being cut off on the right-hand side by its atom. That's why there's the halo orange glow around everything, and then the shaft lighting. The shaft lighting is barely visible, but it's there. Because remember, I'm looking at this on a 43-inch screen. And I can even zoom it in even closer here.
Yeah, he's pointing out that there's
now if that is not a lens flare, you can actually see what in the just to the right, upper right of the sun. If that is not a lens flare, that little yellow dot does have the looks of literally almost like coronal holes and shadows on it from what I'm looking at. So that's entirely possible, and I would go, thank God if it is, because I was concerned because we were seeing the second star on the right hand side, which told me that the larger standard red was coming towards us, and we don't want that. We don't want that much larger star closer than 93 million miles. Thank you. And because the separation has occurred, I think that's why we saw the extreme heat exchange this year. And why and it's going to be even hotter next year. Because when those two stars separate farther apart from each other, then we're going to get into full intensity from both of them. And do not be surprised when you walk outside, when that happens, when they separate farther, it will be the same thing that happened in 2011. It'll be so bright outside that your eyes water. We lost Daniel.
Oh, okay. I'll be looking for him.
So do not be surprised if the occasion comes. That could be a base cloud of Nepesi. It could be just an asteroid zipping past and leaving a straight trail. But generically speaking, if you look at Alexander's picture here, there are no clouds.
Go
There's haze. There's mist from the ocean.
Come back, I play. Okay. Go ahead. Go.
And he's back. But there are no per se real clouds going on here. So generically, what you're seeing in the upper atmosphere is probably space clouds, with the minor exception that some of these could be asteroid clouds, which are closer in between. And oh boy, do I need to clean my oven. I can tell the girls are cooking, and I'm smelling an overly hot, stinky oven with too much old pizza cheese on the bottom. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna run outside and breathe, man. Jesus, it must be pizza time. It's not done yet. I'll leave when it's pizza time, but I'll let you know. Boy, I'm smelling that oven.
I could
we had a new stove here. Now it's not brand new anymore. Oh, we do when the girls like podcast day because that way they get frozen pizzas every week.
That's Daddy bought the pizza.
Yeah.
That's all.
I try to feed them, nice, happy 3 square meals. Tomorrow I'm making a roast.
Ooh, what roast you making?
Carrots and potatoes and peas, and celery. Chuck roast.
I really like my Instapot.
Big
I had
old
a friend
Chuck
give me an Instapot, and that's like a crock pot on steroids.
Well,
I oh yeah.
I brown my roast at about 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning, and then I put it in the slow cooker all day. And come 5 o'clock and falls apart. If you cook it for five hours, I usually cook it only 4 hours on high, and I throw the stuff in after 2 hours after I let the meat cook and marinate, and I barely put any water in it, and then I've got some seasoning stuff that I add. But yeah, I do it. I like to do Sunday meals every once in a while. I'll make a big Sunday meal, but see, that way the girls, back to the topic, the girls get just a junk food pizza on Saturdays. So.
Yeah.
And I still try to feed them well and make sure they eat their vegetables and all of that. I cook from scratch.
Irene.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to get going here pretty soon because we're we're making albondigas tonight, so it's like a Hispanic meatball and vegetable soup. So
That
Oh,
sounds
yummy.
Awesome.
yeah, there's a
Well,
lot of
thank you for your
ingredients.
report. It's great
Yeah.
to see you again.
Oh yeah, no problem. I try to make it on Saturdays, but I mean, like, yeah, it's just been really crazy for me. I worked 52 hours this week alone at one job, and then I'm actually currently looking for a second job, a night job, because I can't afford living here in California anymore. It's next to impossible. So, but yeah, no, anything that I see or anything that I have. What was that?
We got Californicated as well up here, and our cost of living is so exuberant, it's insane. And not only that, we have a housing shortage on top of it, and you can't afford to move nowhere. And I mean, for tiny little apartments, you have to have 2 to 3 jobs just to pay for it, and it's insane. We're in trouble. Our country's in trouble. And, I'm not going to be majorly political, but it's time that everybody does vote this year. I hope everyone votes this year. And if you don't normally vote, you, by God, vote this year. Become a registered voter, do all your stuff, and get your voice heard, because we have to change our future. It is time, and we talked about this earlier, it is time for new hope. We've been bombarded, and we hear all of us regularly talk about how horrible things are right now, and how hard it is, and how we're losing people and everything. But it's also incumbent on us to start talking about doing more for the future and not complaining about what is going on. We have to make it better, all of us. We have to make our own personal lives better. We have to now maybe some of us have to take a step backwards. I did when I moved into the house that I own today. I intentionally stepped down so I could afford to. I mean, I live in a double wide trailer. Normally I would live in a normal house, because I used to own, this is not my first house. I would normally own a regular normal house, but I took a step down, and pardon the expression, a double wide trailer. But I can afford to live here, and that's it. I mean, there is no extra. And of course, our rent got raised 4 times in the last few years. And so it's horrible. But all of us need to change our world. We all need to make ours and everybody around us better. Make everybody else eat. And you can do it with simple ways. It doesn't take big things. It takes little things like, hey, I brought you a cup of coffee, or hey, I did something I know you're going to do 5 minutes from now for you to save you time. And that's the people that are around us, close to us. We need to do those little things, because the little things lead to big things. And thank you for being here today, Daniel.
Yeah, no problem.
I do appreciate you.
Sorry, the girls are. Here. Hold on, Amelia, come here.
You're allowed to wave and say hi.
Oh,
Wave.
hello.
You don't have to say anything. Just wave.
You say hello.
Hello.
No, you don't want to say hello to everybody. Oh, she's in a bad mood. She's that.
Grumpy.
That's okay.
She
Hello.
definitely know. She'll definitely tell you
Big
how
smile
she is
from
feeling
Montana.
emotionally. Oh, you say hi? Okay.
Oh, there's a
No,
hand.
that's good.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hello.
Hello from Montana.
Hi.
And you got
Up in the
Dan
Rocky
in the background.
Yeah.
So you say bye to everybody. We're gonna go because we're gonna make dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have an awesome day.
All right, y'all.
Oh, the
Take care.
girls
Hope I
look
see you
like
next
each
weekend.
other. Oh wow, they're very alike, aren't they? The girls.
Oh, the girls are like they're like twins, just separated by 2 years. I tell my wife that she was absolutely lazy because she just pressed copy and paste.
Oh, shame, they're gorgeous.
Yeah. So, anyways, all right, guys, we'll
Thank you
take care.
for
Hopefully, I'll see you next weekend. Any
You
other
take care,
pictures I get, I'll
too.
send them to the Sam's Gmail, or I'll try and post them on Facebook.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Take care.
Cool. That sounds good, Daniel. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, Daniel.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Mhm. All right.
Irene,
That's always cool.
I did not hear Pelosi saying that. She would never say that. I don't think for a second. You may have unfortunately seen an AI produced video. We don't have to worry about the lizard. I mean, that disappeared on me because it scrolled up. A reptilian. We do not have to worry about reptilian shape changers. I promise you, the reptilians are so bold. Because I have met one. They are so bold, they would not willingly hide behind a fake face. They're not here to invade or take over or reclimatize planet Earth, no matter what you've heard, because they already are part of a faction that already owns this region of space. So therefore, I don't know where. Irene, would you tell me the source of that video you're talking about? I'd like the background information, and we'll look it up. And no, that's not going to be the case. Nancy Pelosi is not a reptilian. And anyone that says that there's a dark reptilian government, no, they don't have to come in and invade our people and hide into jobs. They're high enough up there, they just tell us what to do when we go, yes, boss. It's bigger than you realize. There is no incursion or invasion going on, because the invasion happened 400,000 years ago. And we are just a reoccurring cycle. They don't have to do anything. They already own Earth. And they'll watch us all just eat each other up down here and then pick each other off. They don't have to get involved. We do a great job all by ourselves. Especially when we finger point and scream, "She's a witch," or we do mob
shifters. Are reptilians
not that I know of.
Shifters?
I do not. That is not within my knowledge of having met. Now, I didn't stop the reptilian person that I met for a conversation, let alone to ask that particular question. But I did not see any evidence of that while briefly in the presence of an actual reptilian. So I'm sorry, I don't believe in reptilian shapeshifters and all of this crazy shit that is on TV where, oh, did you see so-and-so blink their eyes and it was a sideways reptilian, and all of this, the queen eating babies and all of that crazy shit. And please do not buy into QAnon. God, stay away from QAnon.
This is not QAnon, but I have, researched looking at pictures of eyes, people's eyes and pupils, and there are people who have, like slitted eyes,
cat eyes.
Yeah, the blacks of their eyes are like elongated, and it happens so quick. There's many videos of like Miley Cyrus or Katy Perry. I'm just saying they're out there.
Let's go to the other side of the street. Let's walk from the parking meter by the church and go over to the courthouse. Okay, we're across the street. What if we have lizard people here? What if we have half-breed grays that are half human, half gray? What if we have so-and-so from the Arcturians or so-and-so from the Andromedas? The whole point with it is we still have to get along with each other, including every other human on this planet, including the animals. We're so cruel to all of our environment. It's insane. And we think it's okay. We do. I was hunting them deer and I'm, killing cattle and chickens.
Good night.
We don't even think about where we get our chickens from.
Alexander.
Oh, are you going to bed, Jillian? Oh, okay.
No, Alexander was
we're inhumane. We're terribly inhumane to each other. And we have wars and we're blowing the living shit out of each other, where our limbs are flying off and our guts are splattering all over the wall and our brains are going all over the place. And yet you people, and I'm you people, that's a bad statement. I apologize for that. Yet there are people that are fearful of a unproven things that go bump in the night scenario. So even if we do have aliens, and if they do come and land and they walk into your house, which I have had happen and didn't like it, and I have said that from then till this day forward, that if you're going to come and visit me, then don't be a chicken shit and don't be invisible. Don't use technology on me or whatever, and you can actually approach me. But the whole idea of being fearful, and anytime, and we talked about this earlier as well, anytime you're basing your science on fear, anytime you're basing your information from fear, anytime you're formulating your opinions from fear, then you're wrong. You're a fool, because you're not calmly checking the facts, and self-educating for the right reasons of discovery and knowledge rather than fear. Excuse me, dry throat. Anyway, yeah, you cannot live life out of fear. And if a reptilian were to land on the planet and they landed in my front yard, do you think I would be shooting at them? Hell no. Not only that, anything I shoot, they're going to shoot back 10 times bigger than tech level than what I have. And that'd be a shitty way to stand there and greet another race, because we are our brother's keeper, and who says that only our brothers are on this planet? And the question is, how many actual humans have been sold throughout the galaxy as commodities in the last 400 million years? I mean, how many other races in 400 million years, or 400,000 years? There's so much going, and see, people, everybody talks about, oh, is it pizza time? Yeah. Okay, I got to go cut pizza. But anyway, we have to realize that there's so much more history going on than just even within our last 5,000 years, within the Bronze Age, within the Copper Age, within the Stone Age. And then we cannot even discriminate against Neanderthal or Clovis or any of that. Remember, there's so much more. And now they're finally starting to talk about some of the pre-civilizations that may have lived here before us. It's starting to eke out of the corners. Anyway, I'll let you do something, and you ladies can have a discussion. I'll go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
I might be going away now.
I know, it's that time, isn't it? Isn't it like, what, 12:30? 12:30, yeah. It goes by too fast.
My tablet's starting to die as well, so I was actually surprised now my tablet was going, dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
I'm gonna plug mine in. Not go totally dead.
It's on 12.
Yeah. Right, 12:30.
Yeah, I know, and it's on 12.
Yeah, really? Well, darn. I wish it hadn't gone by so fast.
Always does, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, but
yeah, especially when we're talking about our stuff that we love, the time goes like.
Yeah, it does. It does. Even just working on it, just working on whatever it is, it always flies by. Hours can just, zoom by, and all I do is look at clouds or something. It's great, but.
I know, it just seems like all I've seen this week was the underside of Uri and all them asteroids going over, but like whole bunches of pointy triangle looking ones flying to the side like that with their stripes on, all heading over the wrong side. And I thought, we're going different side of ways. We've obviously gone doing over to the side again.
Right.
Must have been like Sarah pulled on us and we went doing. But we haven't even talked about the volcano going off in Iceland.
Right. Well, I do have a video of current events we haven't gone over, and I think there's some clips from Iceland in there.
Yeah, I just got sent so many TikTok videos of people going, we're just getting evacuated. We've got to run now. And the volcano's going, and they're all like soaking wet and dripping because they were in the Blue Lagoon, and like there 1,300 of them got told, like, okay, well, time to go. Imagine, I mean, 2 years ago, almost to the day, I was on an airplane to Iceland, and I had a really cool time in the Blue Lagoon. The Blue Lagoon was super amazing, but I mean, tonight I can hear the wind howling like a mad thing out there. No wonder the dogs don't want to stay out. They're like, oh, it's cold.
Right. They're precious, though. They're perfect. And I won't forget you, Audrey. I have them ready to roll.
Does she have a video on Saru? Oh.
She sent me 2 short clips. You want me to? Well, I'll wait for Sam, but they're short. Two short clips, like
pick them on, man, and then we can put them on again for Sam, and then we'll see more stuff. Like
we can do double trouble. We can do a preview, but let's get it.
Oh, hi, Jesus. He's in the chat.
Don't tell me. Here it is. It's like I do it. And Jesus is around. He's working.
And I'm back.
Yeah, he told me earlier this morning that he was really gutted he wouldn't be able to be on because he really has to work. That he might try to get on. That he was going to try to get on.
Yeah.
I didn't scroll anywhere down. Oh, okay, Irene. Oh, Sam, I love lizards.
Yeah.
Well, they're really cool. They're very warlike. They're kind of like the Klingons in Star Trek. They're a very noble race. They actually have charisma. They also have pinkish skin on their soft skin areas. They have human traits and yet lizard traits. So I'd be thinking about that when you include the factor that we humans have the bottom central stem of our brain is also a reptilian brain. So you need to study the human brain a little bit. And the inner core of our brain is reptilian. And then we have many developing cores that have grown and evolved to what we are using today, including on how to enlighten and turn on the rest of your human brain, which is also going on right now for a great deal of people. There are parts of their brains that are being re-affected and returned on, and this is a generational change. The passing of the planets do affect us. The question is, are you going to go up or are you going to go down? Look at that. That is the bottom of Saru and Uri.
Big badass planet.
That white line is Uri and Saru is behind that.
Wow.
You see, there's right there is Uri to the left, and to the right you can see there's another line but sticking out from by the back of it a little bit farther straight, but that is literally Saru and Uri both cutting off the top of the sun right there overhead. And they're going to continue on, and they're going to go beyond us in the future, and we will see them illuminated past Earth at sunrise. Then eventually, I can't give you a time period. And that's the bottom right there of most likely Nepesity. Yeah.
What's in front of it, you think?
It could be Uri if Uri has risen up, depending on what country this video clip right there was taken. Depending. It could be Uri, but it's greenish looking, and it looks like Nepesity to me. Now, I saw some really cool shots of Nepesity where, I don't know if you remember, Rebecca, back in 2018 and 19, Nepesity's close passes were showing where we were seeing the atmospheric sort of like pimple poking little green dots on the base of Nepesity, which we didn't see for the last few years because she's been so over the top of us. We were seeing the bottom of her, but not the side face. And recently I have seen side face shots of Nepesity, which I thought were really cool because you could see the atmospheric little pock circle pimples in the outer atmosphere, which is what makes us believe that Nepesity is volcanic, and it has some sort of volcanoes that are creating updrafting elements from their planet face that are affecting their atmosphere of Nepesity, because we've seen holes, these little green illuminated dots on Nepesity, and we haven't seen it in quite a few years, but I saw some the other day and I was going, oh cool, there you can see two of them, and it's like, and there's quite a few of them on the side view of Nepesity. So she's getting higher and getting smaller. They're all getting smaller as they get higher, unless they're doing a cross over the top of us, at us, in front of us, over the top of us, and beyond, which is also going on a couple of the planets during the day. But once you learn the orbit model in your brain, you'll understand what I just said. And now on to Coca-Cola number 2.
Oh, whoopsie. Where did Rebecca go?
My Coke knocked her off. It's the magic Coca-Cola knocked her off the screen. Just shut her down.
Bubble
I'm
trouble.
joking, of course.
Bubble trouble. Sam.
Yeah. Well, while I was away, I got another Coke because I knew it was empty in here.
Oh well, I'll have
Talk
to
to animals.
go to bed
Talk to
now.
ants. Yeah. Oh well, good night then, Gillian. If you must, then we can say our adieu.
Yeah, I'm starting to drift. Like my eyes are.
Emotional. Yeah. Well, then go to bed, Gillian, and I think, can you find the button by yourself? I can't do it for you, but we could.
I'll
sling
try and find the button
or
by
bad jokes
myself
or-
this time, like the button. Button.
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks.
Yep, that's all, folks.
I
know,
Yeah.
look at
Yeah,
my phone and it's got like
there is a
7% on
limit.
it. And I'm like, oh, I gotta plug it in real quick.
Yeah, you'll go bleep as well. Shame and leave
I wonder
poor
where we
Sam
lost
on his own. All the girls have abandoned Sam tonight. Oh, the girl, a girl thing. Oh well.
Yeah, and you just caught me taking a bite of pizza too, so I wasn't able to talk.
Did you what kind of pizza you got tonight?
Pepperoni.
What? Ooh. Nice thick base.
Pepperoni. Red Baron
nice
pepperoni.
Thick. It better have proper pepperoni on it, not that sort of blow a hole in kind of stuff that they put on them.
Yeah,
you
no, this
get
year
those-
Red Baron's doing a good job with their pepperoni. Some years it's terrible pepperoni, sometimes it's good pepperoni, and this is pretty good pepperoni.
Oh.
Although
Yeah,
my
that
daughter
sounds like you're having
overcooked
a
it,
really
you can see,
satisfying food day.
I like pepperoni, but it tends to be a little greasy.
Yeah, did you
Depends
hear
on where
they
you
put
get it.
all sorts of weird things on pizzas? I didn't know that you could have it like a Scottish pizza, and they were putting on black pudding and haggis and stuff. I thought, oh my word, you could only be in Scotland if you're sticking all that stuff on it. But you know, I was used to African pizzas, you know, like with pineapples and ham chunks and stuff, you know.
That's a Canadian, that's a Hawaiian pizza here. Canadian bacon
Hawaiian.
and pineapple. That's good. I like that. And people say pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Pineapple a lot.
Pineapple does.
Yes,
but, you know,
I love it.
They had another kind of pizza as well, where they did shavings of the meat off it, and this is in a place called Lorenzo's. They do the coolest pizzas. I'm doing an advert for them. They should pay me.
Yeah, well, just go watch Beard Meets Food. Beard Meets Food. And he does all sorts of pizza reviews for you from around the world. And he's a food eater, competitive food eater. Beard Meets Food.
Foodie. Let's be foodies, Sam. We like our food,
And
don't
now
we? Our age group seems to like their food.
Rebecca's back now. You can go to bed.
I know.
Okay, I was holding the fort until you came back, boss lady, so you can stick me out.
Oh boy! Oh, no.
She's got the power, Michelle. She's got the red button. The red button of doom.
And I love that. I love that because you try to leave and you know,
Yeah,
finally
right, go.
Rebecca's just like, okay, here, I'll hit the
Right,
button
there
for
you
you.
go. You're gone.
Oh boy. Well, right.
Yeah, dude, what was it? Something came into my head there. Something we used to do in South Africa. Now I forgot about it. It's like, there was one of those shows that we watched, and it was like, right, well, that's you. Now you're cancelled. Goodbye. What show was that, man? It was one of them game shows. It was a British one.
Yeah, I don't know.
You are the weakest link. The weakest link, and they would go you're the weakest link. Boom. Goodbye. Okay, I must be going mindless, or I've got blood loss or something because I'm going a bit.
I love the lady that hosts The Weakest Link. She's funny.
She was priceless, wasn't she?
She's funny.
She was so deadpan, and she had that hairdo, that scary hairdo, and then she'd go, goodbye, boom, and you were gone. That's it. Huh? Oh, hi, cat. All right, here's a cat.
Yeah.
Hey, kitty.
Cat.
Meow, meow. See meow.
Oh, how pretty. I know. I have one solid black cat. Like solid black. She's really pretty.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's a Stella, but Stella, I think she's been sulking or something. I think that there's 2 new kitty cats moved into the area, and one is pure white and the other one's black. Maybe it's got like a wee white chest or something.
Oh,
Nene! Look how
Yeah.
stretchy she is. She's like a gymnast.
She's so long.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Your little gymnast. Oh my God.
She's so perfect, isn't she?
Is that her in lifetime? Look at the little tummy. She's
Yeah,
getting a tummy.
that was a few minutes ago.
Oh, look at the tummy. She's looking at her own tummy in the mirror.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
gave
God,
her
what a
little
life.
girl thing. Yeah.
Did you see
Right.
I'll
this?
just lie there and look at my tummy, man.
Oh.
Oh, mama.
Look how big she's
Oh, wow.
getting.
She is. She's catching Stella now.
Yeah. 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 Cute.
My cat last night totally surprised me because I feed her dry food during the day. That's her food. And at night, at dinner time, I feed her wet food, and that's her dinner. And she
Yeah.
had like 2 bites left of her dinner. And I told her, I said, eat your dinner so I can pick up the bowl, and I'll give you some more food. Well, she walked right over to her bowl, ate her last couple of bites of dinner, and I gave her more food. Like, she totally understood what I was saying to her. It
Yeah.
was crazy.
I believe it. I know my cats understand certain things, like going in or out or what come on, or they know little phrases.
Oh, yeah,
So-
dinner. She knows dinner.
So cool.
I get done working, and I say, are you ready for dinner? And she's up and in the kitchen, meowing and rubbing up against
But
my
I
leg.
think that they also follow our ritual patterns. We're all very
That
set
too.
in our ways, and
Yeah.
the ritual pattern that we follow, they know instantly what we're doing. Oh, here comes the food, man! And they're all sat there like.
Yeah, it's so true.
And time change. They know when the time changes because they're like, it's like, it's not time to eat yet. It's
Right.
time change. You don't understand time
Right.
change, but it's an hour off, and they don't understand that.
I got a little camera to watch the animals when I'm not here, and sometimes I put it on, and I noticed that it's like the dogs are psychic. They know just before I'm coming, and they're right ready, like sat looking at that door, like just waiting. It's not possible that they would know your bite's coming, but
They're smart.
even if it's a random time you're coming back. Oh, I went to the shops, and you're 30 minutes then. It's like they know.
Yeah, I
But
think they do. I
And
really
they hear
do.
us a mile away as well, don't they? Our amazing animals.
Good night, Jillian.
Anyway, on that happy note, I'll let Samuel go back to his planets before he pops. I can hear him popping.
That's funny.
Just chew your pizza, Sam.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly what I was doing.
Good boy.
And while you
Good
guys
boy.
were talking, I ate my piece of pizza, and I just figured I'd
You're
remind
like,
you.
I'm heartbroken that I can't chew pizza right now because of this tooth, because it'll be like soft food today and today and tomorrow. But I think I'm almost over it now. But now you talking about pizzas, that is
There you go.
very unfair. I'm like, time.
Yeah, I
want
watched a bunch
something
of that
real.
on TV yesterday, and I was wishing I had pizza, and I had to tell myself I had to wait till today.
Oh well,
And I
That's
wanted
me.
it yesterday, but I didn't.
we're going to bed. Night, night, Markins.
Good night, Jillian.
Good.
Good to see you again. We'll see
to
you
see
back
you all
next
again.
Saturday.
The big red
Hi,
button.
Jillian.
You know where to find me. Click the
I
button.
sure do. Okay, bye-bye. Here we go. 1, 2,
Night,
3.
night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. There she goes. All right. Wow. I know. It's like I did not know that Christopher and Jesus couldn't join us today. So that was unexpected, which is okay. Things happen. And Jesus is okay. Someone in the comments thought that he might be sick, but I checked with him and he's okay. He just needs to work. He needed to work today. So I totally get that. So, trying to look and see what I have next on the line up here. One of my cats is laying on my notebook. So let's see. Oh, well, I had a couple of videos of Jesus's. I hate to show them without him here. I think I'll save them, so he could be here. I don't know. We could show them anyway because they're so good. I think we will. Is Sam here?
Probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure you see them, get to see them, because they're really good ones. Here we go.
Scroll. Look how green that is.
Wow.
Top of it.
Boy, I'm torn. That is either a Saturn's yellow moon. I think that it is. Very close past that. That looks more like Atu's moon, how white it is. But the green is an offset of the fact that the Pesci would be to the right. Wow. He gets such good shots up there.
I just don't get stuff that amazing here.
I don't either. Well,
look at
I'll show you my video here next. And it was a special night, but not very often.
That has to be Atu's moon. Yeah, that is Atu's moon right there with the asteroid coming in from the left. And it's on the left-hand side. And Saru is in the background on the right at the horizon by the sun there. And Uri's behind it to the left. The other white line there on the bottom horizon, that's the bottom of Uri. Yeah, that's Atu's moon right there. That's Uri.
Look at the darkness compared to down here, guys. Look at that. Huge shadow up there.
Yep, that's big old Uri right there on the left-hand side. There again is Uri. Yeah, that's the bottom of Uri and all the asteroids underneath. This is what, when we say, 180-day close pass, it's coming over the top of it.
Hey guys.
Now see the green blue in the upper area above the sun.
Record of this so I can show you guys. Look at how light works, guys. This is a very interesting time of the day. And I really want to get on here because this kind of site really helped me understand what light does. And
are we seeing the base cloud of Saru
when it's being blocked,
covering the top of the sun?
Look at how it's being diverted.
It doesn't look like
Saru has one very thick.
I'm gonna try to point it with my.
It has one very thick base cloud.
And then you have these flares over here going up and down. You see that? You see how there's only light right in this area, general area, because it's just being kind of almost like funneled down. You'll see this in the morning or in the afternoon.
That's Saru.
Whenever there's planets, you'll see this. You'll see this when they're blocking the light. You'll see the light kind of being diverted and bending around the planet, and being diverted underneath it and shooting up kind of like these what they call crepuscular rays. That's where they come from, really, when the light's being blocked and the light is just being diverted up and around, up and away.
Very true.
My camera is not
very large from one side of the page to the other side of the page is how big Saru is. It is huge. It's green blue.
I get it, guys, and understand.
If you look at the horizon color of the sun at the ground, just above the mountains, it's yellow and orange. And the entire upper blue area is blue-green planet Saru.
It's misshapen. Why it looks just wrong. It's huge. There's things in our atmosphere. Well, not our atmosphere.
Yes.
Outside our atmosphere.
And getting closer, and we'll go over the top of us. The Nibiru goes the other way. Nibiru is behind us as we're looking at, this is sunset probably in the evening. And so Nibiru is directly behind us in the, if you were to look the other direction.
You see as the planets are being blocked, you see how light looks weird and the sunlight looks misshapen and the sun looks boxy. This is why, even though, right now obviously it's just a cloud blocking it, but at other times you'll see this when there's blue skies. Again, you won't see them because they're distant. Sometimes they're a little distant and you won't see them, because they're not in view. They're way, there's 90 million miles between us and the sun, guys. Remember that. There's a lot of space between us and the sun. That's 90 million miles, guys. If there was a planet closer, just halfway between us and the sun, it's just too far. We wouldn't see it, But if you were to see, if it were to be a little close, of course, when you have a close pass, I had one just a couple of days. I posted it, and you go see it, go and look at that, But sometimes, guys, the planets won't be visible, but they're still there, right? They're just too far away from Earth for us to be able to see them, but they'll still block the light, and you'll see how the light is being blocked. Again, here you see how it's just a cloud, or maybe something else is blocking it, I don't know, but in our immediate, what we can see, it's just a cloud right now. Maybe there's something behind there, I don't know. I'm thinking there is, because look at this crepuscular rays, as they say. There's got to be something there. So, but let's just focus on this closer stuff. Look at how it behaves. Look at how the sun behaves. It'll just funnel right through the middle of the planet above, and whatever's blocking it above and Earth, and it'll just be funneled through the middle. You'll see this every time, guys. I think I'm ranting now, but I hope this helps. I don't know if I'll post this or not, but I've decided that I'm going to start making these little videos explaining stuff, because there's few of us that seem to get this, and to I don't want to, I'm not saying I don't want to, okay, but I'm not going to say that I know that I'm smart or anything, but some of us have spent the greater part of 6 years obsessing over this and recording it and watching it every day of our lives, and there's a lot of people who don't get it, who don't really understand how the sunlight works, and also because we've had so much bad information. NASA has not been very forthcoming. We've caught them in many lies before. But either way, you gotta have to be self-taught, guys. Make your own observations, and you will. It's not really hard to follow this information. It's not really hard to follow. Just get familiar with your skies and with the sun as well, guys. You know. But I gotta go, but I'll start saving these and then see if you know, they'll come out later. I don't know. Yeah, feeling the whole goddamn sky. Lord. See, I was talking about how the light always will be funneled between us, Earth, and them, the planet, and the sun behind. We'll see light coming into the dark up there because we see their dark sides.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And the light is the light is the light. And if you don't get that part, that is not a storm front. That is an overhead passing planet right next to and in front of the sun over the top of planet Earth. Most likely that was probably, depending on when it was captured, it was either Attu or Nepesity, or both in the darkness. And that's what's going on. And yes, there are sky fillers. And I do not know how everyone has not noticed the issues with the light. Either, we're rushing home to get to the 5 o'clock news, or, we're staring at our phones too much, or, seeing basketball and football. But come on, guys. I mean, this is the greatest show of all time. And people are missing it. And I feel horrible that you're not sharing this. And I do. It's like the coolest. Even my daughter's going, Dad, I grew up with this my whole life. God, give me a break. I don't want to go look at them right now.
Right.
Okay.
This is only something older people
I saw the coolest.
Really appreciate, I think. Really, because we can base it on.
Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
Yeah, we know it's something different.
Well, if it's happening every day of your life, which for most of my kids, they've been around this nonstop.
Right.
And so to them, it's totally normal that we have this extra solar system right here, right now.
Right.
But to everyone else that was raised differently, they go, oh, we'd be dead if that was the case because those planets strike us and wipe us out. Well, no, it's a cycle, and it happens over and over and over and over and over again for thousands and thousands and thousands, for millions of years. And as Gillian was saying earlier, Earth is 4.5 billion years old. But there's also people that says the formation of our solar system goes back to 8.6 billion years. So where do you draw the date line of the formation of planet Earth? Well, we don't have that. We have assumptions. And this is unfortunately through Western science. And if we were to go to the Aztecs and ask them, they would probably have a better answer for us in 1500 BC than we currently hold right now here in 2024. Because the Aztecs and the Incas and all of those people had way better star charting knowledge and mathematics than we do today. And these are people that didn't have calculators. Or the Chinese who came up with the abacus and things like that. And you got to remember, we've lost so much. We have lost the ability to do things, and we're not even aware of it. Because we have been lulled, and it's a saying from Rome. You lull a group of people into slavery through convenience and comfort. And that's a direct quote from early Rome. Probably about 200 AD. And you give the people, see, Rome used to feed all of their poor and their people, and they would just feed them bread and wine and stuff regularly to keep everybody happy. And so then this is how they also accepted everybody's gods, a pantheon of their gods, and they all were all inclusive in religion, and they were all inclusive in the political system. And of course it was set up from a version of the Greeks, which was set up from a version of the Hittites, which is barely recorded because the Hittites go back all the way to the last cycle at the breakdown of the Bronze Age. And if you go back to the Abrahamic religions of all mankind currently, that also is within the time period since post last. And the invasion of India by the Aryans and everything else, and that's all during that that golden age of man. And not only that, Christianity mainly didn't really develop until 300, 400, 500 AD. And people don't take that into account either. So you have to relook at the history that we're living with, that we believe is normal, and it's not. It's completely inaccurate, and we have to actually look at it with our history, going back all the way back to the last cycle of the passing of the planets through civilization. And prior to that, we had a bunch of other civilizations that used to exist that are recorded and known of, and yet nobody knows why they vanished. Or nobody knows why there was these two climate changes that occurred at 1700 BC and 1250 BC, which wiped out other civilizations, the secondary one as well, but it wasn't as bad. And I've seen the computer science graphics on the climate changes and the ice ages and all. I study all of that crap. So anyway, the point is, there is so much more to reality, to the connection to this binary solar system passing Earth, than we even realize in our standard teachings of everything we hold as normal. And there, and unfortunately, then Einstein came in and said, well, we have this, and this, and then everybody's made him super famous. And yet there's been 5 or 6 or 7, 8 major scientists since then that have come up with far notorietous equations and things and concepts and they don't even get recognition because good old popular Albert and this 1880 Heisenberg Commission standards that we're still doing the math from 1880 through the 50s, and we've never even grown past that. So it's time for everybody out there to grab some new science and incorporate a little bit of Tesla and incorporate a little of this and a little of that. Some computer tech and electrical tech and add some of the mystic arts as well into that whole equation, because they are all connected. The electrical universe and our gravitational universe could come up with some answers that would speed our technology along if people only opened up to the absolute connection that does exist to the passing of these planets and tech and our age and where we're from and where we're going. Huge science. Yes, David, bread and circuses. And don't forget the Colosseum, brought to you by Vespasian after the sacking of Jerusalem, helped pay for the building of the Colosseum. History, yum, yum, yum. Anyway. Good night, Irene, in Florida.
I could sit here and listen to you talk all night, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good on one hand.
I was going to say that kind of like when I first found Sam on YouTube, it was like 2014. And I just happened to search for Nibiru and I found him on one of his interviews. I think it was Radio Wasteland, or it could be the other one. But anyway, I had no idea what he is actually talking about, but I just like to listen to him. I would have him on speaker playing it and I'd be cleaning or whatever and listening to him because he was just so excited about whatever it was he was talking about. I remember thinking that, I was like, wow, whatever it is, he believes it. It's like, that's what got my attention. It's pretty cool. And then would you believe 3 years go by?
Good.
I totally listen, I found him and then nothing happened for 3 whole years. And then I get back into studying for Nibiru and I found him again. I remembered him. I didn't remember his name, but I found him again on YouTube. And that's when I joined his group on Facebook. So who knew? Who knew it was going to lead to all this? But still, it's pretty cool. Just because I like listening to what he was saying, like you said. Interesting.
It's all interesting.
That's kind of encouraging. Thank you.
Something. Yeah. Hey, Tara. Tara's here, everybody.
Every night, every time I do a show, like every Sunday, I'm going to go, oh my God, what the hell did I say? And I mean, I literally again, and I'll give you a little inside secret from Sam here. after last week's show, I was embarrassed again because I felt like I said too much. I feel like I say way too much about things that are disconnected, and yet I appreciate what you both just said, and even in the comments section, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please tell me, because half the time I wonder if I'm just not being either a lunatic or boring you to death, one of the two. So,
well, you definitely don't bore us
need
to
that.
death. In fact, I need to go back and watch last week's show because I missed most of it. And then whenever I got back home and heard some of the things you were saying, I'm like, oh man, I missed a good show.
I felt like I went and talked too much about the aliens and too much about personal enlightenment and Buddhism and stuff like that. And sometimes, it's I
I
can
love
teach all
it.
of that stuff, but it's not something that I would throw all together on the table in a buffet. It's usually an individual topic that I'll spend time teaching somebody some information that I've learned and then point them in directions of study. It's not like, you should absolutely take my word for it, but I try to lead people, and then I'll hand them, a video or two of something that I've watched in the past, and share that information. And personal enlightenment does come mostly from trusting yourself, and nobody, or I shouldn't say nobody, correct myself, a portion of people do not trust themselves, and then they'll come up with statements like, oh, well, I don't know, or this is beyond my education, and we limit ourselves. And the trick to all of this is following what your drive and your desire is, Montessori learning, where you follow through with your interests. And that's what I do, is I study stuff that I'm led to. Oh, hey, this topic, and then hey, I have a question that way, and then I learn more, and I learn more, and I learn more. And that's all I try to do, is share everything that I keep learning for everybody. That way I know what I'm talking about, and I'm not talking out my nose. And right before the show, we were talking about this group of people were talking out their backsides, and wow, they make it hard when they throw information out there. Oh, 7 suns. Don't do that. That's not cool. We're trying to do real science here, and you're peeing in the pool.
And people should never stop learning. They should always strive to learn more.
Yeah, and it's not like what we give. Years ago when I first started doing this, everybody goes, Sam, you've got to dumb it down. You're talking way over our heads. We don't know what you're doing, what you're saying. And over the years, I hope that I have found the proper way to share this. Maybe I'm still not great at it, but the important things that we do, and this is why we do this every week, and we come up with, and we are also laying it down in recorded history. So therefore, there's a copy of it out there, and we're documenting publicly by a weekly discussion. That way we'll be able to look back at this 2 years from now and go, oh, hey, I remember when that did that, or that was where Atu was, or that was where Uri was, or oh, hey, remember when the Saturn's yellow moon was first coming in and so huge over the top of us, we couldn't believe it. And wow, that happened within, oh, gee, look, we look back, it's a month that it took to do that. And we'll be able to use that cross-reference information and have a legend, a documentary ability. And that's why we're doing this. Whether we get, and we want our likes and our views to go way up, and when people, share a copy of this, go to, the Rebecca's YouTube page, and whether your friends or whatever or family are not ready for a copy of it, throw them one of the shorts. Throw one of our 7-hour programs that nobody wants to watch because, oh my God, it's 7 hours. But tell them to watch it and snip it, and and if they want to, they can, throw the sponge brick at the TV or call us liars or crazy or crackpots or whatever. But share a copy. Get people to watch. Exactly. Make their phones go off. Get them to watch. Because we can't do any more than we're doing. So it's up to everybody else out there to get on the bandwagon, the crazy train, whatever you want to call it, and spread this information.
I feel like
I did actually last weekend. I said something to one of my cousins. Everyone up here is family by marriage, but they're still family. And I said something to him about it last week, and he's like, I can believe it. In fact, my aunt, when I first moved in 2 doors down from her, I went to go visit her one night, and we were sitting there on the front porch, and she asked me, she's like, I got a question for you. Do you believe in aliens? And I stopped and I looked over at her, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're gonna get along just great. Because we all, and her sons, and all the rest of the family, they just
Yeah.
we're
I
all on the
know.
same page. We're all on the
Well,
same
we've been
page.
watching in Montana Skywatcher. We've been watching the Texas Cube and the Empire Orb and the Longbox Cube and all these Star Destroyers, and they've been parked in the same place since April of 2019. Now they got here long before that, both of them individually, and we did cite them. And we even had the discussion the day that the reason it's called the Texas Cube was because the day it arrived out of a wormhole over the top of Texas, which is documented in 2015. And we're talking about this shit every week. And do you think it's gone viral yet? And we're talking all the way 5 years ago, where we're completely publishing on a daily basis the location of these alien craft that we've got, if not thousands of captures of by now. I was going to say hundreds, but I mean we're up in somewhere in the thousands now. And they're always the same, and we know where they're at, and they're always in the same place. And they're, oh look, there's 5 ships around this one, and oh my God, there's 14 around that one, and oh look, there's the space tube. Oh look, there's the Empire Orb, and it just blows me away that this doesn't even remotely go viral. You'd think everyone would want to know this, either through fear or amazement, whichever.
Well, see, that's the problem.
I'm in awe.
People know about Nibiru or Planet X or Nemesis, but they don't know the correct information. Michael Hall, I shared information with him and then realized that he's on your Montana Skywatchers page. And I'm like, oh, so, you already know what's going on. He's like, yeah, I followed Sam for years.
Well, unfortunately, for Michael, Michael is a friend of Billy. And I'm not going to add his last name, but I don't think he's with us anymore. But unfortunately, those folks sort of went off to the QAnon side as well, and they added it into a very large milkshake science blend, a couple of eggs on top of it, some paprika or no, excuse me, nutmeg. Yeah, and that unfortunately a lot of people they'll add all of this crap together, and then they get this mosh posh like Mardi Gras party of all these other conspiracy theories added into on top of our information. And,
yeah.
Oh my God. And I think because their head is so full of this other crap, an example is like Irene asking if Nancy Pelosi was admitting to be a reptilian. That, of course, is information that people are being fed. That is absolutely ludicrous. No offense, Irene. I treasure you as a friend and a very kind person, and I'm not trying to be mean to you, but that absolutely has to be false. First of all, if Nancy Pelosi was a lizard alien, she would never publicly admit to it, because burning at the stake is burning at the stake. And, mobs grabbed Frankenstein, so, and they also killed Joan of Arc. So keep that in mind as well. So they don't have to act like that, and no extraterrestrial is going to put themselves in that spot, first of all, to be so public. They'd like to live a quiet life just like everybody else. Either they're in the comforts of their high-tech environment, or they're down here doing a job, and they sure as hell aren't going to be public about it.
Right.
And we know We know that there are extraterrestrials among us. So get used to it. Don't freak out about it, because you get respect when you give respect. And that is the prime directive from ET above us, the races above us. So if you attack them, they're going to attack you, and you ain't going to win. That's all there's to it. So, the best thing you can do is get used to it and learn how to become. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just thinking, though, how come that's not something that we're just told? Like, it's not just a known, that other races,
we are warlike, greedy, scary creatures. We are not smart. We are very collectively, like we talk about mob rule.
Mm-hmm.
We tolerate evil and don't recognize the things that we should cherish. We are bred to steal from each other and to gather as much gold and commodities in one place so that we can pass the tribute of the gods to the gods. And we are here as factory workers, and we are made to be these factory workers. And we're also made to wipe each other out at the end of each of these cycles greedily to keep this all for ourselves, except for the coming group of people who are hopefully ascending and will grow in the future, because this is supposedly a little bit different cycle this time around, where there's supposed to be people that are supposed to evolve. And so that, let's hopefully the people that are supposed to evolve will, and those that won't. And we can't take everybody with us one way or another. Can't save everyone, but we can inform, and we don't have to prove anymore. We're beyond proof. We have fact. We know this is happening. We know there's extraterrestrials here and above us. And it is drastically, direly time for people to change how everything that we're doing. We are in major climate change. And anybody that doesn't believe that, just look 2 years ago, every major river on this planet dried out. And now this year it's the Amazon and the Mississippi and a few others. And we're having massive flooding, which is the opposite effect. All over China has been flooding. It's still flooding. France, Germany, Europe, Spain, on fire. Spain's on fire. Greece has been on fire. Lots of complete climate change extremities that you're not seeing news over. Stuff that we completely missed, that even though we go looking for it, there's even more. There's more that we're not seeing. Cracks, sinkholes, climate change, freak weather pattern, jet stream changes, both flows of the planetary weather system are now both facing the same direction, which that's never been in history. The Earth is tipped more. The moon is on the wrong course. Our sun arc of our daily sunrise and sunset is wrong. The star patterns are wrong. Everything's wrong because everything's off. And if you don't pay attention to that, well, then whatever happens to you, you've got coming. You either wake up and smell the coffee, or you don't get any coffee. And it's that simple. And it's time. It is time for people to smarten up and start listening and do the right thing. We have to take care of our planet. Our planet takes care of us. It's called it's a circle. It's reciprocation. Yeah. We have to. And right now she's warning us. Look, everything's breaking up. There's the crack. It's flooding. It's frying. Everything. The mountain just moved. Now you have to. That kind of thing. It's all going on right before our very eyes. This is not normal.
Nope.
Oh, once in 1,000-year flood. Yeah, and then it happens the next year. Right. And then, a year's worth of rain in 2 hours. Right. If you don't see the signs now, you're not gonna. I hope and pray everybody wakes up what's going on right in front of us. And this is why climate migration occurs. Because people find they have to move. They can't stay where they're staying because they can't keep fixing it. And, this is where the Sahara Desert came in. This is where Mesopotamia and the Sumer region and Turkey, all of that, the climate change happened. They used to be fertile and green and tropical and grow fruit and all that, and they had stable climate. And now they're deserts. The planet changed the last time, the last cycle, 1650 BC. The planet changed, and then we see all these new civilizations and people migrating everywhere because they had to, because the planet changed. We tipped, we rolled. We may not roll back when they leave. I don't know. The scientists are talking how the liquid core in the Earth has moved. Well, maybe it has because we've been tipped so long that it now finally moved, and it's going to stay that way. So our orbit model has changed. Our rotation has changed. Our weather has changed. The mid-ocean bulge has changed. Things have changed. Our weather has changed. Our jet streams have changed. Our Arctic region. My God, look what's going on the South Pole right now in the jet streams. I've never seen it so huge, immensely large.
And we're supposed to have like 4 supermoons in the next 4 months, which I know has
does anybody ask why it's called a supermoon? Does anybody ever wonder why they're now, within the last decade, starting to call all these non-stop supermoons? Because there's a larger body behind our moon. Right. And sometimes I wonder if it's the Empire Orb.
Oh.
Other times I wonder what it is. I mean, NASA announced that we had several moons, but then we have Make and Ceres and Cestus and all of that. There's other planetoid bodies in our solar system they don't even talk about, because our atomic structure of our binary solar system has a way higher proton and neutron count than they even give Earth credit for. And that's why we are able to make soft metals, which was also part of my paper, which I was slapped with a non-disclosure agreement over. We have soft metals. We are a factory planet. We produce soft metals on this planet, and it's highly sought after.
What do you consider soft metals?
Mercury, tin, zinc, gold, copper, silver. Okay. The precious, the ones that chemistry-wise you can separate because they don't vanish in harsh chemicals. They are pure. Okay. And they're positively proton charged. Their atomic makeup. That's why gold shines and luminesces and never tarnishes, because it's positively charged. Just like water, one of the few things in our universe that is an element that is positively charged. And it's a huge thing. And that's also why the aliens are taking it, and they want it because it's also will heal the body. That's why people take monatomic gold. It actually physically heals your body cells.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Carol Ann's back. Yay. Good to see you.
I love your.
You've either been hitting the laughing gas or ate something. I don't know what happened.
What happened to the video?
I was making faces at Rebecca. I'm so sorry, Sam. I'm so sorry.
I don't mind. I just thought it was amusing. I thought it's really, Yeah, when was the last time you guys ever saw, 50-mile-an-hour winds as average in our weather pattern? Never. Growing up.
No.
What they used to call high winds was 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Back when I was growing up in the meteorological 80s and 90s. Yeah, we'll expect high winds of 37 miles an hour. And now we're getting high winds of 75 to 90 mile an hour gusts. Like, yeah. And remember, just a month or so ago here, we had 109 mile an hour storm blow through here and wipe out half of this county. And it was nasty. Unbelievable. So, and this is why I'm telling everybody, we are not in Kansas anymore. This is not the same game. And you have to realize this is going to happen everywhere to everybody. And it is happening everywhere to everybody. And this is why we have nonstop videos of them week after week after week after week. And this is not normal. We're going to have to rebuild our cities different. We're going to have to rebuild our septic systems. The Romans knew that they had to sequester all that underground water under these vast collection areas that the Japanese are just now building. and they sequester all of that incoming rainwater because they know if they don't, they're going to flood out their infrastructure.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh, well, I thought it was a good team kicking off. Speaking of which, Rebecca, I can't hear any background music.
Oh shoot! Yeah, you're right. We can do better than that. Let's find something else.
Have you got any Bach or Mozart or anything? Or
I do.
Or techno?
Actually,
I don't care which.
Here, a bit of everything, kind of. But we have some Bach.
Yeah, the older music pre-1973 is not copyright protected, I don't believe.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I heard that too. Yeah. This is pretty.
Yeah, we're gonna okay. Imagine that this goes on for another 5 years like this. What's going to happen to our world economy trying to replace all of this over and over and over again? Can you imagine how many swamped cars are being resold?
And the price of
Don't even get me
insurance.
started about the RV industry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Watch insurance companies fail. Watch other parts of our society fail because it can't keep up because we're not. Well, let's talk about just what happened to the Idaho farmers this year, where one town downstream, all the way at the other end of the state, is telling all these farmers that they can't water potatoes now, and they're going to lose millions of dollars worth of their land and loans that they have taken out to gamble every year over to try and produce the potatoes for this country in Idaho state. And because that one city wants a bunch of water based on a many years old recommendation that no longer even exists as far as the drought that is currently happening or not, which it's not. They're not in drought right now, but they based it off a drought scenario. So they have forbidden the Idaho planters to turn on this well and that well and that well and that well to stop them from using the water that's theirs so that the other people can get it downstream. And that's just like the state of Oregon will not allow you to collect your own rainwater. It is illegal to collect your own rainwater in the state of Oregon. Considering they have nothing but rainwater in the state of Oregon, I don't understand that law at all. And sometimes I wonder who's running this chicken shit operation. But anyway, there's so many screwy rules around that so many people can't live, and unfortunately, taxation and all sorts. And the people in California are being
makes those kind of rules are so against the average human trying to survive.
Well, meanwhile, they're pulling in, a $375,000 a year
not like us
annual salary and up. And I need more money, so we have to raise taxes. And I, if I made $375,000 a year, I don't think I would be complaining. But I'm not going to get that $1 million house mortgage either. So that's insane. If I had money, I'd have a poorer house and I'd be on the side of a mountain somewhere. Something I built by myself. Not something these guys are building these days, because look, everything there is going to get flooded out, and then they got to tear it all out and fix it in suburbia. Because obviously the draining system of that street cannot handle the water flow to the sewers, so it's running down the streets and flooding out people's houses. We're planning on the people that set up that neighborhood. Now, China's problem has been their rivers have been overflowing, and the government just lets it loose rather than lose their electrical power generators, which one way or another, it is safety because they put in so many dams that they've created a sequestration issue. And then climate change. There is no way to fight what this is doing. And we are going to be the ones that are going to have to move. There's going to be towns that have to change, and cities that dry out, and people that freeze to death when they didn't, and people that get too warm when they didn't. And it's been happening for many, many years now. It's just now that, we have absolute proof that you can see. And look at that nice little power surge through the power lines. Yeehaw.
Easy.
That's why you have those surge protectors in your home, hopefully. Another good thing that people could actually think of, if they wanted to put a bunch of people in the United States to work, they could work for the Army Corps of Engineers and start putting up walls to deal with floods better. Raise a really nice handmade human rock wall. Let's build some real nice, stoic monuments all over this country and re-deal with our water before it's too late. But they won't listen. Infrastructure. And we haven't paid for a very long time on America's infrastructure. We've been well overdue for 50 years. And if we're an example, look at the rest of the world.
Yes. I don't know about where you live, but the roads over Tulsa are just rough. I mean, they're not fixing. You know what I'm saying, Sam? We've talked about this before, how they're not working on the infrastructure.
That's how ours are too.
Well, the money is available. It's up to a lot of the governors to actually take some of it. There's a lot of, I hate to be divisive, but there's a lot of Republican governors that are not taking the money that is available, that has been budgeted for infrastructure and for health and human services as well. There's lots of governors out there not taking government lunch programs for children. And that's part of what Tim Walz, and the governor of Minnesota, who is now a candidate for vice president, he signed into law that the children that went to school got breakfast and lunch, no matter what, for free from the state of Minnesota. And this is what our government should be doing. We should be taking better care of our children, their diet, the poor, our infrastructures, our hospitals, our schools, our roads, our bridges, our water sequestration, filtration systems. We haven't paid any attention to that for a very long time. We've only been worried about the mall and the movie theater and where the rich people live. Hey, let's build a real nice park over here, maybe a golf course. That's not what we should be doing. We should be investing in people. And we're not doing that. And these are these people with big money jobs, raising taxes and corporate this and corporate greed that. Corporations are making money. Not any of us are making it. And meanwhile, we're all getting poorer and poorer. And, this is all a planetary process. And who's going to pay for this? And who's going to keep paying for it? Because it's going to keep happening time after time now, because our weather and our climate have changed. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We don't know what happens as they leave. We don't know what happens when they're completely over the top of us. What happens when Saru goes over us? We don't know. We have no clue. We don't know what they're going to do when they exit. Are we going to roll back? Are we going to roll completely over? I doubt that. I don't think we're going to do it full spin. But what happens when they leave? We don't know. So this is all part of that thing where people have to start paying attention to what's going on around them.
They tried to leave records, and
go ahead.
I'm sorry. They tried to leave records for us. And that's where you post a lot of your archaeology things, the information. So we don't know if each time they came and left, was it worse? Was it not as bad? So you plan for the worst.
Well, right. Well, the Great Flood happened supposedly 2 cycles ago. And then the Noah's Ark and all of that. And we know about Doggerland, and that's about approximately the same time, where there's an entire region civilization between the coast of southern England to Germany. There was a landmass in between there, and now it's underwater. And there was a whole civilization of people living there. And I don't, that could have been, let's see, that would be like, Earth to brain. Do my math. See. Okay. The math. I'm trying to think. 3,654 plus 1650 BC would be approximately somewhere around 4,000, 5,000 BC.
Oh.
I'd have to do the math. I could do it really quick. Okay, hold on 2 seconds. I got to calculate.
Make him work.
1650 plus 3,654 plus. Yeah, 5,304 BC was approximately the time of the Noah's Great Flood, etc. In previous times, there were other ones. I refer to the Mayan calendar a lot for that, and they've got the central. If you look at the center of the Mayan calendar, there's that skull.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the picture of that, Rebecca? By any chance? Mayan.
I
could send you.
Yeah, I do have the Mayan calendar. Is that what you're wanting to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can, depending on how fast you could post it. I would continue to describe what my assumptions are, and this is in fact. But I have assumptions when it comes according to the Mayan calendar.
Okay. I don't know if this is a very good.
Some of the things I've learned. Well, generalization is all we really need.
Right.
I've got a couple of different copies myself, and I have a good one and a couple of bad ones.
Right. This one's good. Oh, sorry. It did. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta use a bigger hammer.
I know, it's like not very fast. I don't know. It's not very full. I don't know why it's creeping along.
Well, because you're doing a show, and then you're also pulling it on your own feed, so your feed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. And
you start stalling out when you're looking stuff up, when you're going through work, and then you stall out.
Is that it?
There you go. Now, if you notice in the center of the picture, you have the face, which is like the skull. It's like a sort of a skull face. But there are 4 boxes around it.
Gotcha.
And those 4 boxes have a different picture in each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I have from what I've come to understand, that those are the 4 previous harbingers of doom.
Oh.
The transitionary markers for the end of each of the ages. 5th age to 6th age. The age that we're staring at is the one in the center.
Okay.
And the 4 previous, so the 5 total. The one that we're staring at is the harbinger of this one. And that one, to me, strikes me as the skull asteroid. It really does.
See that?
I just associated it with, because it reminds me of the skull asteroid. And if you look, one of them in the upper left corner looks to be like a great flood. So I didn't do a lot of study on the other ones, and I should actually go into and find a actual video on somebody who maybe reads the Mayan calendar in Mexico or in the Yucatan, and learn from them. And I've never chased it down, but I've learned a little bit about the time factor on the Mayan calendar and the Bakhtums and all of that. I've done some study, and I even kind of learned to read Mayan rope language. It is like an alphabet. It's very cool, but I haven't studied enough yet to come to complete dictation of what I think, other than to say that I believe that these are the harbingers of each previous age, leading on to the year 2012, which was the ending of this calendar, and then went into the 13th Bakhtum. And normally there's only 12 Bakhtums, but this time we went into what they call the time of note time. And that sort of explains a lot of the beginning era of the onset of the passing planets as well. And if you look, there's these little circular 4 objects, 5 little rounds, and there's not one on the top. It could be viewed as planets. So I've always tried to cross-reference a little bit of it, but not go too far. But from my understanding, this is that we are entering into the 6th stage, and so therefore the 5 harbingers into the 6th stage. To make a long story short, hopefully, do you follow me?
That story, I like it. Okay, thank you.
So, passing planets, this is, as we dawn into the 6th stage, we're passing, and this also occurred, we had the short period of time where the planets were coming up from below us. Now we're in the secondary. Now they're going by us and then are going to start to leave here soon. And so we are in the 6th stage, and should be very interesting. Sorry, I digress into supposition, but have you any more pictures to go through while you get ready for that? I'm going to run to the little scientist room. I've had a Coca-Cola and a half, and it's now time.
Yeah. Okay.
Michelle, can you hear me okay? Michelle, can you hear me okay? Okay, yes. When I came back in, you were talking about believing, things like that. And I have a little tiny thing I keep above my computer. It says, seeing is not believing. It is knowing. We only believe in what is not seen. And I keep that there, and I keep referencing it because it took me a while to get the fully deep meaning of that. So seeing is not believing, it's knowing. We only believe in what we do not see.
Right.
That might help.
Yes.
It's so good to see your face on here.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I needed the family.
That's why I'm here tonight too.
And that's what my ex-husband just his wife just called me, and that's where I went, and I just lost my train of thought.
It's okay.
But
a couple weeks ago, I couldn't tie my shoes. So.
Things happen for a reason. I know that, and we don't always have control over what happens in our lives.
No, we do not.
Or what other people do.
Or what other people do.
Yeah, so you better live it today because you don't got tomorrow. It's fleeting. It's very fast, so you got to live today.
That's exactly why I felt like I wanted to come on here and say, look, everybody, things can change in an instant.
And they do.
1 minute someone can be here and the next minute they can be gone. So
absolutely
don't hold back. Let people know how you feel.
Can you imagine not ever seeing any of these planets? Can you imagine missing this whole thing? I was thinking, I'm still excited. My most excited was the first time I saw Atu by eye, even above Nibiru. I don't know why it's weird, but the first time I saw that damn purple planet, and it stuck out. So it's like there's no mistaking that. Oh my God, look at that big ass purple planet right there in the sky. Look at it, there it is. And I was way more excited than when I saw Nibiru, knowing that there were people on there and you could see land masses and everything. Because still back then I was going, okay, my brain is making this shit up. There's no way I'm seeing what I'm seeing in 2012. By 2014 and 15, I'm going, oh my God, this is insane. That's a purple planet shit. Our information matches. Oh my God, And I can't even imagine not living this life right now and missing out on these planets and the events and the stuff that we know. And I'm seeing a cameo. Hello, hubby, in the background. So.
If it wasn't for you and Rebecca, Sam, I probably would have missed it. Because, I had heard of Nibiru, years back. And, of course, like I said, I had heard it as the, oh, it's going to come crash into us. And I'm like, no. And so I found Sam first because it was Sky Watchers. And I love clouds. I love watching the sky. And then I found Rebecca, and she was talking about Nibiru, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll give it a chance. And then the podcast and all the pictures, and I'm like Sam, oh shit, they're really here. It's real, and it's not just one. It's not just Nibiru, it's all the other planets that come along with it.
Yeah.
And I still don't know everything. I haven't learned all the clouds and the bases, but I know they're there. There's no mistaking that they're there.
I know, Michelle. I mean, it just takes a little bit of time and an open mind. Once it all starts to fall together, you're like, wait, they said this, and then you look at the pictures and that matches what they said, and it doesn't take too long, but you have to be open to it in the first place.
And I've always been open-minded.
Waving back.
Me too.
Yep,
I think the fact that so many people from around the world have participated in this in the last 14 years. And I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of people do see the planet.
Yeah.
And they do see it. So, everybody who doesn't believe, you guys should, because you're missing out on you join the club, you are missing out on one of the coolest damn things you ever, there is no way I can even compare my life to today to 2008 or 2007, for example, and the crazy shit I was going through back then. But living in the house, and I was still aware of this stuff. But when I jaw dropped in 2009, after filming this blob in the sky at night on my camera in 2008 and 9, and then I see a close passing planet by eye during the day that was huge, and I still to this day believe it was Matim on a strangely odd close pass. I still haven't worked out how that was in my brain, but there's a possibility I missed a whole bunch of stuff that went on even prior to that because I wasn't seeing it yet. But it is so mind-bogglingly different today than it was even just 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago of what we're seeing now and what's going on and then the weather and then everything falling into place exactly like we're fearing it, and the climate change issues and the weather change issues and the jet stream and the arc of the sun and where the moon is, and like we start talking about supermoons again. And that's because when they say supermoon, that means extraordinary, not normal moon. Right. Because we don't have supermoons until now. 15 new names for 15 new clouds. And oh, by the way, that's a derecho up there in Illinois. When an actual derecho is a straight line sand windstorm coming from New Mexico into Texas or from Arizona into New Mexico. That is what a real derecho is and where the name comes from. It's a sandstorm. It's not, we're about to wipe out, 5,000 homes with this lightning bow shock storm from hell because close passing asteroids that they're not telling you about, or a bomb cyclone, which is a close pass of necessity, and they're just throwing out these fake names. Okay, I'm used to hearing that. Okay, I'll knuckle down and buy some extra rice and get my generator some gas, and then people are fine with it. When in actuality, half their town just got wiped out, and it's not prominent that it's going to happen, but it's going to happen in this region and that region and that region and that region. And it does. We've seen it go through Russia. We've seen it go through China. We've watched it go through Europe and cause these catastrophic storms, but they're not linked. None of the news services say, it started in Spain and it ended in China that week. They don't tell you that. You have to gather that information for yourself, and you have to look at the date and you look at the map and you put a little big red pin and go, wow, it hit on the 12th in Spain, and on the 13th it hit Italy, and on the 14th it was in Greece and Israel, and then, oh my God, look, Saudi Arabia flooded on the 16th, And then, oh shit, Korea's got a typhoon on the 17th. And oh my God, it's flooding in India and Pakistan. Oh my God, look, China's now flooding. Oh shit, look what's hitting Japan. Oh shit, look what's coming across the Pacific Ocean, coming into the Aleutian Islands. You know, and it's just, and if you track all of that shit together, it's catastrophic. And everybody's blowing it up like, oh, okay, it flooded in Spain. Okay. And, you know, and we're reporting on it weekly. And where we used to talk about it once every 6 months. Remember, Rebecca? How long ago we'd have a flood or a major catastrophe about every 6 months. And then it got about every 3 months and then every month. And now it's every day around the world. And that's not climate change. People go, well, that's because more people have cameras right now, and so they're posting it on YouTube when they didn't before. No, not like this. Not where entire villages are washed away and entire economic systems. Like I can't even imagine what the Chinese are going to do for winter food. I don't know what the Chinese are going to live on this year. I do not know. Are they going to have to import? I mean, they bought up every stick of corn and rice and wheat they could get their hands on from the U.S. Over the last few years. They even bought ground corn. You know, the stuff they pile on the ground, not in silos. And we used to have vast supplies of that. And we would sell that to people that turned it into pig food and stuff like that, and in some cases,
farmers,
landfill, etc. Mulch, you know, you grind it up and it becomes a protein mulch for soil additives, etc. They bought all of that the last couple of years, everything they could get their hands on. But then now China's broke too, and their market, their banking system is they're printing more money than they should. But anyway, that's Chinese economics, and Russia's in trouble, and Europe is finally starting to pick up, and our economy is doing fantastic. We're way high right now. We're on this scary high roll. We're scarily doing well, and let's hope we get out of this.
I watched my 401k. I watched my 401k go. Now I don't have a lot in there. It's one from a company I used to work for that I haven't, like rolled over into something else, but it still does accrue money. And I watched it go from 20,000 to 15,000 and back up to 20,000. Mm-hmm. And I still, I hear people, and they're like, well, invest in gold, invest in silver, and, and I sit here and I think, well, am I safe keeping my money in my 401k?
Stock market.
Do I pull it out?
I would suggest if you could do that, if you are able to take that into cash and turning it in for a retirement, if it's within your time, that you don't pay too much taxes, I would recommend taking it out.
Well, see, that's the thing. I was trying to avoid having to pay taxes and penalties on it and all that.
Well, when do you get it with that? With when does the end of the term of this deposit mature?
I think they said when I hit 59, I could take it out with no problems, but I'm only like 52, so. But well,
I'd let it ride. I'd let it ride then.
So would I.
Yeah, I'd let it ride for now. If you have that long a period, but if you have, I cashed mine in like right before the big crash in early 2008, right before everything went to new. And I don't know why I did, because I needed the money, but and I cashed it, and I did pay substantial taxes on it compared to normal, but you pay it, so, and you pay it when you cash it in. It comes right off the top before you get $1. So I'm not you don't want to buy gold at this point in time. It's way too expensive.
No. Yeah.
Not if you'd have bought gold 10 years ago, you'd be rich beyond your wildest dreams. Because gold since the arrival of the value of gold has gone skyrocketing above ever historical records, and it continues to go up. And that has to do with making sure that every little scrap and every little morsel comes out of everybody's jewelry box around the planet, and the commodities get sent over to you know who, because it's a propped up, moderated inflationary system anyway, as far as money is concerned. And the real valuable stuff is actually the commodity itself, and therefore any price to shipping and pleasing the demigods above us is absolutely worth it. I guarantee the King of England, if not the Queen of England, has already given a very large chunk of it to the people above.
So you think I'm safe until, because that's like 7 more years.
Yeah, currently. Yeah, I don't see a fall. Now, if you see the Chinese market start to affect the overall world market, cash it in as fast as you can. Well, the Chinese market is teetering right now on a fall crash. Now, they might be monetarily propped up for a period of time with their false production of money, but the Chinese market is crashing, and it may affect the world market just like it does. Our housing issue crashed in 2008, which affected the world market as well. So if you do see the Chinese world market crash, then I would contemplate it. But prior to that, there's nothing more that's probably going to wipe out any major amount of a 401k versus the stock market. Because currently the stock market is at its highest value it's ever been. It's at 41,000 something. I looked at it this morning.
What was the stock market this morning?
And the
thank you, Sam. I
and
appreciate
doing
that.
real well.
Oh,
You know me. I do my homework.
I know I don't do my homework.
I forgot to tell everybody. It's balmy 58 degrees in Montana. Yeah, you know. Yeah,
I know the high today was like 94, and the high tomorrow is supposed to be like 95. But then the last couple of days, the high was like 79, 80, and I got my windows open.
We have a cool thing now. We've been getting rain and some nice rain, and I of course get to mow the lawn again. And it was 68 and 70 something today here, and the other day was in the 80s and 90s again. But yeah, we're going to drop down to the 70s for the rest of the week. I hope we get rain because our forest needs it. Boy, look at that. Keep that picture. My God, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful. Yes, it is.
That is Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right corner. It's very blue with the ion tail crossing in the middle of it. Can't make this shit up.
Let me pull your drawing up so we can admire how perfect it is. Hang on.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
See, I sit here with my laptop and one of my cell phones, because the one cell phone that I have, the colors are so vibrant, and I can look at the picture on my phone and my laptop, and sometimes I can see stuff on my cell phone that I cannot see on my laptop.
I've noticed that some of the videos when I watch on YouTube, that's a good drawing of it. I'd use the current one, but I have noticed that on some of the YouTube reproductions, like if I watch this show tomorrow, the pictures will look different than what I'm seeing them now on live. And Saturn is the orange area with the orange and purple, and behind it, I'm really tempted to say is the edge of Nepenthe, just over the sun where the white is to the left. The bottom is Nepenthe core, I believe.
Okay, so
what's in this shot?
The red is that Nibiru
No,
or
the
not?
dark orange. The dark orange area is Saturn.
Yeah.
Where all the dark oranges are. Okay. Now on the upper right hand area in the blue is Saturn's yellow moon, and you can see the big dark ion cloud going in the front of it, going from the middle of the picture to the upper right corner. Okay. Yeah. Now if we go over to the left base, there's an illuminated area behind the planet is Saturn, just above the sun, and you see there is a circular ring right above the dark cumulus nimbus normal clouds at the horizon, with the exception of the spiral asteroid, which is in the left middle, coming in from the left middle. But the rest of those clouds are normal cumulus nimbus. Behind it, in the light purple, where it's illuminated, that is the tipped axis of Nepacity, just above the sun. And Saru is making the orange-yellow at the horizon.
Dang.
Because the real sky color is at the far. The real sky color is at the far left horizon, just above the mountains and the houses. On the see that color? That's the real sky. Everything else is planet.
It's different to see Nepacity behind Isatum.
Yeah, behind Isatum, right?
Yeah, it's different.
Right,
okay.
because
it makes sense. Because look at the drawing.
Because we are now. Okay, remember we talked about
It's right there.
It is behind Isatum, and then we're seeing it at that angle.
That's perfect. That is actually perfect. This photograph.
Because Nibiru and Isatum are rotating over the top of us now, and we have gone from the far left side of Uri and Attu to around the face of Uri and Attu, right next to Nepacity, which is in front of us, and Saru, which is now in front of us, because Uri got out of the way. That's why we're seeing Saru now. Meanwhile, Nibiru and Isatum have come in at our faces, at our front right shoulder, and have now gone to our right shoulder and are slightly behind us and above us on our right shoulder as our out view. And so we're seeing Nepacity and Saru underneath because we rotated. They have rotated as they rise above us.
Yeah, that's good. Let's see what's next. Oh boy, look at that. What is that? Is that Uri?
Bottom of Uri. Yep, it's the bottom base cloud of Uri.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is cool.
See the illumination of the cumulus nimbus clouds on the horizon?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the light shining underneath Uri, and the upper left or the upper right corner is dark because that's still Uri, and the light is shining under Uri, which is why you have those bright white cumulus nimbus at the top of our atmosphere.
And we always see those stripes. Like here's a good example. That kind of looks just like it. Look at that, Sam. That's from 2019. Oh my God. Okay, so there
the asteroids back when they were all closely clustered together because of our out view.
I gotta get those set side by side. Yeah, and that's 2024.
Yep, same shape over and 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 over again.
Yep.
Oh, cool. I love it. Okay, neat.
And we watched it for 14 years, and here it is, and you can't make that up. Now look at that. We know what that is. That's the open base core of Nepacity, and she's just getting ready to drop her snorkel.
Let me get that drawing.
That's amazing.
Where is it? Let's find it. Surely I have it, right?
What?
But yeah, it has.
We've had thousands of really awesome captures of Nepacity. We see more of her because she's small. She's one of the smaller planets of the group. Only Matim is smaller than Nepacity. Yeah. And that's why she causes the snorkels, because she rotates so fast. Comes in a close path, and the rotating atmosphere and ion electrical connection create that snorkel in a rotational pattern where it sucks up our upper atmosphere, where it gathers oxygen up into space, and that oxygen mixes with the planetary, or the extraplanetary atmosphere of hydrogen and helium and other gases all mix in and create the cloud bombs, or bomb cyclones as the government calls them. where we get all that water drop because of the interaction between the passing planets and the sucking of the atmosphere and the interchange of the electrical, which is why we get 2 years worth of rain in 2 hours. And ice crystals the size of grapefruits.
Oh.
What they're now calling gorilla hail.
Yeah.
Oh, we know this one. That's easy. That's Atu's moon.
Huh.
Asteroids coming in from the upper left.
Yeah. Okay.
And the white illumination on the bottom is the bottom of Atu's moon, with Atu in the far right-hand corner. And Uri is behind them, but this is Atu's moon. And you can always tell by looking at the other clouds in the front on the upper left. If you see asteroids coming in from the upper left, it's Atu. Now, it's entirely possible Nepesity is right there with the open core, right behind it. I could be, calling it that Atu's moon. That could be a combination between Atu's moon and Nepesity open core mix.
Huh.
We know they stack up together regularly in outview.
That's pretty cool.
But I started that assumption through looking at in the upper left corner, seeing the asteroids coming in from the upper left. And that immediately tells me Atu's moon, and we know that Nepesity is behind it, so that's probably a mix.
I like the right-hand side where it's from the asteroids, all that streaking,
I know.
Clouds. That's so cool looking. I mean, weird but cool. All right.
Not something normally you'd see in the sky.
No.
Definitely not.
And here again, look at the color of the sky. Look at the color above in the secondary background in the center, which shows you we're seeing two different somethings.
Yes.
The orange sky is the real sky. So what is that blue object up there? Well, that's a passing planet. Most likely is Saturn. Why it is blue, I don't know. The damn thing should be red.
Okay, so would that be
doubtfully could
behind it?
be Nibiru, but I doubt it.
Or
now if this is in the south, if this is taken in like New Zealand or something like that, it could be. I could be totally asked wrong. But look where the sun is on the left. So we know that we're looking at planetary bodies on the right-hand side of the sun at sunset. So therefore, it has to be a Saturn yellow moon and possibly Nepesity or Saru behind. So I mean, it's hard to. If I knew where this was captured, it would be easier to call. But I mean, generically, we know that the blue is a planet and the orange-yellow is the real sky, and we've been seeing that for the last couple of weeks because, believe it or not, Saru, the base cloud of Saru, is influencing our sky color right now, as well as the yellow moon. Why we're seeing blue, I don't know. That could be just the shadowing.
Okay. I've seen Isatum look blue before in other pictures.
When it's smaller, you can definitely see the red. We've got many pictures of it as a red planet. And the wings and all of that. And the Saturn's yellow moon right in front of it all over and over again, time after time. That is pretty much Uri. Base of Uri and the Salamander asteroid group on the left-hand side up there in the middle mix. And she's coming over in, and I'm almost tempted to say this is an early morning shot. I could be wrong. It could be sunset, but either way, that's where Uri is, even at sunset. Day or night, same thing. But that white line going up from the middle of the left, boy, look at that.
Sorry.
Unbelievable color.
Sorry.
Wow.
Didn't mean to touch it. Sorry. What white line?
No worries. The white line going from the middle left all the way up to above the sun to the middle right. That is probably, and if you look, that's probably the edge of Uri. And if you look beside it to the left, you see the stripes of Uri.
Oh, man. Yes. That
So
makes
that's the
total
tip back.
sense.
Uri is rising higher and higher and getting smaller and smaller.
I would have missed that.
It may be quicker or it may be slower. I don't know, but we are seeing evidence of Uri rising up higher, off the horizon,
See it
Because
now.
before she used to cut off half
You
the
see it,
horizon.
don't
We only
you,
saw,
Gillian?
Yeah,
we only
I wouldn't have
saw,
missed
you know,
the
Uri
first
was
call.
below our horizon, and we only saw half of Uri, the half that was above the horizon. And then over time, she has risen up higher and higher. Now we're seeing the bottom of her again in the asteroids and the salamander, and which is, we call it the salamander asteroid group because it looks like a group of things semi-embedded in its outer atmosphere in the shape of a salamander holding onto the side of a ball. And that's why we've called it the salamander asteroid group. Yeah, that's the edge of Uri right there mostly.
Yeah,
And
that was
look at
cool.
that color. That could be a direct reaction from close passing planet is Saturn, which is deeply red. So quite easily, this could be in the Saturn effect right there. That's far redder than any fire smoke I've ever seen. So that's awesome. And and we saw that here in Montana like a month ago. That maybe that picture is older. I don't know. Pretty purple. Pretty purple.
It is kind of purple. Yeah, it's pretty. This is from Robert in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Right.
That's so good.
That is the bottom of Nepenthe. That looks like Nepenthe to me.
What's nice about that is Robert takes a lot of pictures from there, a lot, and we can compare all of them and watch as different planets come around. He takes awesome pictures.
Yes, and he's a very, very valued longtime member of Montana Skywatcher. I think he goes back all the way to Montana Skywatcher 1 even.
I remember him from way
Dear old friend. And keep up the good work. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, here is a drawing that goes good with it. I'll say that one. Especially those striped effect that we see often. It totally stands out right here. All the way across the sky.
The fingers.
Yes.
Now, Nibiru has fingers too, but they're farther apart. Nepenthe has smaller fingers. Of course, Nepenthe is a way smaller planet too. But
yeah, that's good. Okay, love it. This was from Alexander.
This was, from right. I was just going to say that. I think this is the Texas cube.
Oh, which part? Under the sun?
The stripy thing in the dead center in the middle.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. But is there something round in
It's
front
putting
of
off
it?
straight lines.
Yeah, I see what.
It's putting off straight lines. Behind it is the square.
Follow the top and bottom
pattern of it.
I see a tilted box.
You see that?
But behind, I see a round thing in front of it.
Well, there's a round thing in
Well,
your
remember,
face.
it's got a side orb. There's a side orb supposedly always in the front.
It looks round here too.
Wouldn't that be crazy? That's a side orb and a cube. I do see the cube, Sam, now that you pointed out, right under the sun at a tilt behind.
It is on a tilt,
Yep. And we've had 5 or 6 sightings from last week as well, which is what led me to knowing pretty much okay, we're seeing the Texas cube again. So this is it was a pretty automatic assumption for me.
Yeah. And you got to remember, Rebecca, he's watching on a huge screen.
Yeah.
So
right.
it's like I'm trying to say which eye can see better. It's like, oh my God, is this changing? Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
That's why I like my cell phone too, because I can zoom in on it.
Right.
And there's a couple of triangles included in that central cloud pattern as well. So it could be ships, smaller ships. And remember, the star cruisers or whatever we want to call them, the big triangular things that look like Star Wars ships, they are massive. So that shows you just how massive these cubes are, because they're tiny compared to the cube. Mm-hmm. And we've, even the long box cube, which is 2 cubes slapped together to make it the long box cube. So that thing's even more massive. And that got here in 2017, and the regular Texas cube got here in 2015, excuse me. And, we know they're up there. That's an easy one. That's Atu's moon. See the bubbles?
Yes.
Yes.
See the purple?
Color.
Yeah, and the color,
Close
right?
past Atu's moon. Awesome shot.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Look at the purple at the top.
Most likely normal clouds, possibility of asteroids, but generically look at that red. We don't get that. Excuse me. Now, there are volcanoes going off all over the planet right now. It may be volcanically related, but I really think a lot of that has to do with Earth light refraction on close proximity. Red planet is Saturn. I'm pretty sure, because I've never in my life seen that red of skies ever. And I live in Montana. We have the best sunsets there are, and I've never seen that red before, except here in Montana a few months ago, or like a month and a half ago, with some really awesome. And I do believe I saw the side of planet is Saturn, but it was so big I had no way to identify it behind the clouds I was looking at. And if I don't know, I'll tell you.
Okay. Counting on you.
Well, there's another cutoff, of the sun over the top of it. Everything in that straight line that's cutting off is probably the bottom of Saru, with the light blue area being Uri above the clouds at sunset. Because the real sky color is yellow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Uri and Saru, look at that. I'm still getting used to seeing Uri so much higher up, not on the left side.
And they're changing. It's gonna. Yeah. And there is an illuminated thing dead center in the middle. There's a circle with a completely light blue comparison to everything else. And I'd bet money that's the spiral asteroid dead center of the picture.
Yeah.
It sort of just jumped out at. I mean, I've got it. I've got it blown up here in front of me. So
directly above the sun.
It's about the size of my thumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, dead center. No, not above. You above the sun. You go over dead center of the picture.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
There's a circular light blue circle.
Yeah.
And I would bet money that's the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
Cool.
Because it's completely lighter than the rest of everything else on the picture.
Yeah.
Neat.
Thank you.
And that is a combination of Nepacity and Saru. The orange, red, and red, purple are Saru, and Nepacity is the white illuminated upper center just above the sun, just past sunset. And the white illumination about an inch off the horizon is the open core of Saru.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. I love those colors. It's just so, like orange, red, purple. It's like, wow.
This is Uri onset, or the bottom of base cloud of Nepacity. Notice the fingers.
Okay. Yeah. I was
And
wondering.
if you go to the right, on the right picture on the right, you can see a direct shot of the blue asteroid in front of the sun.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the blue asteroid in front of the sun.
Wow.
And we know for the last few weeks that the blue asteroid is crossing in front of the sun currently.
That's crazy, isn't it? That is so cool. Because you do see
and I know these things because I see it for a week at a time, and people from around the world send me their pictures, and all this information comes into we make a soup, a big culmination soup of all the information, so I automatically know what I'm looking at. This again is bottom of Saru. Very big, very, 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 very big, and she's coming at us quickly. She's moved in the last month substantially. In the last 2 months, wow. I mean, we weren't even seeing her until we went into the summer orbit model, and then all of a sudden we moved, and then the planets moved above us higher. And then it was all of a sudden Yuri got out of the way, and look, there's Saru, which I've known she's been behind it for years. This is probably, this looks like a normal storm.
Okay. Normal storm. All right.
Maybe
Still
not.
weird.
It might not be, but yeah,
This
is not a
Montana.
normal storm.
Yeah, these pictures are.
This
from
is
Montana.
this again is the bottom of Yuri. See those
Yeah.
fingers that literally like this claw thing going to come down and grab you and pick you up. That's the bottom of Yuri. Nasty, 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 nasty.
It's crazy.
That's the base cloud of Yuri, definitely.
Wow.
And notice her axis tip is changing. And the light is behind us. So that's also one of the reasons that we know one of the few planets that would look like that is, of course, Yuri. And Yuri is now beyond Earth in certain parts of the day and being facially illuminated for the first time in many years.
Like, look at all those little on your drawing.
Yeah.
I look at the texture, all the little marks that you make, and I study it really closely. And then you look at the picture, and you can see it's the same little bubbles he drew, same little you know what I'm saying, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And that drawing
I
was like
stared at it for so long, for so many years.
Wow.
I draw what I see in my head, and that's how I do it. And I just know people send me the stuff, and I was noticing on the picture, I stopped doing the landscapes on the bottom. Has anybody noticed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Over the last few years, because we were running out of drawing room,
room.
and I kind of miss doing that. And I'd like to be able to include the landscape drawings, because some of them are pretty good pencil drawings.
Let me find one.
Great pencil drawing.
And I always put the same one in time after time on the middle. On the middle right, I would always put this real strange butte that we don't have over here, but we do have on the eastern side of Montana. And I wonder if that's a real one or not. I'm always drawing the same one. And you can see it just under my name on the right hand side there, just under my name is that one I draw all the time.
Top of your little.
And it's cut off, unfortunately.
Oh shoot! Sorry.
Well, yeah, most of these drawings, for years you have a bottom, and a lot of the times they get cut off to try and fit it in the shot. There it is right there in February.
Yeah.
Even earlier than that, we had lots of room on the bottom.
Yeah, when the planets were much smaller, we had lots of room,
Yes, we did.
And here I was describing earlier where, before Yuri was below the horizon, and in this picture, Yuri's rising up and higher above the horizon. And over time, of what I see and what I see and what I see and what I see, I just draw it, and I know what's coming because I've got it in my head. And that's how I'm able to draw these as accurately as they are. And it blows me away that I can still, and I chuckle, and this is how, see the arrows on where I say it in the earth and where the arrow is pointing to Nepacity. That is literally where we are right now. We're seeing Nepacity dead center in front of us, and then Saru dead center in front of us. So you have to move the earth over to the right a little bit on that drawing, and that's our out view to the center. Yuri's on our left, Atu's on our left, but farther past Earth, Nibiru, etc., is on our right, and we have moved. And I understand the orbit model and how they're moving, and once you get that in your head, it's quite easy to draw. I look back at that, I like this one. See, we were on the left-hand side of Yuri and Atu, and then we hit. They were coming over us and at us and at us and at us, and then we hit our summer orbit model, and we literally went around underneath Yuri and Atu, and Nepacity and Saru came into view because we did move over where the little arrow drawing shows us going. And now we're underneath Nibiru is Saturn, with Nepacity in the central view, Saru in the central view, Atu overhead beyond Earth, Yuri overhead and going beyond Earth now, and we're underneath them and in the middle of them. And I had drawn this in 2018. And we were there, we were moving that way, and we have. And I was accurate about that drawing as well. And that was almost 6 years before it occurred. And I've got the model in my head. And it just works. It just works.
It does.
And 14 years. I would hope I would know what I'm talking about.
So Robert is asking about the binary sun. Is it always behind our sun? And explain how that has changed, because
currently the answer would be no. Upon arrival, now I figure the standard red star, it came from up underneath. And then it rose up to meet our star. And I think there's probably, 10 million miles in between them or more. I mean, there's no way to judge that. It could have been 90 million miles for all I know behind it. And then they did this discharge thing where they linked sort of and connected electrically. I think the larger star was robbing the facial output activity of the coronal mass CMEs and all of that, because we had this really freak 11-year solar cycle that just up and quit, and it baffled scientists. And I to this day believe the larger star was pulling matter backwards off the smaller star, and then it got closer and bigger, and they co-orbited for quite a few years in the same spot. Now I can't tell you that they weren't rotating. One day we would see that our larger star, the other day we see our smaller star in front. I don't know for sure. I generically believe that our star was in front of the larger star for a very long time because of photos, the way the photos looked, the intensity brightness in the center versus the outside reddish ring, which is the gas giant Nibiru behind it, which is what holds both stars. They're attached, and I think they're just crossing places. They're not free falling or traveling alone and separate. They're just trading places. And for a period of time, they were co-orbiting in proximity to each other. But we believe now that the planets are rising above us and going beyond Earth, that we are beyond the halfway point, and therefore we believe the stars are separating. We waited for a very long time. We got some reports from Australia, South Africa, and South America that were telling us from their point of view, because they see it at a different angle than we do, that they were seeing two suns. We got submissions of that evidence, and currently it has been leading us toward the summation that they are separating now. I believe due to the separation of what occurred this year, that's why we saw an increased temperature skyrocket in our planetary temperature, and why we had massive heat waves all over the place. I think that's going to affect us and continue, even if it was to quit today. I think we're going to see further trouble from that, because if the Amazon is in drought, we're in deep shit, because the Amazon makes 3/4 of all sorts of our weather and a huge percentage of our oxygen on this planet. And if they turn into drought and those plants stop making oxygen, our weather's going to change, our oxygen levels are going to change, our atmosphere change, our gases will change. Remember, only 20 to 25. They're saying 20 now, but I remember 25. So there probably is already something going on where we have even less oxygen than we normally do, which could account for a lot of people being dizzy and disconnected and tired. If we have less oxygen on the planet than we're supposed to. For the people who are having asthma attacks and can't breathe, you might think about that. So we're seeing climatary changes, we're seeing oxygen level changes, we're seeing changes in nuclear radioactive degradation science, and all of that's changing. They haven't figured out how, and they see a change in the UV light index and where the planets are and where the sun is and the arc of this and where there's just so many things are all tied together that completely prove that this is all happening. It's all connected. And yeah, look at that. Argue with that. That happens to be a perfectly round orange cloud. Yeah, it's a round orange cloud.
Just dare me. Nothing to argue about.
That is a
I got a
planet.
question. I got a question, Sam. I
Yes.
saved my eclipse glasses, and I'll put them on sometimes and look at the sun to see if I
Well, look
can
for a
see
smaller object on the
anything.
right or the left of it.
So, what would I look for if I'm looking at the sun with my eclipse glasses on? What would I look for to
You'd look for
see
a smaller,
if there's separation?
smaller, less intense, a
A
smaller,
bubble on the
a
side.
smaller star beside it,
Okay.
Mhm.
or
Or
an
even
illumination on the side if they're mixed,
on
if
the
they're
side,
close
like a
to each
bubble on
other.
the side.
But I think we're seeing. I think we're seeing that they've had in the last month or so. They have separated enough that they are separate objects now. And look for a smaller, like I was saying on Tony's earlier picture. It's very possible if that wasn't a lens flare, that is the approximate correct size for our star versus
Mhm.
the standard red star. Our star is going to
Okay.
be much smaller than the standard red. Now, if the
Okay.
standard red, I was fearful that it was coming towards us. And if they are continuing on the path, oh, look at that. That is the side of Attu. Look how purple that is.
Wow.
Look how
Yeah,
big
and
that
that white
is.
bubbly is Attu's moon. But that is purple, striped purple Attu. That's an awesome shot.
That is.
Yeah.
And Sam,
you
didn't
look
you
for
say,
a smaller star next to it. Yeah, if
Sam?
anybody shows you a picture of two stars and they're both the same size as a glass double, go ahead.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Didn't you say when they separate, they are going to go up and over and to the right of us?
Yeah, because they
Michelle?
came in from the lower left. They're not
Okay,
going to
and then
change
they
direction.
just okay.
We're ships passing in the night. We're trading places on location behind Imaru that holds the two stars. We're just
Okay.
passing one way and then the other. And being that we are binary and we are, I believe, electrically opposite, we're like two cogs that are turning in opposite polarity every 3,654 years. We pass by each other and repel and just go about our normal orbitation behind Imaru, which is so massive that if you don't have major technology, you wouldn't even know it's there, because to you it would be just a dark area of space that has no cloud, no stars.
Right.
And we're just now, starting to look out among the stars with halfway decent cameras, but everything we see is from thousands of years ago, from long, long ago light that isn't even anywhere close to where it came from or currently is by the time we see it. Because space is pitch black, and you only see it when it's being illuminated on a facial illumination. And the only reason that we even see some of the planets around some of the stars way out there in other galaxies is when they cross in front of the sun.
That's right.
And other than that, we
Same
don't
like
generically
everything.
see them. Now the new telescopes are changing that, so we're getting better look. And of course, they're not releasing all this other information, and they're telling us that we have to rethink how we what we believe, which is very true, including in archaeology and in space technology. We have to rethink it because they're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. And my information from off-world told me that they were wrong, and I believed them. Besides, you don't argue with an extraterrestrial, although I did.
Only you, Sam.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, I do.
I don't understand. You've got to tell me more or tell me less. And like, oh God, don't tell me anymore. I don't want to know. I actually did say that to him at the end of the thing here. He was telling me so much shit. I didn't want to know it. Now look at that. There you go. It's Saturn's yellow moon. Ion tail.
That's
Can't make
wonderful.
that shit up.
Look at that.
Unmistakable.
And just above the tree line in the center is lead asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, just like the site drawing. Knowing it's there, knowing it's there, knowing it's there, and there it is.
You're right, Tara. So clear.
What blows me away is I'm the only one that is throwing this out there for the rest of the world. Well, you guys are, of course, helping, and you all know
Well,
this
that's
as well.
because
But
we're
it
with
blows
you.
me away that it is all coming from me. This is so strange.
You know, I know that I saw Yuri the other night because you could tell. You could see the lighter part, the darker strip, the lighter strip, the dark. And I pointed it out to my aunt, and I'm like, look, you know, I'm like, do you see how it's, you know, like the light and then the darker part and then the light? And she's like, yeah, I actually do see that. And I'm like,
the stripes of Yuri. I
you're
love
probably looking at Yuri. And
Yeah,
she's
I
like,
love. You know, we've been getting great captures all week. Last week, 2 weeks of Yuri. Awesome side illuminations. And of course, this is mostly normal clouds, but we know that the purple comes from one thing and one thing only.
look at that.
Planet Atu.
Well, it's like I told my cousin, I'm like, have you ever seen purple lightning? He's like, not until lately. And I'm like, have you ever heard, seen lightning and not heard any thunder? And he's like, not until lately. And I'm like, there you go. That's proof right there that there's something going on above us. Oh, look at that.
I like the way you do that, Michelle. That's what we must do. We must ask questions.
Well, you plant a seed. You know, get them thinking.
That's exactly right.
Are these the clouds that you're used to seeing from whenever you were a kid? No. Like, well, there you go.
I love it.
Not even when I was a kid, back at the dinosaurs.
Sam, did
You know,
you say?
as a kid, you're used to seeing the little floofy clouds, you know, and they're not all the little floofy clouds anymore. They're all these amazing, you know.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Repetitive sky patterns that we've never seen in our entire lives, and then all within the last 8 years is just nonstop.
Yeah.
That one would have made a wonderful time lapse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See that.
Man.
See, and that helps me. That helps me see them better too. Is the time lapse.
Also checking which direction the light. The first thing, I'll look at the planet, and then I'll look at the ground, and I'll look for shadow.
Yeah.
Okay, where is the shadow? It tells me kind of sort of what time of day it is. It tells me which direction we're facing. In this case, if this is normal daytime, it'd be in the morning, roughly somewhere around 11 o'clock. We're looking to probably to the northwest. If the sun is behind us in the east to southeast, up above us at that angle of light, then this has to be this has to be, well, it's past Earth. It's being illuminated facially. It has to be pretty much Atu's moon. But God, what's with the deal with those lines? Is that the Texas cube in front of Atu and Atu's moon?
Well,
see the gray box?
Yeah.
It's bigger.
I don't see the red asteroid. Or is this Nepenthe with the big 3? Now, is Nepenthe going beyond Earth to be facially illuminated this way? It very much does look sort of like Nepenthe, but it doesn't make any sense.
No.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
I know.
We'll set that one to the side.
Yeah, it's a planet. I can't tell you which one. I'm more tempted to say Atu's moon from where it is in the light. We know that Atu's moon are going beyond Earth. We know that Yuri's going beyond Earth. We know that Nibiru has gone beyond Earth on the other side.
Yeah, it's making that country.
Or wait a minute. Speaking of Nibiru going over on the other side, are we staring at Nibiru? Are we staring at Nibiru?
Okay. Well, let me show you.
It's very possible.
I have a video. Oh, shoot. Okay.
Because it is beyond in the light, and we've been talking about it, and yet we don't show any shots of it lately. Yeah. And it could actually be getting smaller as well.
Where's this picture taken again?
Well, the light is behind us.
Alexander's.
Nibiru is beyond Earth at sunrise and being illuminated, because it has moved away from its atom and its atom's yellow moon and continued, because it's so big, it has continued. Okay, in the morning at sunrise, the sun's in the east, northeast, and then Nibiru is due south, and then as the day goes, it goes into the southwest, and then as the day goes on, it goes into the northwest, and then as sunset starts to happen, it goes into the northeast. So if the sun is rising in the early part of the day and we are looking literally west by southwest or northwest, this should, because it's why it doesn't look, that's why we're not seeing the red asteroid. This has got to be Nibiru.
Well, that's interesting because the other day I was out with my friend and she was driving. So I got to sit in the passenger seat for a change and video. And here it is. This was definitely Nibiru. This was northeast at sunset. Right where you said it was. I mean, I could see it. I could just see it. It had the big old scooped out bowl shape in the sky in the northeast, but northeast.
So this is at sunset, because the sun is coming from our left shoulder behind us.
Yes. Look at that.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah. Very wide fingered. Wow.
But here, hang on. Let's just go back.
That's Yuri right there. God, did you see that shot of Yuri to the left of the sun?
Okay, I'll go back. I just wanted you to see the Nibiru part again because we were looking at Alexander's, and I feel like that.
Well, I'm thinking that's wow.
That looks like Alexander's. Anyway, I don't know why it looks like that. It's blue. Anyway, see that?
I have a couple of pictures that literally match that, going back from 2012.
Sorry. All right, try to get it back there.
No worries.
But that is right where Nibiru is, northeast at sunset. And you can see there's something there. There's big blue rounded shape.
Yeah.
Huge. Look at that.
Base cloud with big white fingers.
I was telling my friend all about it, and she was like, yeah, I see. I said, see how it's light blue and it's dark blue and it's perfect curve and yeah. Whew.
And that's where its atom and its yellow moon should be. It's right there.
Yeah.
And then on the left of it, when you get ready to pause, right there. Pause.
Yeah. Okay.
Right there, Rebecca. Stop.
That is Yuri. That's Yuri and Atu on the left. See, the dark blue is Yuri. And in the upper left corner, that is Atu and Atu's moon. And then behind that, right next to above the sun, behind Yuri is Saru. But that dark blue area is Atu and Atu's moon and Yuri. Oh my God. And see the little white line in the middle between the two telephone poles on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Texas Cube.
Oh, get out.
Now say that where again?
It's right there in the dark shadow. See that line? Sitting right there underneath Atu and Atu's moon on the side of Atu in the dark bluish purplish area. Closer to the left light pole, there's that white straight line with a blip in the middle of it, and I'll blow it up even bigger. Are you moving something around there, Carol Ann?
I'm trying to.
It is making a lot of noise. Okay.
Oh, shoot. I have to move it.
Okay, all right, I will. I'm just
okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that straight line is the edge of Texas
You
Cube.
too, Sam.
Yeah, Robert sees it.
Good.
Yeah, Robert sees it. And Dennis, he says, Rebecca and Sam, it would be great to have a Google Sky Hour. Google Sky Hour. That sounds like fun. What does that mean? I know.
I wish we had the ability to use a cursor arrow to point out what we see rather than describing, because you know, my understanding the Sky series, I was able to do that because it was recorded, and so I could do that and use pointer stick and and point out to everybody
Right.
intentionally. Yeah. You know, we always got up, but in order to do that, folks, we got to get donations. We cannot do new science if we don't have new money. I
bet
tell
there
you,
is
but
a
we're
service
limited.
that would provide that for us. Really, I bet, you know.
Well, there,
I don't know,
show more. But the problem is you have to record it. You put it on the cloud, and then you send it out later. I don't know of a live one. There might be one out there that's new. I don't know anything about it, but I use Show More, and you can use it for a period of time for free, but then you get full. And then apparently they took my money, but they didn't give me credit for it. I paid for more, but never got it.
I'm going to write this down, actually. Google Sky Hour.
Yeah, check that out.
And we could go through Google Sky Pics, looking at, because there are some awesome pictures that are captured on Google Sky. I see those. So that's a good idea. That could be a TikTok channel in itself.
Well, I try to stick to member submissions, because then we have a right to keep copies of their pictures. Because all submitted pictures that come to Montana Skywatcher become the property of Montana Skywatcher. So we can use it for scientific comparison. And we ask if you want credit for your submissions, please watermark your pictures with your name, the date, time would be great, and the direction you're looking, and anything else you believe you see. You can add little columns even on the bottom of your pictures before you post them, and we'd love to see it that way. But we ask that people send in their personal submissions so that you'll learn the science a whole lot better. That way we can teach better. And please not grab a bunch of stuff off the internet and throw it unless it's really important and you know what you're sending. We don't need a bunch of AI stuff either, so let's stay away from that. Nor cat pictures. Yeah, seven sons, etc. Yeah. Well, we got a video this week, like I talked about earlier. This gal says, "Oh, here's water planet Atu," and she's pointing at Saturn Yellow Moon, and I'm going, "Oh my God," And
okay, I'm gonna click. Okay,
they're trying.
I love that they're gathering the information, but if you're promoting falsehoods, don't.
You said it earlier, Sam. They will say this is Atu when in reality it's not. They should say, "Is this Atu?"
Yeah.
Because once one posts "this is," then they all go on what that is. It's hard to explain.
Right, and if I see it on my site and it's inaccurate, I remove it. Gone spot and no hesitation. Sorry, but you're inaccurate and you're incorrect, and this can't be here. And I don't feel the slightest sadness for removing it if you're inaccurate. I'm terribly sorry. I'm the authority. It's my website. I know what I'm doing. I've done this for 14 years, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. And I don't know of too many people that would beat me in that debate, but if you have a problem, you can always contact me. I'll discuss it. I don't care.
Right. You tell them.
So, Sam.
Robert, I don't get offended when she uses non-current drawings. I would just prefer that she would use the matched current drawings. It works better.
Yep, we all get along. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we correct each other,
and everybody. We correct each other, and we don't take it personally, and we've all grown past the ego duels. We don't do that.
No.
If I have a problem with something she said, I'll talk to her tomorrow about it, or Carol Ann, I hate the way that you keep scratching your nose. Whatever.
It's my allergies, Sam. It's my allergies. I'm sorry. You're just lucky I'm not picking it.
It's so funny.
Oh yeah.
If
you share, it's a different story. You got to share.
Yes.
Okay. I was just going to say, this was in the
Southeast. He teases me, so.
That, of course, is Uri. That's the side of Uri.
Well, let's go back, because if this is Uri, I feel like this is Atu's moon in front of Atu because of the location. Because Atu is in
Well,
the
it's Atu and Atu's
sunset.
moon and Uri, and that's
Okay,
yeah. It's all.
Yeah, let me just.
But I just kind of blurry on me.
I need some guidance because I got confused. But based on location, and it has that V shape. So you got Uri there, right?
Right there.
Uri. Keep going.
Well, you got purple
Well,
Atu and Atu's moon. And okay, what I said was Uri there. That's actually Atu's moon, very large.
Okay. And then you keep going a little bit more, and then there's Nibiru again. That's what was happening.
Yeah, right.
There's the edge of, there's Nibiru right there. There it is. That was
Wow. And this out view is so screwy to the brain. Because nowhere near, they're not that close to each other. And yet, in our out view, they appear so.
Yeah. Wow. I'm so glad I had a driver,
That's why 360s drive me crazy.
Yeah, totally get it.
Because I don't know which direction I'm standing, and so I get spun around and get dizzy, and we always ask people, stand slowly.
Katie said she just sent you some pictures, maybe of the skull. If you could take a second.
Oh,
we have time.
Okay.
Check it out.
I didn't see that. I did not see that. Okay.
We're busy.
Oh, here I do. Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
these are amazing tonight. Oh my God.
Tara, we do recommend that you do stop your car to take pictures. That way nobody's crashing. And
I wasn't driving.
we don't recommend filming through glass because
never through
glass doubles and all of that.
It's a good picture, but it discredits.
Look at that.
Yeah, we can't use it once we realize it's being filmed through glass.
What? That's Rico that.
There be planets up there, I promise you. And we can't lie about this because it's every day. Every day they're the same place for months at a time. And it's over and over and over and over and over and over. And so, this isn't just clouds. You got to learn to look at the dark areas first. And you're gonna see far more than you ever imagined possible. And it is far more than you ever imagined possible. It really is.
Absolutely.
I've been doing this for, coming up on, God, in April, here in a few, oh God, I don't even want to think about the crossing of the year. How fast this year has gone by is insane.
Very.
Yeah, it is.
Very.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? It's like right on top of me.
I have my husband well trained. I just go. He pulls over to the side of the road now, and I'm half off the car before he can stop.
And then Nibiru, that's northeast, right there, Nibiru. Wow. Yeah, they were just like all around.
So incredible. So incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a question on that one. Someone had asked me with the halo, with Imaru, when the sun separates, is that also not going to be there anymore? The halo you would see is because of
no, it'll be there.
It will still be there.
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, in some cases, this halo is a cutoff halo because you can see that it's rounding. This is a planetary cutoff coming in from the left. That's why there's a halo in this one. If it's a halo and it's orange inside, there's a color inside the halo, then it's Imaru.
Okay.
This is a cutoff refraction halo. If you look in the left-hand side, there's a straight, clear-cut line cutting off half the sun, which is why it's flashing. Because that planet that's cutting off the light is orbiting and rotating, and the atmosphere is moving. That's why it's flashing. Because the orbiting atmosphere is turning and changing the light fraction. But I really wonder at proximity of Nibiru, because Nibiru is so massive, it's unbelievable. I've got pictures of it going back from like 2009, and it's from NASA footage. But I just wonder if we always see Nibiru and didn't know it. If it's going to change distance from us, if we go, I mean, are we farther away because we are smaller and we have this egg-shaped elliptical orbit, and are we following behind all of that mass at a longer distance than the other binary solar system? Are they constantly closer to the center of the binary, and we are on the outside? Those questions I can't answer, but I ponder it. I do ponder it because the pictures. The size of Nibiru is so unbelievable that there's pretty much no way for us to really be able to photograph it. And yet we're looking at it now, and we assume we're seeing it now. Because we've seen the red orange blob behind the two stars for many, many years now. And I can't fully answer that.
Okay. Well,
right there, you can see the edge of that planet right there. That's the edge of Uri cutting in. On if you can go back to that prior and then hit pause right when it's staring at the sun back there, Rebecca, it would be great.
Well, thank you, Tara.
Oh, thanks. Right here, Sam, right here. Is this what you wanted?
Yeah, that'll work. Do you see the rounded edge of everything on the left-hand side of the sun? Do you see that the light flare that goes all the way down to the telephone wires on the lower left? Mm-hmm. That is the edge of Uri cutting into the light, which is where the halo is coming from. Because the halo is shining brighter on the side of Uri than it is on the right-hand side, which is where Saturn's yellow moon is on the right-hand side. And that's why it's darker. Okay. Because it's closer to us than Uri is. And so the darker shading is on the right-hand side, and the illumination is sneaking through on the left-hand side.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. It gives me a headache thinking about it.
Totally hugging the sun. I mean, they're just on both sides coming in on
yeah,
both
there's
sides.
a lot going on up there. It's spooky.
Oh,
it really is.
It's got an hourglass. That's why you can see the
light pinch between the two planetary bodies, and it's sneaking in between.
You don't see it?
And we've talked about this weird lighting for months now, all the way through the beginning, even of spring, and the light pinch. And we watched earlier this spring, we watched Saturn's yellow moon cut off the top of the sun, and then it added an even weirder light twist that we didn't have before. And that was brief, and it changed, and then they all kept rotating, and then we went into summer orbit, and then the whole ball game changed. Akashic record keeper. Yeah, Robert, sort of. I am sort of kind of the Hierophant who was trying to teach the new way about the stars. Homer, Pythagoras, those kind of guys, Let's hope I do a good job and history records me well.
I'll let you know.
Let's hope I change science and man actually grows up and wakes up to the realization that we are not alone. Nor do we dictate how everything goes. We don't make the rules. We just follow
them. Get those pictures. And I'm stuck right now. I don't know. My computer won't move. Well, maybe I'll try it again.
Have you cleared your browsing history lately?
You asked me that. I have not. I should. I'll try it.
Yes. Because if you clear your browsing history, everything will work faster.
Do it. This is not cool.
I did that the other day at work.
Clear everything else out.
It was lagging on my schedules that I bring up for my patient names, and I'm like, well, clear my browsing history, and it started running smoother. I'm like, thank you, Sam.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it keeps attachments, but you keep your cookies. Especially if you use them regularly to link to the automatically link to the site that you want by clicking on it. But if you clear everything else but the cookies, And on a medium setting of clearing your browsing, I clear mine going back 4 months, but I do it every day.
Yeah.
And I'm doing it right now. As a matter of fact, I am clearing my browsing history.
I never do it.
And I go back 4 weeks. And I see my download history. I see how many cookies I've got.
Or erase something terrible.
Well, that's why you on the selection you keep the cookies and other settings.
Yeah.
But all the other ones you clear and you keep it at balanced. You don't do basic, you don't do strict, you keep it at balance.
Okay.
And that way you keep most of your stuff, and it does occasionally cause me a little bit of trouble when I remove too much.
You can also set it to where when you close your
browser.
your browser, that it will automatically clear your history.
Yep. That's how mine is.
Oh, okay. Huh.
I just let it do
that. Yeah. Oh, thanks, because I don't know this stuff, the ins and outs of cleaning.
I know a little bit, I know a little bit.
What I hate is when I get upgrades and it stalls me out all day long waiting for upgrades, and then I finally shut the computer off and I go, duh, it was trying to give me upgrades. No wonder I didn't have any service.
Yeah. My computer will lag when I'm sitting there trying to work, and I'm typing, and it stops typing, and I'm like, okay, I know that it's doing upgrades, and any second now it's gonna pop up, well, you need to restart your computer to finish the upgrades. And I'm like, yeah, it'll have to be when I'm done working. I can't stop working and restart my computer because I get paid by how much I type. So if I'm not sitting there typing, I'm not making money.
What are you typing?
I do doctor's reports.
Is it the transcripts?
Transcriptions, medical transcriptions.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they do not pay us what they used to. I used to make good money.
Yeah.
And now they don't call it outsourcing, they call it offshoring.
Oh.
Yeah.
So some of our work is offshore to the Philippines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They can pay
That's
them
exactly
less.
what happened to me at Verizon. We started training a team of people in the Philippines, and ultimately we were training them to do our jobs, and then they took over after a few months or a year.
And in my opinion, America should not be doing that to us. We should not be doing that we do not. I don't care what it frickin' costs. Keep the damn business in the United States and stop handing our jobs out. It's dumb.
I know.
Keep us working.
And they only do it with the ones that request it. And I'm thinking, these doctors, look at the money that they make, and they can't put out a little bit more money to pay us here in the States, for quality. And to me, I would think it'd be a HIPAA violation. I don't know if everyone knows what HIPAA is, but it's law that you can't share information about stuff. And I'm thinking, well, how can you send it to overseas people and have them do
they don't have any control over it over there. Unfortunately, the business and the corporations are getting away with murder. Meanwhile, we're all suffering, trying to get keep a damn roof over our heads. And we have to change this. It's time. We cannot keep living the way we're living. We can't keep thinking, well, it's cheaper to go and do outsourcing. No, it's not. What you're doing in the long run is you're chopping your own feet off. It's dumb. Stop. Keep it local. I don't care if you pay an extra $1 an hour. It's worth it.
It is.
Not only that, you're supporting your country, and okay, look, mental health issues, drug addiction issues all come from the people who are poor and lost and hopeless. And if you have mental health issues,
we lost Sam.
You should be able to get decent. And if we did that, we would accept mental health issues more. in society. We would be able to treat these people. They wouldn't end up on the streets. They wouldn't be doing drugs. They wouldn't be doing crimes to feed those drugs. So it's all about giving jobs to people and making their life worthwhile, giving a living wage, having a place to live, and a sense of personal pride. That's all. It's just we cannot hand away our world. We can't.
And the speech recognition, it comes up with some crazy stuff. Now, I caught something one day, and I don't know if it was speech recognition or if it was just the transcriptionist didn't know what they were typing or didn't pay attention to the editing, because there is a word, it's called, it's syncopal, syncopal. It's like a feigning episode. And on this report, it was sinkable, like sinkable, like the sink is the ship is sinkable. Why you need a human. And I'm thinking, not a computer. You know, did you not catch that, or did you just type it wrong? You know, because you might not necessarily know the terminology.
You have a Tandy that's that big? Is that a Tandy leather company that you passed by? Oh, and I was talking about the filming here.
Oh.
She just went by a company that said Tandy. And I was wondering if that's the Tandy Leather Company. We don't have a Tandy anymore, and I miss that store a lot because I used to do a lot of home crafting. Leather work.
No, now
don't
we
do
have
it anymore because we don't have a Tandy store.
Now we have Hobby Lobby and all that mess, and I call it
started about Hobby Lobby.
Hooby Looby is what my friend calls it. Hooby Looby.
Well, if you knew the background about the people that own Hobby Lobby, you wouldn't shop there.
I don't.
And don't sue me, please. That's merely my opinion.
I don't. I think I've been in there once or twice.
I've never been in one, but we have one.
I'm not even going to comment anymore, even though I could.
I'm holding my lips together.
Yeah, I am too, because I've looked at what they sell. Wow. Wow.
Huh?
Wow. Yep. They have definitely a target market of people to whom they're trying to sell their wares to.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, and it's directly reflected to the owners of the store as well. Yeah, the people that own it, I can see why they're selling what they're selling.
I have friends that go there all the time, and they bring home great stuff. But
yeah, again, I'll bite my lip here again. I could say something, but I won't. I don't want a national chain sue us. Thank you.
I'm a hermit. That's why I don't get a lot of good shots, because it's kind of limited to my house, because I work at home and I don't get out a whole lot and drive around, so I don't see some of the stuff that if I would just get out and drive around more, I'd probably see more.
Yeah, look at the blue on that.
Yeah, I don't get out much either.
Look at that.
That's the blue asteroid crossing, or it's got a cut in out of Machim being on the left-hand side. Yeah, that is probably the blue asteroid crossing in front of. Again, we saw that earlier in the podcast tonight. We were, and I bet you if you did put on your eclipse glasses, you could probably see a smaller blue object just in front of the sun, probably on the right-hand side.
Right-hand side. I may do that. Well, I kind of have somewhere else to be tomorrow, so.
Oh, I wasn't pressing you. I was just speaking in general.
No, I know. I dread tomorrow. I really dread tomorrow.
I know. It's good.
No, I don't. I'm making a roast. Quick and easy. Just brown the darn thing, put it in the slow cooker, and off we go. I get a putter
Well,
around all day.
I'm glad Nicole told me what she did, because I will quit using my air fryer as much, and I will go back to, because I have a little toaster oven that I used to use all the time, and I'd roast all kinds of stuff in there, and then my daughter bought me an air fryer for Christmas, so I started using that.
What's wrong with the
Nicole said something about something that she said, go look up antimony.
Oh.
Is that right, Nicole? ANTIMONY.
Yeah,
She's still here.
No, if it's not one thing,
it has
it's
to do with
another.
it has to do with the lining inside the air fryer and how it gets into your food as it's
like
cooking
frying
your
pans
food.
with Teflon.
Like Teflon and stuff.
We survived that too.
Or microwave, turning your meat into carcinogens.
We survived.
I try to stay away from microwaves.
Yeah, look at Carolyn. She's like, I'm 70 something, and I'm like,
I survived.
I quit using.
Teflon company.
I did quit using Teflon.
Yeah,
but I found ceramic. It's white instead of the the Teflon, because I noticed Teflon was starting to
anything with coating. No
coating. Yeah, the coating started coming up, and I'm like, well, that goes in the trash because I'm not having that in my food. And then I went out and bought a new set of pots and pans it's ceramic. It says it's white, and it doesn't, stuff still sticks to it, but not as bad. So and I used to have a cast iron skillet somewhere, and they disappeared, and I don't know what happened to it.
I use mine all the time. It's Mittens. Hi, Mittens.
My baby.
Oh,
big kitty.
Michelle.
Girl, I know, she really is.
Michelle, I am her furry godmother.
Oh, how sweet.
Oh my gosh, she's adorable.
I love that.
Oh, thanks.
Little teenager now.
Fairy godmother.
Oh my God, we've degraded into cooking recipes and cats.
You have to take a break every once in a while. It's good for you to laugh.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert J. very much. 1111.
Laughter adds.
Okay.
Laughter adds years to your life.
It does. I laugh all the time. I'm sorry.
Hang on one second.
Okay, practice, guys. What you got, Rebecca? What you got up there?
All right. I sent a message to S. Colette because he sent me us another donation on that same website. I don't know.
But
maybe
we aren't going to be able to get it. It's because.
What do I do?
Say thank you for the thought. But
I do. I did. S. Colette. I sent you an email, and it has all the different options or ways that you can donate, and in there is a link that you can use to pay with a debit card, and that might be helpful for you. But everything that you're sending me through that particular website, I cannot receive it. I can't receive it because I don't have a bank in Canada. I'm not in Canada, basically.
Right. International transfers are tough.
He will lose nothing in his account if there's no transaction. It is where it originates from, but it's not valid to us. The thought is, we thank you for that.
It's sweet. It really is.
Yeah,
I think
it is.
It really is nice. He sent me a couple
He's
$100.
trying so hard, and we appreciate that. We really do. But it is a problem. It's just the same as Ireland and England and that for them to send with the exchange rate and everything.
Yeah,
it's really difficult.
Yeah.
I send music to the UK or Ireland or Scotland, and they go, I can't play this even. So I mean, a lot of the music is like even stalled. The folks dealing with the Crown are a little bit tighter rules than here in the U.S. Australia, Canada, and the UK and Ireland, and yeah, they've got a tighter fist on things than we do. But
as much as Esri Colette wants to help us out, which is very deeply heartfelt, it's just not going to work. Not this way. There has to be some other way. We just don't know. Yeah.
But I sent you an email. If you want to email me back, and we can communicate and talk about a way.
Debit cards might be the answer.
I think I'll re-email you that, just so you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I've had Canadian money orders and they don't transfer well either. The bank gets a little nervous.
Yeah, but I would think, Carol Ann, don't you think if he used that link for the PayPal debit card that would work anywhere in the world?
I would feel it did, because I know it works over in Ireland and England. I know that works there.
Oh, so you're right. It has to.
I think you're right. It would be worth a try.
Don't you just love the fact that we've all become international?
Robert,
I mean, we are international YouTubers, you guys. We're international YouTubers. We're avant-garde. We are
actually.
We are the new. I'm not going to say nouveau riche, but we're the nouveau. Because we ain't riche.
But make sure the girls have their lipstick on. We're going.
There you go.
International. Make this good.
I don't wear lipstick. I don't wear makeup at all anymore.
Neither do I.
I do. Look like
I use chapstick
all the time.
I see.
Did we acknowledge Robert J's donation by any chance?
Robert's donated. I see.
Yeah, I did say thank you a little while back.
Okay.
Did you?
11:11.
That.
Okay. I heard you say 11:11.
When it popped up, I said.
Yep, I heard you say that.
I did say Robert J. I got it.
You did.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, and everything helps because Rebecca has to pay for things. I have to pay for things. And if with me, if you just slap a $2 bill or a $5 bill in an envelope and mail it to me at PO Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847.
That works.
Then I can get a donation too and add. I don't make any off of it lately. I hate to say it, but donations have dropped off since we started doing the show. I don't know why. But yeah, here's my PO box number.
It's because everybody's struggling.
Yeah, that's true. I understand.
Yeah, no.
I mean, if you tip your waiters and waitresses at the restaurant,
a couple of dollars. I know. I'm a
tipper. My
tipper.
direction would be nice. It helps, and I haven't been making any hardly at all. And there've been a couple of really nice people, and I thank them. But that's within the last 6 months. So.
And you're in trouble next year, Sam.
Why is that?
May. Because in May I plan on coming out west again.
Oh boy.
For over a week, and I'm going to hand you a donation myself.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, you better bring your camera and do a live feed for everybody because they're, that's going to be a rare shot or something.
I better get a gold card, so you better save one for me.
And I'll have to put on real. Yeah, okay, I'll save you one. I'll have to wear real pants because you know what I'm wearing right now. I'm wearing my red Star Wars PJs. I know I was joking, but I mean, for on camera. That's the old joke is we've been doing the shows and we don't have to wear pants, And for those people who are new, the reason you do not see a moving shot of me is my internet upload speed is so crappy I can't run the camera and the microphone and stay on the channel at the same time. It keeps booting me out. One works for the other. I can run the camera, but not the mic, but not the camera. And that has to do with my really crappy, very expensive internet.
Mm-hmm. And you share.
Oh, and by the way, I found out that Starlink. I found out that Starlink was even worse than what I have for upload. You can download all kinds of stuff up. Yeah, it's even slower than what I get.
I'm so sorry.
So upload is horrible. So Starlink isn't even an option. Plus, I'd need $800 just to start up buying the gear, and then you have to pay. It's like $150 a month. But I thought about going around this company, and I can't. My only problem is I could go to another company for about half the price is here, but then I wouldn't have my landline telephone. Yeah. And then I would have to get a cell phone service, which I can't do because I try cell phones.
Right.
And I pick them up, and then the battery's dead, and that's what happens. This electricity thing, and I can't wear wristwatches, blah blah blah. And so if you do call me and I go hello, and I killed the phone. Anyway.
Well, you know what's crazy is I thought, well, I'll keep my landline just in case. But I guess the service that I use is fiber optic.
Right.
And so if my internet goes out, my phone goes out. So what's the point?
Well, we had the storm. We had no water. We had no electricity, but my telephone worked. So I did have phone service that 2 days that we were without power. And so, and we had no water, no showers, no flushing toilets, no nothing, no internet, but I did have telephone. So.
And I didn't know until a friend of mine was working on someone's house, and I had to go to the bathroom, and he's like, well, when you're done, you see that bucket right there? And I said, yeah. And he said, take that bucket and pour it into the toilet. And I'm like, okay. And I did that, and it flushed, and I'm like, whoa. That's cool, because I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you use a gallon in the front and you pour it in the front bowl, it flushes. Yeah. If you pour it in the back tank, it takes 2 gallons.
Yeah.
And that's that centrifugal S curve in the drain of the actual bowl itself.
And as much as I hate plastic, that's what I get my cat litter in. So when I'm done with the cat litter and it's empty, I take it and I wash it out and I fill it up with water and I set it to the side or put it down in my basement or something. So I know that, if worse comes to worse and I at least need water to flush the toilet or whatever, I've got
I wouldn't recommend
water.
drinking it unless you like boil it first. But
no. I wouldn't,
if it's for flushing, absolutely, that's a great way to store it. Although, I'll even bleach containers and gallon jugs. I've had that. I used to store a lot of 1 gallon milk jugs full of water, and they do break down. And if you're going to stack them, be very careful and make sure they're in an area by themselves near a drain, sitting on a pallet. That way, you don't ruin your floor, and because they do over time wear out. So you have to always plan. Storage containers are really a serious thing to think about and ponder. Never use used pickle buckets. I went through that at the millennium. I had pickle flour from hell. I had a lot of flour put in pickle buckets, and they tasted horrible.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was giving people pickle flour for months afterwards. And nobody, I think everybody just walked it right. I mean, you could smell it in the bags.
Yeah.
And they would go, oh, God, this smells like dill. Thank you very much for your flour that smells like dill. Don't use pickle buckets. Yeah, they're cheap, but they don't store food well. If you're going to buy it, use a fresh, brand new bucket from Home Depot or something,
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, Ezra Colette, that is awesome.
They're like $2 or $3 or $4 each. Yeah.
Yes, Katie Jo. I used to live down in Texas, so I'm very familiar with the hurricanes. And it's filling your bathtub up, it's filling up whatever I can, whatever container that I have. That I can fill up with water and store water.
Yeah, and yours went out.
I do.
You always run out anyway. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, on the 2-day storm, we ended up using. We used like 15 gallons of expensive water that we buy from Culligan, which was our drinking water. We used about 15 gallons of water just to flush the toilet.
Oh,
and that was not fun. Yeah, and
the good stuff.
Well, we also spent a little time away from home too. When we went into town where area people that had power and bathrooms.
Right.
So and we went out to eat a lot. So couldn't afford it, but we did. So
I do that way more than I should, and do not do that door thingy. The door.
DoorDash.
Yeah, I try not to say names, but they charge you more than the menu prices, and then they charge you fees on top of that, and then there's delivery fees.
I live in Lolo. It's like the moon. We don't even have cabs out here or buses, so
I don't either. My town is so small. There's no taxis. There's no buses. There's a thing that they call Vango that you can you can use, but there's no Lyft, Uber, taxis, buses, none of that here.
Yep.
None of it.
Lift your pant leg up and flag down a passing semi, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of people on mopeds and bicycles, and a lot of people walking.
We have nothing but highway. I'm in a truck stop town, and we're south of Missoula, and of course there's a hell of a lot of traffic that goes by here. But we don't have any of that. And come wintertime, if your car don't start, you're doing a long walk.
Yeah,
I've actually done it. I have walked to Missoula and back before. I'm not planning on doing that again.
Groceries, Michelle.
That's a long way. Mm-hmm. I looked you up one day, Sam, to see. I looked up Lolo to see where Lolo was. Compared to
it's quite a ways.
Missoula, and it's quite a ways. I'm like, that's a long way to have to walk. Yeah. Especially carting groceries.
A little mountain pass in between the mountains.
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought I'm not going to ever do that again if I can help it. Thank you very much.
Right.
So keep those cards and letters and donations coming in, so I can keep driving a car because
Yes.
And my car, by the way, is 20-some years old now.
I got you beat. I got everyone beat. I got a 1993 Dodge Dakota.
Oh. Wow.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Are you looking for something before the 1990s?
Well, you're probably better off in some cases. It's probably mechanically better than anything they're selling today.
Yeah.
The cars they're making today are scary.
Vehicles
I can't even imagine the electronics and all the crazy shit they've got wired in there. And that's just got to be a nightmare for any truck owner. It's just, and no wonder they cost what they cost, and that's insane. People have forgotten the Model T and the Model A. God, come down. Reality. Give me a truck that works that I can work on.
Last Labor Day, I went to the family's river cabin up here, and it's down a long gravel bumpy road. And when I got ready to leave there, before I got there, my windshield wipers worked just fine. And when I left, I went to go turn my windshield wipers on to wipe the dust away, and my windshield wipers don't work now. So if it rains, I can't go anywhere.
Did you check the fuse?
I thought about that. I haven't done that yet.
That's where you start.
I can turn them on and almost hear what sounds like the motor trying to go. So I'm thinking, maybe the bumpiness either is loosened a wire or something.
Well, did you jiggle the switch to see if it would kick on?
I played with it. I messed with everything.
The actuator. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I would. Yeah. I'd take it to the mechanic. You need those.
Well, yeah, I can't afford that right now. I haven't gotten paid I haven't gotten paid in a month because of what happened with my CEO and the company, and I'm waiting, for her to go through steps to be able to pay us.
That's a long time.
I'm glad
Michelle.
I'm not walking in
It
your
is.
shoes.
It is, but God blessed me with a savings account and a cushion in my checking account.
Oh, thank
So,
goodness you can.
I can't complain. And I
Well, that's
know
why
I'll
you
get
keep it there.
paid.
That's why you do that.
And
Right.
yeah, exactly.
That's what we do. I always cushion my things because I never know when an emergency comes up.
Exactly. And my
Someone,
ex-husband used to get so mad.
Shit.
He'd ask me for money, and I'm like, I don't have it. Well, you got all that money in your savings account. I'm like,
there
that's
was a
for
reason that.
emergencies. That's
Yeah,
my
hey,
retirement.
I have teenagers. I have teenagers. I'm in hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember.
you know, Shiloh, I'd been saving for a camera for months, and then Shiloh's gaming educational TV died on her, so I had to,
refused.
and there it went. I saved for 6 months. I was halfway to that camera too. But anyway, now I get to start all over again.
You will. It will
This
always
too shall
show
pass.
up.
It will.
Do that, and here they're talking about Halloween already, and we've been working on Nova's headdress for Anubis, believe it or not.
Oh, I would love to be there to help.
And I'm going to eventually take a picture of it and post it for you guys.
Love to see it.
Once I talk somebody into wearing it. Anyway, not done yet. We're almost done with it. We still have the gems and beads to add to it, but got it built up from a head frame and wire and all sorts of this and that and the other thing over, and we worked on it for a couple of months now.
It's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
that'll be better than anything you could go out and buy.
That's what she'll remember.
Oh yeah, it'll be substantial. We've over engineered it to make sure it's built out of wire and the best glue possible. And then we've run through many adherence problems, different surfaces, plastic versus. We've added a cloth fiber to it to make it look like real hair and real skin of the actual wolf head or deep, dark god of death of the Egyptian pantheon. And oddly, that she's wanting to go as Anubis is a little bit weird to me, but macabre, yeah. But okay, what's that?
Is she going to do the staff that he carries?
I hadn't pointed that out yet because I didn't want. I didn't point that out yet because I didn't want to have to make it. Although I'm looking at the neck band, the very large Egyptian front collar with the stones that are usually in turquoise and gold.
Yeah.
And that would be the next project.
Glue dots and just you'll figure it out. You will.
Well, what I was going to do is I was going to build it out of a wire mesh and then add paper mache, and then you put a harder surface of harder paper on it, and you spray paint it, and then you seal it, and then you paint over the top of that the colors of the little cutout squares of cardboard that you paint blue, turquoise, or gold, and the inlay and neckband like Egyptian. But I haven't got there yet. I haven't mentioned it because she still wants to go to Spirit Halloween and buy an outfit. I'm going, no, they're $80 to $100.
Oh,
she'll have a one of a kind.
I'll make it better. I can make the outfit. If I buy the cloth, I can get the cloth for about $20, $25 and make it by hand. But I don't have a sewing machine, and I've been doing hand stitching. And we added the. Yeah, and I'm a terrible seamstress because I'm a lazy seamstress. I can do good things, but I can also do quick sewing, and I do a lot of that and gluing and all of that. I own damn near every glue on the planet, so
it's gonna be awesome.
It costs you money, but I work with the kids because they like build their own costumes.
You got to do fun things.
Because I have a lot of practice. We used to do armor and all sorts of stuff years ago, so I make a lot of Halloween costumes. Anyway, that's really topic, isn't it, Rebecca?
Anything
Halloween.
goes. Anything goes. Yeah.
Home crafting. Hey, have you got any more, or should we wind up the
I
show?
do actually have something to show you real quick. Katie Jo sent these to me.
Oh, okay.
She was wondering.
I caught myself, standing here gossiping instead of doing a show, and I hope everybody enjoys being part of our lives.
Part of it is preparedness.
Yeah.
Gotta have crafts at home to do when you can't go outside and things like that.
Look at that.
So.
Boy, look
She
at
wants
that.
to know if this is the skull asteroid.
Is it the
and then this is further back.
Okay, now question is, where is that located in?
New Jersey.
There's the sun.
No, I meant where. Okay, where is that picture right there located on the overall bigger? Yeah, where is that?
Yeah, where is that? Is that it right there, like top of our sun?
Not sure.
That little.
It should be one of the two. It should be one of the two rounded blips on the left-hand side, encased in a long cloud or a short cloud.
Let me look at it. We'll zoom in on it.
But I need to see the other one again a couple of times. It could be in front, dead center, in the middle of Attu's moon, which is on the left-hand side, in front of Uri. We've got the dark area in the middle upper left top of the page is probably Attu with Attu's moon, and these are probably drop tails coming in off of Attu's moon, because Attu puts down an ion drop tail.
Is it that blip that's
and then that white line closer to the sun in the middle, it's got to be this edge of Uri.
Yeah.
And then the ion tail of a Saturn yellow moon is on the right-hand side above the sun. So I'm still, let me blow this up again even bigger, and I don't see where that is.
Like
she said middle.
Way down in the middle, so I'm looking where the sun is, and I'm going straight up and a little bit to the left. Is it that round? It's really hard for me to.
Well, okay, yeah, it could quite easily be on this side directly in front of us. There are quite a few objects right there.
Yeah.
I see them. They're very minute compared to the rest of the clouding.
There's this one.
Yeah, go back to that close up again, and I'll just stare at that for a minute. Oh, that could quite easily be the skull asteroid.
Oh yeah, look at I can see it.
Yeah,
I can see it there.
Okay, look at the light angle. Look where the light coming from. The light is coming from. Okay, wow.
It's turning as she's taking the
pictures
too.
It does move.
Especially that one.
Yep.
Yeah, that really, that could quite easily be the skull. It is.
My vote would be yeah.
That is freaking spooky.
It is.
Now remember, we talked about the harbingers of doom on the Mayan calendar.
Yes.
And is this the harbinger of the fifth age? Dun dun dun.
Right.
Wow.
I know there's another picture of the skull. Let me get it real quick. That's very similar to this. Let's see.
That's a good one, Katie.
Oh, I could send you 20 of them, but
I have a
we've
ton
watched
too.
I have seen the skull asteroid by eye, and I'm telling you, when that thing creeps around out of the darkness from behind Attu and comes into the light and facially gets illuminated. Yeah. I think this is a mock-up. I think this is a drawing. Yeah, but that's real.
It is.
Yeah. The day I saw it, I was in my backyard. Can I tell my little story?
Sure, please, by all means. That's what we're here for.
I was in my backyard, and I didn't have my camera with me, but it went across the back, and as it went, it was just slowly going like this, and I'm watching it thinking, what the heck is, until it turned, and I could see where like the eye sockets, and I screamed. I had nightmares for days. That thing was so huge.
Yeah, I actually
rolling across my back. It's
oh my
God.
When I watched it creep into the light, and I saw the eye sockets and the nose and the mouth and the clouds vaporing out of the mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, my knees actually jolted, and I shook. I actually hopped.
Oh, I'm sure you
"Oh."
can hear me scream from here.
Yeah, and it was like, oh my God, look at I sat there for 45 minutes staring up at that thing.
Yeah, until
And
it was
I
out of.
I couldn't believe it. Oh my God, it is real.
Yep.
And,
I
you know, and then
didn't wanna
we
go
you know,
with the
this is my
camera.
favorite
I
shot
was
of it
afraid
altogether.
I wouldn't get back out in time to take the shot. But oh yeah,
Right.
I would hope
The
that
shot on the
experience for
left.
everybody. Okay.
Look
The
at
shot
him.
on the left is from 2018 and 19,
That's
when
about
the Skull asteroid was on the right-hand side of the sun.
yes.
And that's it, where you can see the light is hitting it from the upper left. Now, the
I
shot
saw
on
it.
the right is from, I think, 2021. And if you'll notice, you're looking at the Skull asteroid, there's a dip thing in front of you here, and that is the red asteroid, etc. But if you notice the black square to the left, you've got the Texas cube behind it.
Wow.
And they do have proximity occasionally, and I swear they're parking that shit by the asteroids on purpose to sort of blend in and hide. And I don't think they have come out of hiding in comparison to what they were. They were closer to the sun. And then as of 2019, they parked in the Texas cube on the left-hand side and the long box cube on the right-hand side, and they've been there ever since, including all the little, star destroyers flying around all over the place. And we've had hundreds. I'm going to be factual here. We've had hundreds of sightings of that, up to 1,000. And of course, the NASA release picture is on the left, and another later NASA release photograph. The reason that you can't see the lower jaw in the right-hand picture is because there's an object in front of the asteroid.
Most likely,
But they don't tell you that.
Yeah, but you can see the curvature there.
We've seen many examples of it, because we know that the NASA picture is pretty much what you're looking at on the left hand, because that's the NASA release. We know that the Skull asteroid is real. However, when NASA talked about it and they released the information, it was 4 years after we did, Montana Skywatcher, and then they gave the wrong orbit path, and they're saying it's orbiting along in the Earth model Earth pattern, and it's not, because it's directly attached to the gas giants, and they are not in Earth orbit or anywhere in our solar system orbit, period. So it is free flowing, and they said it would come back every 3.5 years. They said its orbit model was every 3.5 years. Meanwhile, while they're telling that to us, we see it every couple of 5 months or so as Atu rotates and you're removed from one place to the other over a period of time. And we got brief glimpses of it until, like 2015 and 16 and 17. And then after that, it was really hard to see for the longest time until the planets moved from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. And then we saw more often views of it increase because it was in a different area. And we were underneath them. And before, we had to wait only for a side view.
Oh.
And then 219 or so, we were underneath them, and then we could see it more often. Yeah, that's correct. And yes, the Skull asteroid is quite scary. It's quite real, and it's really, really spooky when it comes out of the darkness.
I've seen it like a couple of times. A good, where you just get a good glimpse, but not very often. That is for sure. And I have a trouble, spotting.
We get a look at Carol.
Because for us people who see faces, you see faces all over. You can't tell which one's the face of the asteroid almost. It's.
What, you can't turn off your pareidolia?
Definitely not. No, I see it.
I can switch. Being a painter, I'm an artist, and I paint and I draw, and I'm not a great drawer. I can draw anything I see, but I'm not great at it. Shiloh's way better. But you learn to look at things in different, like 3 different shades from Art Deco to to Cezanne to Rembrandt to Da Vinci or whatever. If you close your eyes partially, you can actually break pareidolia, and you look at it at a distance. You'll add pareidolia. There's ways to break it in your conscious point of view by changing your light source in your imagination as well. If you look at the dark areas and then the light areas, then the light areas and the dark areas, you will lose and turn off your pareidolia. By looking at, even if you change your view, like a lot of times, I'll see items jump out at me while I'm looking at the desk or at the keyboard, or I'm writing something down, and I've got a picture up in front of me, and yet my peripheral vision will actually flag me that there's something there, including thumbnails, tiny little thumbnails. I'll see, hey, look at that. What the hell is that? And then I'll bring the picture up and I go, oh.
But see, here I'm thinking though, is like, not only am I seeing faces, but why? I mean, because if I point them out, anybody could see them. You know, I mean, they really are shaped.
Right.
Like,
and then they're blind from then on. That's all they see. Yeah, get them out of my
really, but they are really there. I mean, they really.
Question is, are there a bunch of spirits included in the asteroids? And why is the skull asteroid shaped the way the skull asteroid is shaped? Because that's the harbinger beginning of that whole damn group of asteroids that we've repeatedly seen sightings of. There you go. We've seen sightings of what look like thousands and thousands of spirits and demons and ghosts and all of that crap up in the upper area of just underneath Uri in those clouds. And we've seen spirits, and also, we've had reports and sightings for years.
We have.
And I try not to go there, but I mean, if you cross-reference like the Egyptian lore with Ra, trying to fight back Apophis, you cannot have my people of Earth go back, you foul worm. And, this is, of course, wormwood. And the asteroids and the skull asteroid and were in previous cycles were thousands, if not millions of people killed by this, and their souls electrically sucked up into this passing wormwood event. I mean, is there more to? And I've often pondered that, and I, of course, don't want to generically publicly announce it, but we've seen some merit and credence to this lore, this legend, this prophecy, this belief from Egyptians of Ra and Apophis, and it's intriguing as hell. And if we look at it, in the spiritual realm of things, and we believe that we can't disconnect science from the universe as well as the tabletop, nor can we remove magic from science, because they too are one and the same and connected in a circle. And belief, and that's the reason mankind ever got out of the cave in the first place, when it was belief in tomorrow, and the completion of circle. So I think I often, and we talk about this, me and Jesus occasionally tease each other on the programs in the early shows, where we're going, we talked about this, where, we see shit up in there that just looks like thousands and thousands of spirits, but it's kind of spooky what's up there. It really is. And wormwood, the destroyer, dun dun dun. So, maybe, if you want to run off a little fear science, a little fear porn, I'd start investigating that. People take pictures, see what you can find.
Yeah. It's the one that scares me. I get really upset with Apophis.
Well, there is a lot to the Bible and Revelations and the Book of Thoth and the Book of the Dead and the Emerald Tablets and all of that. And God, some of the earlier kings and some of the buried cities with information that is just now showing up, being slowly trickled in. Like, there may be more than we know, which is what they're getting people ready for.
Has anyone ever heard of the 13 crystal skulls that are supposed to be
I have a lot of books on that.
spread around the,
That's
there's way more to it.
When all the crystal skulls are found, then something's supposed to happen.
Yep.
Right.
Well, and the giants in China and the giants in Russia. You know, I mean, do you know that most of Russia, from Siberia east, is uninhabited? Millions and millions of square miles of uninhabited forest up there, and China's got some unbelievable geography and metallurgy and deposits and stuff that they don't even know about. There's so much of that of the earth that we haven't discovered, and I truly believe in mermaids and all of that. I mean, Christ, I've met aliens. I've seen ghosts all my life. I know that there's certain forms of magic that are real. I've found that.
Yep.
I've had witnesses to prove that it was real. I've done my homework.
Well, and Moldavite, Carolyn might know about the Moldavite. It's supposed to be only in Russia.
Yep.
And I have a piece. My daughter cannot hold it.
It's high energy.
I put it in her hand one day, and she's like, she held it for like 2 seconds. She gave it back to me. She was like, I can't do that.
I've had actual discharge in my hand before.
I got smart and wrapped it with a piece of hematite and a tiger eye.
Okay.
And
you grounded.
Yes, I grounded it.
There was a time when people didn't believe that crystals held energy or anything else, but
they do.
They're frozen energy. It's like glass. Glass is actually not solid. It's actually it's a liquid that is very slow. It's a slow pouring. This is what crystals are. Is they're frozen,
but they oscillate.
They're changing, and yeah, they are harmonic.
Yes,
harmonic made them, and so they continue humming. And you'll have some crystals that do. And I have gotten electrical shock. Somebody laid a crystal in my hand one time, and I got burned. And I went, no, immediately. I mean, it burned. I actually left a burn in my hand. And I knew that person was not anyone I wanted to deal with.
Yeah, some I can't use, but for the most part. But this skull, when I saw,
there's a lot more to
this one has
mysticism and tarot cards and knowing and farseeing and science. But the thing is, it's all connected. Science and magic are one and the same, basically.
Yeah.
And you go back to the 1400s, and you can look at the rules. You look at the rules of chemistry. Then they were discovered in the 1400s and written down. And I think the guy's name was Beans. I can't remember exactly what his. I should remember his name because he's literally the father of chemistry. And I should be a little more respectful because I live for chemistry in my brain, and I'm not done shell structure compounding in my head like I used to when I was a teenager, nor do I spend time on it anymore. Try to figure out the surface area, circumference of a sphere, that which they made us do in high school and all of that. But I believe that there is so much more that we can learn immediately now, right away, before all of this. We take it for granted these machines are going to be here tomorrow. I mean, what if we do have a Carrington event? What if we are sent back into the Stone Age? Yeah. What do you have written down that you can actually look up to use? How are you going to fix anything? How are we going to fix anything if this climate change keeps wiping everybody out and our infrastructure gets broken? And we already see evidence of that happening now in our inner cities, and our population is breaking down and our people are breaking down. And that most major countries in the world are not replacing themselves population-wise. More people are dying right now than are being born. And that's in many major countries, including the United States. We are in population decline. And this happens every cycle. The herd gets smaller, and so don't be one of the smaller herd, be one of the survivors and get smart and learn your science and follow why this is happening. Because if we have a major catastrophe where it's planetary or something, another Chelyabinsk or whatever major event or whatever, I hope there isn't one, but there will be something or many of them. But anyway, if everybody around you is panicking and doesn't know why this is occurring, and yet you've got a pretty good idea, you're going to have a lot more level-headed decision-making abilities than those who are panicking around you. And believe me, in a storm, that shines out like a lighthouse in a storm to a ship. So,
And it's
if you
gonna
want to
make
do good, be
us.
aware, be smart, be prepared. Know your surroundings, plan ahead. And this is part of why I do this, because I care about people. That's why, get in your. I can sit home, know all this crap by myself, laugh and snicker and go, I know you don't. No, that doesn't do me any good. I'm trying to prepare people, so everybody can sit on that sunshine when, in the morning on the side of the mountain when the sun comes up, and we all get warm again after something drastic happens. The idea is tomorrow the sun will come up, and we have to keep furthering that message and a message of hope, and we can't be negative. And this is why I try not to go into the fear shit and all of that, and do real science rather than fear science. Or we could talk about something,
You still have to cover it, because even if we don't go into it, the people out there who are spreading misinformation are. So you almost
and there's
have
so
to,
much you can't clean it up. I mean, we don't have a big enough mop. There is no way. And the only way that you're going to, Rebecca and I were having this conversation ahead of time. The only way that you're going to figure out who is telling you the truth is by having multiple sources of news information. And like with Irene, she's obviously watching something that is either Fox News related or even farther down the tube. And unfortunately, a lot of people are being affected by QAnon information, even though they may not know it.
Never have believed in that and gotten into that. I've heard about it, but
I investigated it.
Did you?
Quite heavily, yeah.
Oh boy, I did too.
And you almost have to know what's real and what's not real, or right or not right. You have to investigate.
You got to check. I had to look into where, and most people do not know the original source of QAnon, and it, of course, comes from Russia. And it's directly related to Russia.
I've been down all kinds of rabbit holes.
And what's going on is they're creating division in our society.
It is.
And if we're divided, then we start fighting each other, and they don't have to. And that's what's going on. And they're putting so much fear. And then we could talk about the Christian Coalition, and they're living entirely in fear, because there's a certain group of people that are talking about the end of the world and the end of their pensions and criminals coming across the border and diseases, and we're going to have World War III. And anytime you hear anyone tell you that, whether it's true or not, the point is if they are a public speaker with any level of conscious authority and mentality for compassion, they would not say those things.
All right.
They wouldn't utter them in public because they have influence and people respect them. A true leader is someone that leads people forward with solutions, not fearful regret.
Right.
We have to move forward. We can't live in the past. We can't think. I'm not walking down Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia, although we could have an entire show about that alone. Okay, we have a serious problem in this country, and most of the problem is we stopped caring about the people around us and started hiding. And now I've been posting the Charlie Chaplin video, World's Greatest Speech, and Facebook has blocked it and removed it, and that's partially why I'm going to Facebook jail. Because he says you have to fight. We have to fight. We have to fight. And that word blocked the whole video. But the entire message was for all of us to get out here and fight to change our world and fight to make our world better, not fighting in ill
not
way.
in a bad way. It's
working. And I
work together and make it
I
better.
took the entire speech and I removed the word fight, and I posted it on my personal page. And instead of fight, I said work. And it's printed on my personal wall, word for word from his speech. But they blocked it and banned it, and it's one of the greatest messages that ever were. And I, to this day, and Charlie Chaplin put it out right before World War II. It was a direct slam against Hitler. Yeah. And we have to make sure we're not going back to that kind of a world. We have to move forward and hope. And no matter what's going on, no matter what's bad happening now, we have to still talk about the good and the solutions. Not, oh, he did this to me and they did that to us and this person is screwing us over and they're terraforming and we're being invaded by lizard people, blah, 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 blah. We can't do that.
I take what I hear and I file it away. You know?
Well, even if we do get invaded, we still have to accept what happens, whether we like it or not. And to fight against a superior higher tech society is stupid. At least immediately, right off the bat, it is, until you learn, your P's and Q's. So we have to learn, no matter what happens or what's coming, we have to be calm, knowledgeable, and patient, and not living in fear and not going, oh, this is going to kill us and wipe us out. No, it's not. I'm going to live through this, damn it. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you can't live in fear.
And anyone that hands you fear, you got to immediately go, this source of information is either unethical or incredible, not credible. And if they are sending you a message and they want you to listen to them, and they're fear-mongering or preaching it, you should be afraid, or this is wrong, or those people are bad, and those people are bad. Anyone who's doing that is not a responsible person that you want to follow. And so, this is why, scream discerning cross-reference of information. Go through at least a couple of sources of information before you believe any one person. And me, to this day, I don't fully believe the government or any of the other factions, off-world factions that I met. Not 100%, not fully. I still have yet to come to a decision that who's right or who's wrong, or if anyone even is.
You will always question that, Sam. I do.
Good, evil, no. Always factional agenda. Mm-hmm. The guy down the street that tells you he wants to put some storage together and build a bug out shelter and all this crap. And he may be just Johnny on the spot with you, but when the shit hits the fan, can you trust them? It's a really hard question. I've seen examples where you can't. I've seen examples where you can. So, you have to be really, really, really careful. And I've tried to be. I've tried to be. I'm not trying to start schemes where we can all group together and get all our money, and we know that a certain Mr. Steve did that to a bunch of people, and then he took off with their money, and that was kind of sad and spooky. And then guess who they called? They called me. Well, it's like, I didn't do it. Why are you calling me? It was hilarious and it was sad at the same time. So, you have to think about what we're doing, what you're doing, how you're going to live, the people around you, family, even if they don't believe you, you still have to plan for them anyway.
You
do. We have to weigh what we're going to do and how we're going to move forward. And this is why we're still doing the science and we're still moving forward, even though, we're not getting, 3 million views or $10,000 a month from YouTube or anything like that. We're still doing our show because this topic and subject is very important. It's very real. Time proven. It's factual. I'm in awe that we are the only ones doing this. There are other people and they're getting it wrong. But
nobody else, I guess, has that gift of being able to see the planets and draw them.
There are many gifted people in the world.
Well, had I not done this every day for 14 years, I would not be as good at it as I am, and I still make mistakes. But I mean, go ahead.
I just don't think this is something that anybody else could do. I think this is one of those things where it's just your
forte. It was meant to be. And it was meant to select certain people.
That's big when you think about it. That's pretty big, I think. I think it is.
Well, the Pleiadian did tell me that I was going to do something miraculous that only I could do. And I, this is, of course, part of where I started arguing with him, going, oh, come on, I'm just, this idiot guy from Montana, blah, 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 because he's telling me this story, it's like, and the 7-foot tall guy just got off of E.T.'s landing ship, so how do you argue with this guy? And yet he's standing here telling me that, only I can do this. And it was kind of cryptic, and I referred to this many times before. It's kind of like the guy in the movie 2010 where he's questioning the alien after the guy left the body of the other crew member, and it was just the alien standing there, and the guy was questioning me. He says, something wonderful is about to happen. And I was like, God, don't hand me that 2010 crap. And I'm arguing with the guy. And I'm throwing metaphors that I'm sure they maybe culturally, iconically knew or didn't know, because he was a student studying their past. I'm in the history books, and which is how they're able to look me up from his present, which blew me away. And he told me a whole bunch of crap about my life and everything else, and my kids and that weren't even born yet, and all of that. And all the way up into including parts about my death. And anyway, and a little of this and that, and then the other thing in between that I don't share a lot of information about until it's time. And I've got the right people across the campfire from me sharing coffee, because a lot of this I don't publicly admit to over the internet freely, because then they'll shut me down the moment I start talking about some things. And we've seen that happen over and over again. And apparently I've been a good boy today, because I only started answering about past civilizations, and then I got booted off, but they haven't messed with me since. Thank you, knock on wood. Guys out there drinking coffee, go get some donuts. I'm going to be real boring, I promise.
I did.
Welcome to 7 hours, 5 minutes.
You got that one right.
It's been action-packed. Yeah.
Yes, it has been. I wrote a note.
Oh, wow. I always look at me as rambling. I'm sitting here just going, blah, 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 blah,
No. We're instigators, aren't we, Michelle?
Hey, have I somehow become a celebrity and didn't know it?
I think so.
Yeah.
You should be. I mean, you should be right now. So
no, I am known supposedly around the world, and they've translated quite a few of my earlier videos into other languages in Sweden. We never find this out because we don't get enough people to talk to us regularly. And if you are, and you've known about us on the comments section on YouTube, even tomorrow, and you want to comment on YouTube, please do.
Somebody will come back on YouTube and give you an answer lately.
Well, I hope they do, because our comments on the videos, our weekly shows have been 5 or 7 or 11. I wish there were a lot more. I mean, if there's 52 likes or 100 likes, then comment. Say hi, Bill from Pasadena or wherever. Just let us know where you're from and your first name or whatever you care to divulge, or give us a story or a report or whatever you'd like. We'd love to hear from you. And the only way that we really feel like we're connecting with people is when you connect back. Because otherwise I'm just some guy that sits talking to my microphone every Saturday night in my computer room. And so we need to hear from you. And, throw $1 or $2 in an envelope and send some to Rebecca, send some to me, and then we can keep going. Let us know you care, gift cards, personal checks, whatever. I just deposit them in my I've had the same bank account for 20 years, and so they trust me and know me. And I just deposit in the special Montana Skywatcher account. And I have 2 accounts. One is my normal house budget, and the other one's got $18 in it. And that's my Montana Skywatcher account. And I put them in there, and then I save up for needed computer items or for internet when it's, if I got enough to actually pay the internet with it. But usually it's either car repairs or internet and emergency, this, that, and the other thing. So thank you for your support, and off drop time.
Go for it. Drink time. On some of the old...
I love the rambles, as they call it. I just call it off topic.
It is off topic, and we do that too, and we do it very well.
Yeah.
And too often, no, I'm teasing, but yeah, I'd like to be more science and logical, but you know, when you sit for 7 hours, when you sit for 7 hours talking, you do occasionally break off topic. You can't help it.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Well, but it all connects stuff.
Yeah.
It
ties
connects
together.
everything. Yeah.
Like we talked about watering the bathtub, and everybody's going, "Oh God, can we talk about the Anunnaki?" But that's preparedness.
Yeah.
And
we don't really know a lot about the Anunnaki. We have drawings in Sumerian, and there are references to them in the Hittite language. There are references to them in the Greek texts. Some of the Egyptian mentioned them. The people in India mentioned different gods, and of course they have a pantheon all on their own. Egypt had like 2,000. Rome had hundreds, dozens. There's all, and they're all pretty much based on shared stories from culture to culture and time period to time period. And all you got to do is, do some study in those same time period groups of people in that area of planet Earth, and it's a huge story that exists. I mean, we were living completely different lives just a few thousand years ago, and yet at a much higher civilization rate than I think that we even give ourselves credit for now. I think that the leftover stone that we see is like some of their finer buildings like we have, and there's a whole lot of missing natural normal houses and stuff that's all lost and gone and not taken into account for, including some mechanisms and little trick machinery that I'm sure we developed that we aren't even aware of, including some tools for mining and stonework, because there were higher level civilizations prior to us. Whether it was us or not, I don't know. But there were other civilizations beyond the one that we know of. There's a lot of time between 65 million years when the dinosaurs sort of changed, and all the different periods thereafter, and including granted even the Ice Age, which was roughly melted like 12,000 years ago and lasted for some 25,000 years, and then prior to that, there were different continental regions. The axis of the Earth was probably different. Some areas were different than the North Pole now. We could be seeing that change occurring now, which we have in the last decade. In the last 20 years, the North Pole has gone from the North Pole. It is now somewhere in the middle of Russia, in the northern hemisphere, central Russia. That's the new North Pole, and that's why they froze their asses off this year, and why China froze really bad. And they had poor people that were dying because they were freezing their asses off because they didn't have coal or oil to burn in China. And that's why a good portion of the factories closed down this year. They suffered a really nasty winter last year. And of course, science doesn't talk about that here in Western culture. And, of course, the Chinese and the Russians are not ample on handing over information. So it's a lot of it's being hidden. And then I'll go, back to the fear side. We are in trouble. And, I keep saying, every show I remind you, we are in trouble. And I don't know what next year the Farmer's Almanac came out with a new report, and I did not have a chance to read it yet. I have a supposition what I imagine is going to happen, but I will look it up. I bet that we're going to have a really gnarly winter. Well, we'll see.
I'm feeling it. So
we could have no winter at all. I don't know. It depends on our winter orbit, if it's changed, if it's depending on the second star, is it coming close towards us? Is it going to be warm? I don't know. So you're going to have to watch this progress and see what happens. And what's going on the South Pole is just insane. And I've never ever seen it like that. I don't know what's going to go on in the South Pole. We should check to see whether or not expeditions are being canceled down there or not, because I would imagine that would start to take place. And if they start evacuating the South Pole, I don't know, because I know they're having a really nasty winter down there right now. And of course, we don't get information about that either. So, if you can look it up, get us the information, share the information. Everybody do research, find out things, learn stuff. Send us, let's culminate the information so we can form a good synaptic opinion. Summations. Speaking of geese, I saw for the first time in many years a big full V of geese. We have not seen geese in Montana in years.
Really?
So bird yeah, I saw somebody. I read the
You
word
can have
geese.
some of ours. We have way too many.
Well, the flight path has changed. They don't come over here. And I was like, what? And I was, I always love watching the geese fly over. And I haven't seen geese fly over in years. And I mean, we used to have waves of them,
Yeah.
Thousands of them flying over regularly.
Yeah.
And I saw my first V of geese this week in probably the last easy 8 years.
Yeah.
And the bird population is way down.
You're early
Way
than
down. We don't have any of the most of the small birds are gone.
The old house I lived in here in Indiana before my mom passed away, I'd hear the geese fly overhead. And I loved hearing it. Well, since I moved to where I live now 3 years ago, I don't hear them anymore.
Right.
And I don't know if it's just because of the flight pattern and where I moved to that they just don't fly this way or what.
Oh, we can always look that up. We can, I imagine the National Arbor Society is arbor. Is that the right word? Not the avian.
The
National Avian Society.
Audubon.
Yeah, I bet they have the current expected forecasted flight path, and then go back and look what it was in the 70s, and see if they've changed. And there again, topics of research, and I would bet money they have. We know that our jet streams have changed. We know, hey, we're getting that monsoonal flow up here, and it never used to do that. It came into California and then went through Arizona, then Mexico to Texas, and that was it. That was monsoonal flow. Maybe made it to Utah. Now it's coming all the way up to Washington State, into Montana. We had a nice, wet beginning to fall because we're actually dropping in temperature and fall is starting here, and that's way early.
For us, it's 2 months early.
We don't get fall up here until the end of September, and now we're at the end of August.
My trees are my leaves have already dropped.
We're a month early.
2 months early here.
Yeah, I got two couple trees across the street from us. Aunt Barbara and I sit out on the porch all the time. And we've noticed that one of the trees, the leaves are already starting to fall off. And we don't know if it's because the tree's dying or if it's just...
Well,
the other tree...
The sunflowers are not facing the sun, and we know the sun is too hot. They're burning, everything's getting fried. And the tops of the pine trees are all fried. The tops of the trees all over Montana are fried.
We talked about earlier today. My husband said, I think it's because of the sun being so hot.
Yep.
And I just saw Audrey said they're getting snow in South Africa where the winters.
Yeah, they never used to.
It never snowed there before. So, yeah, it's really changing.
I grow a catnip for my cat, and I had to move it. I had to move it from one part of my house to a different part because it seemed like it was just burning the leaves.
Mine burned off this year, and luckily I gave seed to my daughter, and hers is doing fine because where she planted it, the sun doesn't hit there.
Yeah,
it's bright but not sun. So yeah, and I took.
Yeah, I've lost plants that I lost big giant daisies that did great where they were, but they got too hot and then they just never grew back.
beautiful. The hummingbirds, you can also tell. We have a lot of hummingbirds here. I usually every Sunday I change their drink. And I took notice it's only lasting 4 days now.
Yeah.
They're really hitting it hard. And I said to my husband, you know what? I bet they're leaving early because we're having an early fall and we're going to have a hard winter. So we'll see.
Well, one way to tell is pine trees. Pine trees will talk to you a year ahead of time. When it's going to be deep snow, they put more pine cones on to reach down farther down the tree.
And that's where ours are now.
It's a multi-year process. You got to watch 1 year to the next to watch how far the pine trees drop their pine cones. But it's another one of those things to be aware of. And we have the example of the sunflowers turning away from the sun. And it is too hot. We know it's too hot. We know it's large. We know we have a second one. And, you know, nobody else is talking about that either. You know, 2 suns, a whole solar system, and Texas Cube, Long Box Cube, Empire, or, I chuckle about this because we're handing out the juiciest things that ever were, and we get 500 and 600 and 700 views. Now, granted, over a year or so, they get, thousands of views, 10,000 views, whatever. But I mean, this should be a hot topic, and people should be eating this up by the spoonful right now, because this is time-proven information, and we're not making this crap up. And we're a reality show. We're not, we're not a conspiracy theorist show. We're a reality show. And I believe that we're giving weekly facts. I don't think anybody else, got. And so, wow, I'm in awe. I don't know why it's 14 years. This should have launched a long time ago.
I have a question for you then, if I may. Are you up for a question?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah. What else am I doing?
Well, we're talking about birds. So I'm flipping subjects back to space again. If our sun is indeed falling to the forefront, which I think it is, and Solar Ham is giving us pictures of sun surface, whose sun are they giving us pictures of? Our sun or the second sun?
I wonder that from time to time. Well, yeah, they're probably still filming ours. I would hope. And we've noticed some increased activity. And then I will remind everyone of what occurred when the 2 suns got in proximity together. That was where the backblow CMEs of 2012 occurred.
Okay.
And that's how we know that the second sun and the first sun got proximity to each other, because of the behavior of the backblow CMEs. They were massive. If they would have hit Earth, we'd have been crumbly dust in a little pile on the table. And those backblows reached to that second larger star. And I have one photograph that I use all the time. And that energy and the electricity and the backblows. Now we saw about a year and a half ago. I can't remember exactly when. These new backblow side events where they were bursting these unbelievable flares again. And that is what triggered me to believe that it was time. And then all of a sudden the sun cycle increased and the coronal holes started rounding again on the face of our star, and the activity went back up to normal and then beyond normal, where it's now doing these M-class flares and stuff. The ones we need to worry about are X-class flares, of course. But they are warning about M-class flare activity increases over the last few months, and a lot of people are noticing that the sun activity is huge going on. It's major change. So I believe it is probably our star burping towards the exiting larger star and sending. Now we should start seeing an ejecta to the right. So if we see the ejecta to the right, then we know that it's reaching hopefully towards where the expected standard red star will be going. We hope. And we hope it's not coming. We hope the standard red star is not coming closer to us, because if it does, we're going to fry. And we don't want to have 130 daytime temperatures.
No, I just want to tell everybody I love them now.
Yeah. So we don't know what's happening, but we got to watch. We had this summer part where we watched. Oh yeah, well, remember in Cappadocia in Turkey, those people that lived underground.
Yes, many levels down. So you know what they.
You don't dig 30 miles or 3,000 miles worth of tunnels for no reason.
Right.
And I'm hoping we don't resort to that again. I have to study the Bakhtum harbingers better to understand more, and maybe I should. I'll have to remind myself to do so. But then who knows? I mean, where am I going to find a professor that knows more? And then I'm going to have to find out 2 other ones that don't know more and compare him to them. I've got to be careful on the information that we gather and suppositioning and not jumping to conclusions.
Somebody has to know somebody.
I was going to say, you got to be playing with a cat there.
I am.
Pretty.
We are being cautiously expectant to keep observing what's going on with the M-class flares, etc.
She's so pretty.
Yeah, I had a black and white one of those that just lived on my lap until we had to put him to sleep.
I have one in my lap too right now.
Yep.
She's shy. But this is Mitten's friend, Little Runt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
She's so cute. She doesn't have a tail. She's like a Manx cat. She doesn't have
These are awesome cats.
We all have our pets here.
I'm trying. Come on.
Back-legged woman.
Yeah.
Come here. You can do it.
She's like a little bunny rabbit. I don't know why, but look, another kitty cat. Yay!
Mine. She does not like to be held. Oh, I know.
Okay, we
know.
got nothing but cat ladies going on here.
Oh, those crazy cat ladies.
She's so unsociable. I'm sorry,
remember
honey. I'm sorry. It's okay.
A certain political candidate, vice presidential campaign. I can almost talk. Candidate for vice president has been talking about those cat ladies. I have to chuckle over that now. You guys, my nose is actually itching. I'm sitting here having a cat hair reaction just watching you.
Look. Yeah. I'll be going like this again.
Traumatic.
So sorry.
That's funny.
No, 2 nights ago, I had Rebecca up half the night, didn't I? My only girl got sick. And who do I? Rebecca!
Yeah.
But she made it.
Yeah, I will mention this again. If you want to watch a really good video on YouTube, discovering the origins of civilization, it's by a channel called Our History, and it's Michael Wood narrating, and he made this in the 80s or 90s, but it's an awesome video. It's like 3 hours long.
Yep.
Discovering the Origins of Civilization by Our History. That's the channel it's on.
Yep, I already posted it on our
It's
group.
narrated by Michael Wood, and he stars in it. It's a really excellent video, and it will teach you some of the basics of what we miss in school, even college education, about the world around us and the civilizations that we share this planet with, and not just the United States. And I think it's an important amount of information for people to try to understand. And I watched it again for the second or third time. It might even be the third time this week again. So I figured I'd write it down and share it with you guys because it's a good view.
I'll check it out.
Yep. Yeah. We already have it on our site, Rebecca.
And he's really good at what he does. He's an excellent teacher, and there's something about his voice where and he gives you real information that is not tour guide. He gives you real researched background, true information that is credible.
Most or all of what he's saying is pretty much in line with what we're doing, or will lead to something that we're
No, he's of course the Cambridge people from England, and he's British.
Okay.
And it's the Western. He actually bucks Western science on purpose and goes beyond Western science.
Okay.
And will verbally tell you so.
Okay. Fair enough.
And that's why it's so good, because he's not handing you. He's bridge. He's highly educated, and he speaks Latin and many other languages, and even probably Gaelic, and you name it, because he reads. He's a highly educated historian, and the guy's just got a phenomenal level of knowledge that I could only hope to ever, because he has a formal education that I never got the opportunity to have. Because I'm sure his parents paid for it, anyway, I don't know, but I was not given the opportunity to go to school, even though I did ask the government to send me to school, and they wanted to send me to Bologna, Italy, and I should have gone, but I didn't, and I would have gone to the academy there, and I'm not going to put my foot too big in the trap there, but there's an academy that they send people to learn more, and I should have gone, but I didn't. There is a level of far-seeing fear of having the ability to see too much.
I understand that.
And I already see enough and more than I want to in many ways. It can be quite
uncomfortable.
I see
Scary.
stuff that there's things that it's hard to describe, but I know stuff that I wish I didn't know. And there's no coming back from that. So be careful what you wish for.
A lot of mind involves.
There's a level of
problems when people, and
there's a lot of responsibility with knowledge, and there is a level of ignorance is bliss.
I believe
there truly is something to be said for that. The more you're aware of things, the more you're concerned. I'm concerned about the children in India and the children on the Syrian border that are still being blocked from entering Turkey. And there's a couple of million people in that refugee camp alone. And there is approximately 50 refugee camps on this planet where people are sitting there. They have nowhere to go. They don't own anything. They live in tents. They live like rats. And it's horrible. And this is, we're a rich planet and we could feed everybody. And meanwhile, the oil nations have so much, and so many have nothing. And because I know about that, that does make me sad. And this is what, we need to think about, rather than, Super Bowl tickets or that new handbag that costs $5,000, or that $85,000 truck. Or or the $1 million home, or the $20 million, chateau or whatever, and yet these people with billions of dollars, they could change the world. They could. People with billions of dollars could change the world by themselves.
They could,
and they don't. You have more money than any of your family will ever spend in any 5 lifetimes.
Mm-mm.
And, this isn't Hogwarts, and you don't go to a vault kept by the goblins, who live beyond normal lifetimes. But, spooky world we live in.
Yeah.
And with the corporations and the rich people have all the money, and we have nothing, and we're at the bottom. And that goes back to the movie Elysium. The technology, and they can make their own environment and pollute ours. And if we aren't going to notice that by now, then when? Why is it that we don't have a living wage anymore? Why do we have to struggle to take care of our children? Why are we being told how to live?
We're just going backwards.
Yeah, we need to change that.
And I always say I would love to come into some money or have money, but it's not so I can have it. It's so I can share it.
It's for sharing.
It's so I can share it.
I'm 100% behind that.
Part of the problem with money.
I'm 100% behind that.
A few times I've had large sums of money in my bank account, and I've lived off of it. But what happens is you end up trying to spend a lot of time protecting that money as well. And that does shut you down. And the trick is to have so damn much money that you can't do anything but be nice to people.
Right.
And unfortunately, we don't see a lot of that going on.
Not a whole lot.
And,
But
you know,
thank God for
maybe that's
people.
why I'm not a rich man, because I already share what I have. You know, I do. I
Use
share.
your knowledge.
That's how
What
we
price
do
can you
things.
put on that?
What you share is important,
Right.
though.
Yeah, you can't put a
You should
price
see what
on
it
that.
cost me to get here.
No.
You should,
Yeah,
I mean,
we
you
know.
should see what it cost me to
Yeah.
get here. Holy cow.
We do understand that.
Oh, right.
We understand that.
Well, you know, I
Or-
did a great deal of sacrifice over the last 14 years, just trying to keep going here, and then raising my daughters on nothing.
And then your
we did
health.
release. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure it aged me a little bit here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a few gray hairs to account for. Yeah. And then the girls lost their mother recently, and you know, and that was
Yeah, add that.
and
then-
a good thing. And,
Yeah. Things take a
wow,
toll.
wow, what a journey!
I'm a firm believer.
You know, I don't
in-
think I'd ever done as well with the kids had I not had all you guys to keep talking to. I think that, you know, it's you know, I had to work, and then I had to take care of the kids, and it gave me a level of regimen that I went through and got my habits, and I did this in the morning. Although I haven't slept much in the last decade, I got my Samsonite baggage under my eyes. I promise
Us
you.
would not do that. We don't sleep.
But yeah, you know, this Rebecca pays. She works her butt off.
She
And
does.
we once in a while talk to her. She's like, I'm so tired. You know, I want to wring this person's neck. And,
I usually get her enough
you
to
know,
say
so and so
goodnight
did this
to
on
her.
the site, and then you know, I get phone calls. Oh, you got to go to the site. Somebody's doing this, and it's like, oh shit, here we go.
Yep.
You know,
That's what I
even
do
when
to
we're
her.
not, you know, when we're not on
Rebecca, you
calls
need
on
to
the
check
phone,
this
we
out.
got to go back to work.
Like behind the scenes, all the behind the scenes drama,
We're
you
always
know.
doing
it's-
something.
You would
Yeah.
not think that sky drama exists, but
Oh my god.
it does. I guess
Oh,
it's just
it does.
people in general, but it's not all about people. But some of
Well,
it
in the
is.
years, you know, we've had our major groups of trolls, and our
Yeah, we've grown a lot.
our children that wouldn't behave in our website. I hate to say children, but our members
Well, we felt
in our
like
websites
that.
that wouldn't behave. Oh, we had quite a few for people that turncoated on us and decided to bomb us with bad press. And you know, there's a couple, you know, people just a few miles away from me
more. Those bad ones don't
that I
look
can
so
think
bad.
of. Oh God, you know, the shit we've gone through to get here.
Yeah. And we're still gonna go through deep piles.
Yeah,
I'm
there's so much more to the story that we don't even talk about here on the shows of how we got here to get all this information. And I was thinking about the early groups that we were members of that, you know, like, oh God, do I dare name 104? And, you know, I won't say the rest of the, Rebecca, were you a member of 104?
No, I've never heard of that.
I know of it, but I was not.
You know that group of people I'm talking about then,
Yeah.
right? The 104, the rest of their name, I'm not mentioning their name, but they know who they are. And I haven't been to their site. I think they blocked me. I haven't been to their site in years, but a lot of those people are still around. Although we went through offshoot branches of people that have been out to down me and Rebecca and Lucinda, and they were putting out poop hats and putting all this bad press about us and videos on YouTube. And then there's been the YouTubers that have been going after us over the years. And then the Money Boys went after us, which was the same one that went after Dave's, which he used to be, I believe it or not, I can't even think of Dave's sites anymore. We haven't talked to him recently. I wish he'd get hold of us. He's over there in Europe with Andy, and we haven't even talked to Andy lately. I saw his pictures, but I haven't talked to him lately. Hi, Andy. And we haven't seen Matthew over in Malaysia in a while. I did see some of his postings, but I haven't talked to him in a while.
Keep in touch with Matthew.
Cool. Say hi for me.
Oh, I will.
I'm sure he's busy with his family. I think he got lost in trying to work for his family and caught up in his life. And maybe he's smart and could walk away from all of this.
He's so intelligent, and he's okay, I'm going to forget the word. Patents. He works on making patents for things and getting patents for things that he has created. He just had another award recently, and he has to get up to a certain number, and he's coming to the States. They're going to have a great big to-do somewhere out in your area. He's coming to the States. I'm picking that guy up. I'm picking him. I'm going to drag his hiney and meet everybody. So,
are you going to get his whole family or just him?
That I
can't even imagine the whole little family that he's got, and I'm glad he got over the loss. They lost a child, and that was very sad. And that's pretty much when Matthew's he's still an admin on Skywatcher, but we don't see much of him, which is okay. And like I said, if he's lucky enough to run away from this obsession, then praise be to him.
We try,
and there's no way I could. There's just no way I could walk away from doing this because I'd have to, tell everybody and talk about it. Oh, Christ, what I saw today, you wouldn't believe what I saw today. Oh, my God, I got to share it with somebody, And the purple planet and the blue planet and the red planet and the striped planet and the asteroid. And I want to run across the street to my neighbors regularly, but I don't.
I know.
Oh, my God, you got to come out and see this. I go to the girls' room. The girls got it. Nah, Dad, we've seen it already. There's no way, Dad. Gee, Dad.
I did hear that one time. My daughter joined Rebecca's group because she has this knowing when something's out there. She can feel it. So she is a professional photographer. So she's.
Oh, you can feel it in your ears. You can feel it in your butt. You can feel it in your feet. You can feel it in your fingertips.
I can feel it.
And the birds get quiet and everything. And the dogs a lot of times will start barking. Right. Around the whole neighborhood a lot of the times, or they'll shut up completely, or you could just and it's like the sound changes too, including traffic noise and airplane sounds change and city sounds change. You can feel it, you can hear it.
Yep.
Hey, you know what we have not seen recently?
What didn't we see?
There's not been any trumpeting. We haven't heard trumpeting in months, have we?
Right.
No,
we have not.
No harmonic harmonics have gone away. We haven't heard them I have not even heard the earth hum. Holy shit! It's been a couple of weeks.
I
just realized because I'm always hearing it. I have not heard the earth hum in about a week or two. It's gone.
But there's so
weird.
I'm wondering if the lightning I have to think about this.
I was hearing a wow, 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 and then it would go wow, 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 and I would hear that hum all the time, and it drove me nuts. And I haven't heard it in a couple of weeks.
No,
because I was hearing it about 2 weeks ago on this last show.
I remember you
saying. And last week I did not hear it, because I would have commented it on during the show, and I'm not hearing it right now, which is weird. That's weird.
Right, Tara? See what my girl just said? It's awesome that all of us are teaching her kids, not just hers. Katie's the same way.
Well, careful what you teach them. Don't scare them.
Yeah, no. They do it with love. I know they do.
Do not scare them. Hand it to them in a softer version as needed. Yeah. And do use parental control, because you don't want to, this could be catastrophic to the wrong person. And, this is what also, why some of the things I don't say about what I know. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know stuff about ET that you don't want to know. And that I'm still trying to deal with. That's 20 years later, and I'm still trying to deal with it.
Yeah.
And they don't use doors. So
we'll always deal with it. You can tell me someday. I have my own stories. You know that.
Yeah, well, we've seen it all on TV mostly, but it's all
Yeah, but when it
it's
really
done out of
happens,
a negative manner, and we can't immediately. You cannot fight ET. You have to avoid them, but
very hard to trust.
You do not want to attack them.
No, I don't want to smell them either.
Yeah, that too. They don't want to smell you either.
I know. I love it.
Yeah, to some races, there are, I'm not going to mention which ones, but there are some races that they think that we smell horrible. So
that's crazy.
And then there are a couple that I know smell horrible. So, and I haven't met a lot of them. I've only met 3, but I noticed, I know there's differences between all 3 of them. Miraculously large differences. Second level. I, of course, have never met an Anunnaki or anyone from Saru or Nibiru, if that's where they live. We know that there's at least 2 races in the other system.
Yeah.
I was told 3, I think, and I don't count on, don't quote me on it, but I know there's
2
at least
sure.
2 races
We'll go 2
in
for
the
sure.
large planet. 2 for sure.
The third is
The 2 water planets where the life can possibly grow. We don't know what they look like. I believe that they look a lot like us, but I believe they're much larger than us, which is where the giants come from.
Back.
Okay, Michelle.
And the movie The Gods of Egypt might be a very good reference point, although don't take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot of lore. There's a lot of really, some nice marshmallows or cookies or whatever you want to call them in the Gods of Egypt movie. There's a lot of information we're being handed, but you have to take your mythos with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm. Audrey
asks, any religion as well too.
Audrey says, Sam, did they all have clothes on? Mine did not. Did yours?
2 out of the 3 had clothes on.
Mine didn't. You were the lucky one.
Wow.
Well, I've seen quite a few grays in my time. Let's put it that way. The grays don't wear clothes, and they're the worker drones, and they run around and do stuff that the other races can't do, and they work for the higher races. They're not an independent faction. They work for many of the races, and they do the atmospheric heavy lifting because the other races are not used to our atmosphere and our barometric pressure and everything. Therefore, they are more vulnerable when they are off shift. So they have creatures that can do it, and that's why the little grays run around. And if there's 1 in front of you, there's 6 behind you, and they operate in pack mentality.
Yeah.
And I think that's about enough information. You pray to God you never meet a gray. If they're supervised, they're pretty cool. If they're intelligent, they're pretty cool. But the unsupervised ones that are of less category, we'll leave it at that way, can be a bitch. And they're not so. They require supervision unless they're of a higher caste. And I think there's different castes of intelligence versus.
What would they do? Like, why would you be concerned with them?
Well, some are workers and some are violent and some are scientists and some are, I don't know the caste system, but I believe they're of a caste structure of different elevated drone levels. I just sort of know this. I don't have the details, but
it's like
let's just say I've met some that were nice and kind and intelligent, and I've met some that you just wondered, like, what animal did I just toil with? So, like something in a cage or something that should be in a cage and isn't.
Right. Rebecca,
if you give hostility, you will get it back. And but
yeah. When we meet another human,
I didn't understand what you said, Caroline.
Well, I was to Rebecca. It's like she said, "What's it like?" And I said, "Animalistic." But it's like when you run into another human and there's some kind of antagonistic situation, you try to talk through it. There's no talking here.
Okay. Yeah.
So
no reasoning.
Yeah, you can't. You can't hide. You can't hide your intentions from them.
No.
So they automatically know what you're thinking ahead of time because you're obvious as hell. You're a simple life force compared to them. And
And if you're
especially if
not
they're
aware,
long-lived, any being that lives a few thousand years can read your telltale body signs and your body language and your back step and how
And,
your
like,
shoulders
here's
are shrugged
Carmen
and your
talking about
eyebrows
it.
look all boom,
They
they
read
know.
all that. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And,
know,
like,
we don't we're not that tough to read. I read people quite easily, and anyone of a higher intelligence than me could probably do way more. And so, yeah, they read us like a
I think
bumper
I'd be
sticker. I didn't say a
okay.
book, a bumper
I mean, I'm
sticker.
not like gonna sit
Well,
there
yeah,
and
as long as you're not
about it.
hostile.
Right.
If you're non-hostile, then that's what by law, according to the Prime Directive, that's what you're going to get back. But if they are out to get you, they will get you.
Oh
It's
gosh.
just
I
like
mean, if their job is to pick you up and sample you, they will, and they'll abduct you and they'll get you in the light in the beam, and you won't be able to move, and they'll take you and they will sample you and cut your hair and get a skin tab and blood sample and you name it or whatever else they're there for.
end up with a little scar here or there, and
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
that has to. Well, that's if they tag you and mark you for recapture, because then they jam the thing in your leg, and that thing is sort of like this little cartridge that grabs a slab of skin, and then it surrounds the tag marker with skin, and that way it's sealed inside, and then they inject it into your body, and that way it's not rejected by the body. Because if they put a foreign material in there, it'll work its way out. But if they put you inside of you, it doesn't.
it's a whole nother world, isn't it?
And you know, and then you get a little teardrop shape. Usually they'll take the skin out of the left leg, and you'll get a teardrop shape mark on your left leg that never tans.
Little scar. Yeah. See
Little
that?
white scar, and it's usually on the inner side of your left leg because the tables are right-handed, and they jam it into their closest leg while you're on the table or your arm. They'll take it from.
I gotta look around, see if I have
They get it
anything.
from it'd be on your left side usually, and you can have multiple ones too. And you can see it. It looks kind of like a little mini iron, like an iron from an ironing board.
Exactly.
Yeah,
On my left side. Okay.
Mine is
little
on
mini
my right
shape of an iron.
I haven't seen anything like that. Thank goodness.
I'm looking at mine on my left leg right now. So
I hope not.
Come on our spot, Sam.
Makes me want to look.
I know. I gotta go to the bathroom and get the mirror out. I don't know.
And then I
don't
have
see anything.
in my jaw something that a dentist would never touch. None of my dentists, none of the orthodontists would touch it. So
oh yeah, they I've had things removed that they didn't biopsy and they should have, and I've had comments from the surgeon where he said, that's interesting. And I actually removed one myself with an X-Acto knife over time.
Oh.
And then when I took it out of the casing and held it in a pair of tweezers, it was two different colored metal, and it was all microscopically laser etched, like computer chip board on these two pieces of wire, like a radio receiver, two different kinds of metal. And it was tuned, and I stared at it for about 5 or 7 minutes, and then it vaporized in front of me after a long-term exposure to the air.
That's what
and I was looking at it through a magnifying glass and everything, and you could see the rainbow, like those pictures of the rainbow etched pictures. They draw wizards and things like that with laser etching. And these were microscopic laser etched computer boards on these two tiny wires that were twisted together. And I watched it and looked at it and went, oh, wow. And I was staring at it, going, wow, in the bathroom, in the light, brought in more light. Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Turned into gas in front of me.
And you couldn't even have the time to show it to someone because it
was about 5 to 7 minutes. It was the middle of the night, and you thought, okay, I've worked on this. There it is. Oh, wow. I can grab it with tweezers. And
as
then
long as
out it came, and it was after months of working on it.
Where they put it,
knowing it was there. It was like, this isn't normal. What the hell is this? And then being brave enough to take an X-Acto knife to start the hole in the first place. And then it wasn't an instant, jam it in and cut it out. I didn't do that. It was many months of work where I just would, I could see it there and I kept prying at it going, I got it, this, then it gets sore and then you pull the scab off and then there's a bigger hole and a bigger hole and that kind of thing. It was just over a process. I knew it wasn't supposed to be there. And so I started working on getting rid of it and I finally did.
You wanted it out.
Tara. And I was having a discussion with somebody about that years ago in Hawaii. And that's when I had somebody sneak up behind me while I was on a computer in the middle of the night. And I was actually having a conversation about that very thing. And I got slammed face first into the keyboards after something grabbed me that was invisible, but I could see my arm depressed down from being grabbed. And the next thing I know, I'm looking at, GHYJM, and up close and my glasses are jammed in my face and I'm sitting on a little purple chair with wheels. And I used the wheels in my legs to push and squirt free of whatever was jamming me face first. And I escaped and went across the house and went and got my gun. Meanwhile, as I'm running across the house, I'm bleeding all over the place like a stuck pig.
You were.
I left a trail from the computer room all the way to the bathroom on the other end of the house. And the kitchen floor was predominantly bloody because it was linoleum. And it splatters more rather than dripping on carpet.
Right.
And it was spooky. And then by the time I got to the other side of the house, it was running off my elbow.
Yep.
And I was grabbing wads of toilet paper, not just some wads, and got my gun and chased it out of the house. Couldn't see it, but I could smell it. I knew it was there.
One of the reasons
and,
I
it was near my kids' room, and I went, no, we're not having that. And I sat there for about 20 minutes waving the gun around going, I know you're here. I can feel you and I can smell you. And then they left. And, and I've forgotten about it and gone really nonchalant over the years. And sometimes it just up and reminds me that this could happen again anytime. And I was kind of like almost
thinking about it.
I was kind of mad at myself for being remiss and not remembering it all the time. But yet I don't want to live in the fear of that.
No, but it's good. It's something you can share now. We couldn't talk about it before. There's no way.
It wasn't a couple of years ago. It's been like 4 years ago that it happened. And I was actually typing about that very thing. And, they cut me on the back of the ear like I was being sampled or tagged again. And that's where the blood was coming from behind my left ear. And it was just big time bleeding everywhere. So I think that somebody or something was watching me and went, oh, okay. You pulled out your tag? Well, no wonder. We'll come down and give you a new one. I mean, it's kind of ironic and silly and stupid and phantasmal, fantasy-like or whatever. Fantasy Island. But, I was literally having that conversation when that happened.
Yeah.
And I kept feeling this spider web electricity thing behind me prior. For about 5 minutes, I kept touching the back of my head like, did a spider drop down on me? Why am I feeling this behind me? Why am I feeling this behind me? It's a spider web thing. And it's the same thing when you walk through a ghost. When you walk through a ghost, there is a certain spider web-like feeling as well. Because this was much stronger. And then I smelled it. And then just as I smelled it, boom, face to the keyboard.
What did it smell like?
So, what's that, Rebecca?
I said, what would you compare the smell to? What did it smell like?
Collect the garbage from your sink for a week in a plastic container and then stick your nose in it.
No. I would actually, a New York City cab with an Italian, a Greek, and a Mexican, all in the same 4th of July hot cab with no air conditioning.
And no deodorant.
And no deodorant. And no deodorant. We're talking ginger. We're talking garlic. We're talking body odor. We're talking palpable oily. You can taste the oil of body odor.
And it doesn't.
You can actually, it's on your tongue, and you actually go because your tongue gets oily breathing near them. Yeah, they're quite oily. They are very profusely their skin, this particular race,
offense. It's just they smell like
their skin is
moldy,
highly
hoagies.
productive in pheromones and oils. Yeah,
Hoagies.
yeah, they're highly,
into
you know,
a
and
hoagie
you push in on their skin and it bounces back after you let go. You know, kind of, like weird stuff. I think they sell something similar at Walmart. But anyway, the world is not what we know, you guys. The world is a different place than anyone has ever taught you in any school that you ever went to. Hi, and welcome to Sam's Crazy Train. But oh God, and then.
There was a thing
talking to 7 foot tall guys in the forest at the same time is also equally crazy, and being sequestered by the U.S. government and for writing a stupid paper when I was 17 years old for my advanced chemistry class, my junior year of high school. I mean, whoever expected that I'd be standing here today, captured by that same stupid piece of paper. 44 years later, or 46 years later. Yeah, 46 years later. I mean, holy cow, write a paper for class. Wow. Hey, teacher, did I get an A? I got a 2-year A for that class anyway, because I knew stuff my teacher didn't know. And she said, okay, you've already passed next year. Well, here we go. After they forced the NDA with me, I was not allowed to have contact with that teacher anymore.
I guess.
So, and neither was she, and she slammed the door in my face and wouldn't tell me why, and they must have scared the hell out of her.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah, if you ever tell anyone what's in this paper, blah blah blah, we'll come we'll deport your family back to Italy because your parents were Italian immigrants.
It's a terrible thing to do to a kid.
Oh, same crap they threw at me. They threatened me with deporting my family back to Holland, and it would be my fault. Blah blah blah. And they know exactly how to push your buttons, and they do it. That's why they give you a psyche eval, and they know what gets you. And I was, of course, concerned with my family, and now that I look back at my family, and the important ones are no longer with us, and my siblings are a rather unusual collection of folks that I wish were a little more family-like. I'll put it that way. I wish they were family instead of I don't know what those guys all became. I try to reach out to them regularly, and they all ignore me. I'm in awe that my siblings don't want to have any contact with Crazy Sam. Whatever. Or maybe maybe they're jealous. Maybe whatever.
We're afraid.
Maybe they think I'm nuts, and which is they're entitled. I do imagine they do think I'm nuts. And I saw your show. You're out of your mind. How could you even? It's like that same thing. This guy I barely even know of. Somehow I was writing on my personal page. How can you be an expert at something that doesn't exist?
I saw that.
And it didn't hurt my feelings in any way. I just am surprised by the statement alone, because it is so utterly ironic in ways, because
I was going to type, and when I saw that remark, how can you believe in something that's not real? I was going to answer that, and I held back.
Why? I love it when you give people a hard time. I love it. I enjoy reading your answers.
Just a little more guts here lately, because it's just, I truly feel so deeply that we're trying to help people, and they're not looking at it that we're helping. And so we just...
No, they look at it like we've lost our damn minds.
So
we've lost our damn minds. We are out of our minds to imagine that there could be 7+ planets right here in an extra star, let alone the Texas Cube, Longbox Cube, or the Empire Orb. Dun 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 dun. What, Darth Vader or the Borg are here? What? And I get that all the time. The cube was introduced on TV as the Borg in Star Trek series, and of course the Star Destroyers that are coming out of these cubes from the movie Star Wars, and the Empire Orb which is what we refer to it as the Norway spiral orb that came out of the Norway spiral in 2009, witnessed by millions. And all of that still hasn't gone public. And it's just insane. And yet they call us insane. And here, my family does think I am crazy, and there's no possible way that you knew about this or that you could even remotely be correct, because after all, you're just my brother, that kind of thing.
A little bit of jealousy there too.
I've had that. I've always been alpha, and they hated it. And I'm sorry, my IQ is it's a prerequisite to my IQ. I can't be anything but alpha. I'm terribly sorry. Well, I'm a little different version of Sheldon Cooper, but in my own way.
I checked that
I'm sure there's many more Sheldon Coopers out there. Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I went and watched a few things of Sheldon Cooper. Yeah, you're right. In a nice way. You can be goofy,
Well, this is how I view everything through science. I view everything, chemistry, and archaeology, and I'm going to throw out Shiloh's quote, all the oleologies, and because I study all the time, and this is all I'm terribly sorry I can't watch anything boring, and I have to chase the information that has to be fed, and so I watch a lot of documentaries.
We all bring something to the table.
and we all do, and we've all. This is why we're all here, and this is why we're gathering together, so that we can do that and share the information, so everybody else becomes more learned and broad-minded and farther spectrum of understanding. And this culmination of information that took 14 years was not done by me alone. Mm-hmm. This is all these wonderful, great, fantastic. I could never say nice enough things about all of those thousands of members of Rebecca's and mine and the other sister sites.
I thank them
and I miss Italian Skywatcher. I really do. I miss Italian Skywatcher. I wish you'd come back. And our friends in England and Scotland and around the world, in Germany and Sweden and Portugal and Russia. And I saw one of our members is from was it way at the top, and I can't, Slovenia or something like that. Hi, I'm very. I didn't mention. I wanted to mention you. Thank you for being here. And we need more folks in that section of the world over there on the bordering edge of Russia. Now I've lost our South Korean friends have disappeared, and I had a couple of Chinese friends and a few Russian friends, and I have not heard from them in a very long time. And I hope you hear our shows, and I hope you come back and contact us.
That would be nice.
And I'm going to drink a sip of Coke, so somebody else talk, please.
I was looking on. S. Colette asked about.
Yeah.
And I see it. I'm looking at it from my laptop, and it's.
I am too. It's right next to the chat. Where you type into chat.
Yeah, there's a little
Okay, he says he sees it. See, because mine says chat where I type it in, and it's got the little smiley face to put in the emojis, and then a little dollar sign. Okay. Yeah. He says he sees it now.
Perfect.
Oh, great, thanks, girl.
Audrey says I never eat. If you only knew, I eat too much. Oh gosh,
Audrey, did you miss me eating my donut holes a while ago?
I'm one of those people that never eat. I'm so skinny. No. But I do miss a lot of meal. I can skip.
You do.
Good. Yeah.
We do.
I make up for it. So
I make one meal a day. That's it.
I never eat
and
breakfast.
I am not skinny. Trust me, I am not.
I really can't eat breakfast. Like I just
physically.
Yeah,
it's like you go. You want to. You might be hungry, but you want to eat, but. And I love breakfast food. My ex-husband used to hate it because I would fix breakfast for dinner.
Oh yes, I've done that forever.
You can't do that.
Biscuits and gravy and pancakes.
Oh yeah.
I do the cereal and the oatmeal.
bacon, and yeah.
Well, I'm stuck on egg sandwiches for breakfast lately myself.
Oh, I love egg sandwiches.
Miracle Whip, whole wheat bread, and an egg.
Oh, my husband would love you. He
Yeah.
makes his own food.
I hear you. I love egg sandwiches.
A bacon sandwich. There you go.
He does. Bacon,
Leander did try my
cheese,
grilled cheese sandwich recipe that I gave everybody, and she said she liked it very much.
Well, that was nice.
And my secret grilled cheese sandwich, and that'll come out in the book. So buy the book when I write my book 10 years from now. I'm joking. It'll come out in the book. I have no book plans until I figure out how to get this laptop that somebody sent me working.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I could spend a month on that alone, and every time I try to log it into the internet, it kicks my my internet offline. Bing, like what is going on? It's either too powerful for my internet or I don't know. It's weird. But it's brand new. Anyway, that's back to that old subject that we barely want to talk about, and it still feels kind of poorly for some people, and shake my head for others. But anyway, God, what a year we've had. And God, it is already the end of August, and it's just amazing how fast this crap's going by.
This whole year, Sam, I don't get it. The weeks are flying by because we go from show to show, and I'm looking back over the last week, and I'm like, how did we just have a show, and it's already time for another show tomorrow? It's like
they do it again. Hey, remember when we were doing 2 shows a week? Yeah. That was almost insane.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to do anything else, remember?
Never.
No, I barely got my housework done. I was like, oh.
Well, that's another reason.
We spent all spring on that.
For the Saturday show, some people complain because you're on too long, but you're not required to sit and watch the whole thing.
No.
Take a little bit during the week, watch a little bit here, a little bit there, scan through if you just want to see the pictures and hear what Sam says. But
write down the time marker when you leave, and then come back to it on YouTube the next day. I watch them over and over again, and I go to different segments, and I watch the time marker
from a time marker, and someone says, "What's this? What?" And I go back to the video where I have it marked where it is, and I can give the example, and they can hear your words.
Smart, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
We make it work.
Yeah, you can cut and paste from. You can cut from the YouTube link. It'll let you grab the video from where it is, and you can hand them directly the quote you want rather than the full audio version, which I do a lot of occasionally. But I'm so busy answering everybody. And I had last week. I had 2 people get mad at me again. You never answer me. Are you avoiding me because no.
It's just
No, it's just that I talk to a lot of people, and I can't get to everyone, and I do try.
People in your group.
Well,
we have 10,000 in our group. Katie has a lot in hers, and Sam, your groups have thousands.
Yeah.
And to keep up current, every day we're looking at all the current posts, picking out the ones that are showing the changes, trying to take care of some problems, trying to add information. It takes hours a day.
Oh yeah, I sit.
My rear end can.
I get up my old schedule. Go ahead.
So I know what you guys go through, and I'm only a small part of what you guys are doing.
I used to get up before dawn, sometimes 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. That way I would make sure that I had all the current information before anyone else. Mm-hmm. I wanted to be first, and I did that for years. And I finally, I kind of let go of that, going, wait a minute, why? Why am I doing that? Why do I have to be first? As long as I get the information out today, I'm okay. I don't have to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning doing this. Although I wasn't doing a lot of sleeping anymore because I was getting up at 3 o'clock in the mornings. I started doing more work again. And then unfortunately, YouTube has become a far too easy way for me to get lost in a 3-hour documentary and stay up far past my bedtime and or change my sleep schedule. So, however, I have I have recently tried to get a little more sleep on purpose, and this is why I slept in yesterday, and today I was well rested and could actually get up and walk around, and my back has been good ever since last week, and it's still a little sore, but I mean, I had it really bad the week before because not sleeping well, and then I did the yard work and then a little exercise, and my back finally went in. It was like, yay, which seems weird, but I had to exercise to make my back better.
Oh, yes.
That's what happens.
Stretch, it helps.
And so I'm better off, and I'm resting better, although I am still uncomfortable with my back. But anyway.
I'll go to my page.
I've been sleeping on a 20-year-old mattress.
Right.
Yeah, well, when you sleep on a 20-year-old mattress, you have health issues.
I would have them if my mattress
anyway,
was new.
totally off topic. Yeah, well, I actually need to become world famous and highly wealthy, and then I'll invite you all over to the Montana farm, and then we can all, live off grid and be comfortable and happy and grow our own wheat crop. And of course, joking about growing your own wheat crop. Oh my God. Wow, could you imagine what that would take to grow wheat and food? And we're going to have to.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to end up in that scenario, but the more we can all learn about farming right now, it might be a really good thing.
I think so.
Although if we burn up, we're not going to be able to grow anything, or are we going to have to climate migrate? There's old rumors where, we're all going to have to go down to Mexico from some ice age or from some, this, that. I mean, there's all these kind of rumors out there. And, this is why I don't tell people to bug out and that, other than to have bug out camping supplies ready in case you do have to quick evacuate. Do get extra copies of your important paperwork and keep them in that bug out pile. Put all your camping spotting stuff together. That way you can do it, you can move it quickly, and that way, if you do have a tornado, or if you do have a nuclear spill, or if you have some forest fire or flood coming, then you just grab your crap, you throw it in the car, you know all where it is. You don't spend 2 hours gathering it, because it's all right there. And grab what you need. Even have the boxes prepared. Think about how you're going to load this, etc. I have cardboard boxes on hand and duct tape. And so they're all stacked nice, brand new boxes already, and I can load up empty, brand new boxes. So if I was to pack food and sleeping bags and clothing and camping supplies, then I have containers that I can stack correctly and put in the car and take up the proper rights of space, etc. Think about these things.
Yeah.
Or, if we end up in deep shit and we're no longer on the grid and we have no power and no Wi-Fi, no phones, no nothing, well then, we're going to be in deep shit. And garden seeds, huge. Garden tools, space from your neighbors, less populated areas. Those who have food are going to have to fight people that don't have food. I don't like that idea.
No.
Some people you can't work alone either. You have to have people you can trust around, because nobody can grow enough food to survive by themselves.
No.
You have to collect.
Talking about growing food, when I moved in over here, I actually tried to grow like zucchini and squash on the side of my house, and I got a few squash and that was it. My neighbor down the street gave me like 3 pumpkins last fall, and I was going to take them and move them, and I didn't get to it, and so they rotted down. The seeds, were, and I have this like 4 by 4 foot pumpkin patch in my front yard now, with pumpkins growing on it.
Awesome.
And I took
you cannot emergency grow food.
Well, and I had a few zucchini and squash seeds left, and I thought, well, I'm just gonna put them out there and see what happens. I dug holes in rock hard ground.
Mm-hmm.
I threw some seeds in there. I didn't even water it. I let the rain take care of it. I think I watered them once, and they're growing perfectly. I'm getting zucchini and squash off
Oh,
of
wonderful.
them. I'm not trying. I'm not even
There you go.
trying, and it's coming up
Awesome,
better than
Right.
if I even tried. Yeah,
You
it
know what
is.
else, Michelle, would help you too, where you are? Just buy bags of potting soil.
I've heard of that too.
Put an X in it, put your seeds in
Uh-huh.
it, and it works perfect. Trust me, it works.
I've heard of that too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it was amazing that I
yeah.
just quit trying. I just put them out there and said, "Okay, do what you're gonna
Here it
do,"
is.
and
Yep.
it's better
Well,
than if I had
most of us
tried.
grew up, most families used to have very large gardens
We did.
where they actually grew a great deal of yearly.
That's how we lived.
Me as a teenager and a child, we grew a lot of our own food in Minnesota, and we lived off the corn, and we lived off the potatoes, and we lived off the tomatoes, and everything
dad
else
and
that we
I
grew,
went out
and it made up a
squirrel
huge
hunting
part of
and
our.
rabbits, things like that. My dad and
boy,
I
yeah.
got all the meat.
I've
So
had
it-
my share of squirrel, I can tell you that.
squirrel pie.
Spitting BBs on the plate.
Yeah, I'm sure we had lots of them.
The ding,
Hey.
ding, 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 ding.
That's what I was trained
I've
for.
never had squirrel. I've never had squirrel.
We did
Or
bear,
rabbit.
Never had squirrel.
bear,
I've had
deer,
rabbit.
squirrel,
Rabbit's pretty good.
rabbits, yeah.
Squirrel and rabbit taste very close to the same.
Pheasant,
There's a lot less squirrel to bite
I won't
into
eat
than a
turtle.
rabbit.
Love
There's more meat
turtles.
to a rabbit than a squirrel, I promise you. You're sort of like going to eat squirrel, but it's a littler bites. But yeah, I've had my share of squirrels. I hate to admit to that, and we did a lot of fish.
So do I, Sam, but it's how we lived. We grew everything we ate.
Gator, alligator,
Yeah,
too.
When I was
yeah.
really little, my parents tried to cook a porcupine, and they could never cook anything from it.
Gator.
It was purple.
I had
And
snake.
that's an old family story where they were trying for one winter. They tried to cook this damn porcupine.
Well, when you gotta eat.
And it did not turn out well. They never got it cooked properly to any level of edible satisfaction. And so it was an old family story. I don't know all the details, but it was I'm reminded of it. Yeah, we're gonna have to relearn a whole bunch of science on how to deal with deer. And I mean, the family cow suddenly has a huge amount of value. I mean, if you got a milk producing cow, you're a rich man. If you have a
My
farm, you're a rich man right now.
My dad had a dairy farm, so we had pig, cow,
Different world.
whatever, cornfields.
Yeah, we raised chickens, and we had barns full of chickens. Oh my God! And every fall we'd end up having to butcher them. I have cut up so many chickens in my life personally, I can't even begin to tell you.
Never have a dead
And
duck
I'm
come
not
out.
thrilled with knowledge of it. I even managed chicken. I managed 3 different Kentucky Fried Chicken, or excuse me, 2. Yeah, 2. Yeah, or I got 3. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, we were never allowed to name the animals.
Yeah. Yeah, and you get too attached. Now, I'm eating scarlet this week now, and you never eat them.
And then I have 2 sisters, so we took turns like chopping the heads off the ducks and stuff.
The part I hated most was dipping them in the hot water.
Oh, I hated that. I know.
And the
but
smell. The
it's
smell is
what
what
you
got
do.
me.
I couldn't do it
Smell
now.
to this day, I mean, instantly, like, I'm not eating that.
It's like
If I don't have to smell boiling chicken feathers, I got no problem with it. But I like chicken. But if I'm smelling boiling chicken feathers, I'm not eating that.
There's certain things I don't do anymore.
Yeah, we have to go back to our old world. We have to, we have to start.
But
All this
he's
land, and
saying-
who owns it? The corporations.
We know what it's all about. We were there, the old days. Well, me more than you, but
Yeah.
So when they talk about things to do to make more for yourself, it's like I'm laughing, going, "Oh man, I lived that.
Well, and if you don't grow it, and if you don't live off of it, you don't get it. And I know what going through the winter without, the potatoes are gone out of the root cellar, and the carrots are all gone, and all we have is this canned up jar of
No
pears
more apples.
and all the, yeah, more apples and
No more apples. Yeah.
yeah. You learn that when you start running out of things in the older world, what it's like, especially back in the 70s, there were a lot of people that were really broke.
Yeah.
Remember the gas crisis of the 70s? That was Jimmy Carter era. Wow, that was interesting.
That's when all our neighbors
sitting in line forever waiting for gas. I couldn't have been more than, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old, I guess. But I remember
sometimes 3 or 4 hours waiting. And then you had to put up with angry
I remember
people.
how excited we were when we were going to the moon. I mean, everybody was glued to the TV, watching the moon landing and all of that, and the Apollo project.
That's before me. I don't.
We only had a radio.
Well, I remember JFK's funeral, so
Yeah, that's before me.
I think I was in 6th grade when that happened, and
President Johnson and all of that, Johnson was my first president.
A lot of experience under our belts.
Well, actually, my first president was Kennedy because I was alive, but very young when he was president. But I remember JFK's funeral and then
aware.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember watching it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And little Kennedy kid, saluting. I remember that to this day.
That. Oh, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, and I remember watching it on TV, not the photos they show of it today. I remember actually watching it on TV. And we were somewhat similar in age, but anyway,
close.
Yeah, it's an entirely different world. I mean, we have the moonshot. And they went up on with their space computer was less than a Commodore 64. And here we're running around with mega computers in our hands now, and completely different era, and yet we haven't really changed. We haven't gotten better at anything. Mm-hmm. I think we've gotten a whole lot worse at a lot of things and better at some things. We do a really good job of war right now. Really nasty warfare. We're really good at that. Anyway. Hi, Rebecca. We're at 8 hours, 25 minutes.
I know. I was at.
Yeah, we
on the show. We might not get invited back.
of our 76 shows, this is the 4th longest show. Just a fun little fact. Just there are a couple in the 9-hour ranges, and one is over 10 hours.
I was going to say I had 10 hours.
I know, it was
almost 8.5 hours.
I think I was on one of those. Sam and I were talking.
I played the tip because that wasn't me. I wasn't there for 10 hours.
Yes.
Did we cover everything you wanted to cover? Rebecca, did we?
We covered a lot from what
I good
scratched off. I have a long list that we covered.
Covered a lot of good stuff. I know that.
I know it. Really have.
No. So please.
Yes.
I know you just like we're talking on the phone for hours and hours and hours. We do that all too often.
No, but a special thank you to all the members out there of every group.
God, if you made it this far, yeah.
Oh my God, you give us good stuff. You give us challenges, but we're up for it. Yeah. And if we don't get to you, it's not intentional. Somewhere, like I keep saying, get up there to that magnifying glass, search it. You have the keyword. You want to know about Nibiru? Go up there and put it in the thing. In our group, in Rebecca's group, and where I am, there is a plethora of everything. Just one keyword, because she always hashtags everything for that reason. I forget, but she does. It's all there. And don't believe.
Go up in the search and type whatever the name of the planet or whatever, you'll pull up everything I've posted.
Especially
about that
the informational videos that Rebecca does. If you watch that first, don't believe everything that the people are putting in, like after your question, get used to go looking for yourself first. Then go back and read the comments. And you'll save yourself a lot of grief and a lot of confusion.
Right.
Because it's all
Good
there.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, oh my God, thank you to everyone, to all the members for their contributions in every way. And they're very appreciated.
And we don't get enough. We need more. So because the more we get, the better summations we can come to.
Right. I'm hoping some of those other countries will pick up and spread the word a little bit.
I miss the Italian sky watchers because they were right there in the Mediterranean, and they're closer to the equator and all of that. And oh my God, the shots they were getting from like Milan and even Rome, and it's just like and Petty's in Hungary, and he's just a little north of them up there in Istanbul and all of that.
He's from
Tony, and great job, Tony, and you guys, and we got to have more.
Yeah.
And we go through it every day as best we can and try to get in touch with everybody. And for the most part, I will give you an answer of what I think you have there with one of the drawings. And I haven't bombed everybody with 10 examples like every once in a while I will do. I'll have a week where I just bomb everybody with tons of pictures. And then there's days I'll just send one, and just depends
Rebecca and I play tag with each other. She'll throw something in and I'll throw something in. It's like
we all get excited. Here, look at this. Here, look at this. Here, look at this. Here, look at this.
Gratefully, because one picture might not work for one person, but it will work for another. So it all works. And then we steal stuff from Sam's site and bring it over to ours.
Oh, I don't care about that at all. Go right ahead. Help yourself.
It's like we do help ourselves.
Good. Well, you, Carol Ann, you save a lot of stuff.
I do.
You have surprised me in the number of times where you produce something that's something like this 5 or 8 years old, and I'm going, wow, she has a copy of that. Cool.
No, you know what? It comes in handy.
You have done your homework and you've saved all the right stuff.
Yeah.
And again, everybody get a copy of the monthly site drawing.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Mainly,
look at that. That is just.
That caught my eye. I found this on TikTok.
Look at that damn orange sky.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that damn orange sky.
Oh.
And the purple. Holy cow. Hey, did anybody ever grow up with a sky that looked like this? No.
No.
Yeah.
The colors are wrong. Hello.
I sat
close to the mic on that one. But.
And Nipicity again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet it is. Okay.
Yeah, and then the red sky is probably refractive of its atom. And yet we're looking at the dark side of this atom and green Nipicity, and yet they're shadowy and gray, like and purple, bluey, or whatever. Yeah, I'm in awe and amazement over the orange, and the orange is also a direct additive of the bottom of Saru, because Saru has a brilliantly yellowish orange base cloud that always shine, and it was always really weird. Struck me as odd that Nipicity doesn't have that kind of a luminosity, because Saros is much bigger, and therefore it's also one band, where Nipicity has 3 bands on the bottom. It's completely different, 2 different ducts.
Okay.
And
wow,
yeah,
cool.
that's and we huge change just in the last month on our outview and the colors and everything. This is awesome. And there's no absolute way that we can prove everything, but God, everything points to this and everything points to that, and it's just wow. I mean, I'm amazed at these colors. I can't tell you I've ever seen an orange sky like that, unless it was like in New Mexico for a brief one day out of a year. Right. But here we're getting sightings around the world right now, where everybody's seeing it.
Uh-oh.
Rebecca vanished.
Uh-oh.
Then here, I'll give a plug for Sam. Tara just mentioned, for those who are newer and would like to hear more of the science, listen to your radio interviews. So
Yeah.
I'm going to tell the people where they're going to
You go
find
to
them.
YouTube and you look up Radio Wasteland. I have 87 programs on there, and they're going back. Yeah, it's the black and white with a circle around it. There's 2 of them there. I just you'll find it, and go on to Radio Wasteland, and then they let you select their guests, and they've got many other videos from many different guests as well. But I was their highest rated guest that they had. They were a good show. I'm saddened that they didn't make it better, because Chauncey is an excellent interviewer. He would always get me to talk about things I didn't want to talk about.
You handled it just fine. Oh my God.
That's because I keep, me, I talk too much. I do. And every week I get done with the show and I go, oh God, I said too much, or I was off topic too often, or I spoke too loud or too close to the microphone, or whatever. I still get a little embarrassed. I mean, I've done hundreds of shows, and I still have a little issue with it,
Well, look at where you brought me from. The mouse to the talker.
Yeah, to the co-host.
Yeah.
With your cute little microphone and headset. I mean, you got it made, man.
I have a new webcam, but someone mentioned that I was very muffled and they couldn't hear me, so I just switched to this one so I wouldn't get any complaints. So,
Works good. That way you don't proximity, you move forward and move back. Yeah. Laptops can be like that.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm not going to complain because my computer broke, and Nancy sent me this laptop so that I would not miss out on anything. So this was a gift from Nancy.
Awesome.
Yes.
Hi, Audrey.
So awesome.
Do you want to take care of anybody's questions?
Yeah, right. I was just, giving some examples of, the bigger, easier to see examples of planets and how they, create the big shadows in the sky. But yeah, I think over and over again, you can start to see that these regular clouds cannot do, what we're seeing here. Especially that. Look at that. That's my picture. I took that picture.
And you have to learn to look at the dark areas first.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, look at that. It's so perfectly round.
When you go outside and you look up and you see real clouds, you have to learn to look into the background, and you look behind the primary clouds in front of you. You look behind the secondary clouds and you look at the dark areas, and then work your way to the light. Normally, most people look from the light to the dark. Do it the opposite, and before you know it, they'll start jumping out to your eye. And then you look for the big rounded area, as you can see in our sky, and here's the planet, that big rounded edge. It's straight. It's not a series of clouds. It's not, and it's shadow, and you can see the shadowing of the light going around the ball. Mm-hmm. And then the best way is to look at the horizon. The horizon is the real sky color. Planets overhead. And we watched these for well over 14 years.
On a cloud.
And they didn't used to be this big. They were way smaller. Oh, we'd hear, hey, there's that thing. It looks like a big red moon. Well, that big, massive red moon, which was way bigger than our moon, but it was actually Planet Saturn in 2015. And at one point in time, massive Uri was the size if you held a large basketball or a beach ball in front of your hand, back when Uri was small. And Nibiru and Saru have always been really, really big, but they've gotten really, 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 really big now. So the problem is that we don't in our brains imagine that these planets can be that big and that close. And it argues with you. But we have so many thousands of captures that match time after time, month after month, year after year. And we know where they are. And the planets pretty much predominantly, for the most part, they remain on one side of the sun or the other. And over time, once you learn them and you learn that they're moving and they do this and they do that, you'll start to fall into the transitions. And then you understand the asteroids underneath these planets as well. And there's a lot to it. And what she has marked here is planet and sky, but also right above the house is where the asteroids are. That's the bottom of Uri. And over time, you'll learn that, and it becomes automatic. And it just takes a lot of viewing.
Mm-hmm. And each of the planets has like signature cloud formations.
Size, location, etc. changes over time. The base clouds predominantly stay the same. Color, color is the last thing to judge it by, but color will aid.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at this planet in front of us here, and we know that's green, and we know the shape of the base cloud, so we know that's Nepenthe.
Yes, Tara.
And that picture is probably a year or almost 2 old.
Yeah.
And I can remember where the planets were, and I can look at the picture, and I know how old it is by looking at it.
I can't do
this
that.
one. This is a year old. This is when Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon was much smaller, but this is Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon a year ago.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's an awesome picture.
It is.
And I'm thinking it's in the middle, the equator, somewhere around there. I could be wrong, but it could even be from Europe. Don't know, but it's an awesome photo. And this one, of course, again, that's Uri again.
Same one.
With the
Tara made a good point about people have a hard time believing their own eyes with what they've been ingrained with. And I think I told her from the very start, Tara, I'm going to tell you right now, forget everything you ever knew. We're going to start from scratch.
Yeah. Yes, it's true. You have to. It doesn't work with anything.
Learn to see that big circle.
Up to this point, it doesn't work. It won't connect.
Yeah, keep this picture up for a second.
All right.
You can't argue with that big round object in the right upper area, in the right corner.
No.
Where it says planet. There's that big round, and it's cutting into the sun. And you see the flaring everywhere. That's a light refractive flaring. And there's that big, we're seeing the shadowed side. And right above the N and the E is the green asteroid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between the N and the E, just right up above. That's the green asteroid and the little dots around it.
Nice. Right.
And I can keep going on and on. What else is in this shot as well? But and this picture is at least 2 years old, if not 3, because the size that is Isatum, not Isatum's yellow moon. Isatum's yellow moon is smaller and just above the green asteroid, and that's that dark area with the tail in the upper right corner to middle right picture, and you can see it there. It's much darker than the planet.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
And that's much smaller.
It blends in at first.
So that's easy 3 years old.
If you didn't know that there was another solar system out there, you wouldn't probably see it.
No,
you know what I mean? You wouldn't see it.
And the only reason I know what I'm looking at most of the time is because I have been doing this every day with minor exceptions, some Sundays off, etc., or occasional 2 days, or when I'm in Facebook jail.
Sometimes you need a break.
Which happens all the time. Oh, God, I actually enjoyed last Facebook jail.
To avoid Facebook jail. I don't know how I've done it, but
I love this one.
They put my stuff further down in the feed, but
yeah, this is awesome.
I have to say,
and when you have a water shot, the first thing you should be looking at, look at the color of the light on the water on the right hand side, and then look at the light on the left hand side of the sun refraction.
Yes.
And that flaring, if you look at the water, you can see the real sun. And that flaring is the light coming around planet Uri, and this one is dated 2017, so that is Nibiru right there on the right hand side.
it's so perfect because it's even curved. You know how it's cutting in.
Yeah,
it's not
right.
straight. It's even got a curve, just like a planet is curved. You know what I mean?
And that is when Nibiru started going away from us and farther back, and then we lost sight of her in 2018 because Uri came over from where it is, which is on the right hand or on the left upper left corner. It's smaller back then, and then it came over to right in front of Nibiru on the right hand side, and then got bigger and bigger and bigger until to 2018 and 2019, where then it went over to the left hand side and then got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then we've been staring at Uri for years. This is either both the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon at different stages of size. The one on the right is older than the one on the left.
Yeah.
And the illuminated area where it says planet is actually a moon. And behind it is the darker purpley blue area is Saturn. And the Saturn's yellow moon is where it says planet, but that's okay.
I can fix that.
Whereas in the other one on the right where the L is, up to the Y is where the yellow moon is. And that white line right where the PLA is on the right-hand picture is the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon. Plain as day.
Yeah.
With Nibiru above it and behind it, and lead asteroid is at the top of the picture in the middle. And red asteroid as well. Lead asteroid and red asteroid. Okay, and this one is Uri on the one side, Nibiru on the other. Nibiru's on the right, Uri's on the left.
Definitely. Blue colors. I mean, look at that. That's so perfect. Yeah. Yes. I love it. There's another one.
Yeah, we missed the Mexico web cams that have been banned. And now all you get is pictures of the inner city. And they've taken a lot of, we had a lot of resources years ago. And now we don't.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can't argue with that rainbow atmosphere right there. What year was this?
That's a good one. Look at that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, yeah, I just wanted to show that, Emmy. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yep.
There you go.
Our pleasure.
Run through on how to I mean, not all pictures are going to be this blatant, you know, and that's, I think a lot of people get frustrated because they're like, well, I don't see it here where I live. And
we have a lot of many years old pictures that are way smaller too. I mean,
all pictures
we've literally forgotten a lot of our early history because we've been watching them currently so very, very large that we don't share a lot of the older pictures, 2014, 15, 16, etc., or 12. I have a few I share regularly from 2011 and 2012 on Arrival and all of that. And we'll do that again here in another show or two. I'll bomb Rebecca with all the early shots I can find, and then we can discuss those again as well. Because I mean, they were way smaller back then, and that's part of how we know what the base clouds look like and how they behave and what color they are, and the tips, the tips and the axes as they approach. And when they're on the left-hand side, they look like this, and when they're on the right, they look like that. When they're in the middle, they do this, and this is what the asteroids do and why they do it. And we learned all of this over the last 14 years. One tidbit of information, one picture at a time, from one member around the world, day after day after day.
We've come a long way, baby.
Yeah. God, I think we've done a fantastic job. And if we quit tomorrow, we've already been really successful. And, if we don't do another thing ever, it's still an awesome culmination of information that we've gathered. And unfortunately, I need to write this down somehow, some way. But so far, videos are the only way we've been able to do that.
Well, their history.
I know. It's like, what can you do? How can you preserve this? Any ideas?
I couldn't even publish the amount of photographs I have saved. I mean, I have thousands and thousands and thousands of photographs on this computer alone. I mean, we've lost thousands and thousands of pictures from the early years and 15 computers over. And unfortunately, I was not able to store all of that information because you don't get to choose. And I didn't really know about, thumb drives. And then most of this was before thumb drives were even usable. And if not, they were so small you couldn't load anything on there. I need to back up my files again. I really do. But maybe someday we'll have the opportunity to publish a book. I don't know. That, of course, also requires financial support. So
yes, it does.
I got to pay people to do things, and I haven't found a publisher. I should probably, that's what we need to do. Get us a publisher as a member, and they'll go, "Oh, I'll publish your book." Yeah, but then we have to worry about, we have to, title it that this is for entertainment purposes only or something. I don't know, disclaimer.
I get frustrated. I tell Taylor, it's like they're making me have to say something that's not true. You know what I mean? Like on TikTok, you have to say, this is alleged. This is for, it's not real, whatever. And make you say stuff that's making you a liar, basically. And I never say it because I just don't want to. I never do that.
The only way, well, not the only way, but a way around is to say, TikTok requires me to tell you, and just throw it right back on them. Yeah. Or YouTube requires me to say.
Yeah.
And most people will pick up on that.
It's not my personal beliefs.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I throw out, this is a fact, this is a fact, this is a fact all the time, but it's time-proven information through citizen science. Therefore, it is my duty as the clearinghouse, the central keeper of all this information, to say that it has become a fact, because we've had so many examples that there's no way for us to avoid that. But it is still opinion, and it's been proven. All of this crap, everything we talk about, has been proven. And I was really, really adamant about making sure that we collected all of this information, and only personal photographs from most of our members. I did a little farming, and some people farm out pictures that aren't meant for us, and I don't necessarily use them very often. I don't share them very often. I use material from our members because they're submitted to us, and that's the stuff we use. And there's a lot of stuff out there that I don't use. So be aware of that. And we're pretty strict about our information.
If we do use it, we always ask the members, give us a name or where you got it or whatever, because we like to give credit to wherever it comes from. So
yeah, absolutely.
There are occasional things.
That's why I tell people, if you want credit, watermark the picture before you publish it, because it's just his point of view. If you can take the time to publish it, you can, and you want credit for it, then you should also take the time to mark your photograph. And that way, not only that, a year from now, I can pull up your photo because I thought it was so cool, and I can immediately know exactly who it belonged to, where it's taken, and when it was taken.
Yep.
Yeah. Date, the date it was taken is really important. And it connects the dots on everything, and then before you know it, we can then add it to a string of information.
Well, it's like a diary, that.
Right. That's one thing. I know Carol Ann does it too. It's like a setting on our phone that automatically puts
the new ones. My new phone, I can watermark. My old one that I usually use to take pictures, you can't. There's not that option.
Yeah.
So I actually have to go in and edit the picture and add, the time and the date and where it is.
But it's so worth doing it.
It is.
It's worth it to take that extra 30 seconds to edit it and put it on.
Yeah, I had to start marking my side drawings, and for a while there I was doing side drawings in between, not the monthly site drawing, but a side, SIDE, side drawing of something that was occurring that I thought was important enough to do an extra drawing over. And I wasn't marking them at first, and I went, oh, this is stupid. And then, now that we have them marked, in a lot of cases, they show stuff that we get captures of now that matched that, and I drew it in 2018. And I chuckle at that, when I still get the little nuanced curls in the clouds and the facial markings of some of the asteroids and all of this stuff is almost sometimes as if I'd copied the damn picture from today, and yet I drew it in 2018, which is hilarious, and I see it all the time. I love it.
Well,
it is awesome drawing something and then having it.
You've got your drawings. We're documenting everything here on video. But like you said, what happens if it all disappears? You still have your drawings.
Oh yeah, I have all of those. Yeah.
And
right in front of me.
Write a book. You don't necessarily have to publish anything. Just write it on notebook paper or whatever, and keep it.
Right.
That way, if something does happen,
I have
at least
all
you have your own personal
site
little
drawing,
information.
with the exception of probably two. I sent one. I sent one. I think it was either a reject or a repeat draw to Jesus, and he loves it. I wish he had framed it by now because it's probably getting a little old. So you better put it behind glass, otherwise it's going to turn into Chinese carbon paper. But anyway, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have all of those still, and we can.
Yeah.
And it's quite a heavy box by now. So many years of drawings. And I throw notes in on top of it and little topics that I take notes for sometimes. Little side history note thing about, this volcano went off here and there was a great flood here, and in the California earthquake, or just that thing. And I write myself a lot of little notes, and I throw those. Yeah. I was doing notebooks, and then you quit and you don't do it. And, I forgot to do it the last 2 weeks, and then you come back to it, and years later I'll look back and chuckle at myself for not being complete. But we are, after all, very busy, as we already are.
Yeah.
And all I would be doing is eating up more time. But yeah, Pro Max. I'm jealous. You guys got phones. I don't even have my camera. I can't even use a phone to get a dang picture with. I was almost there. My Insta 360. I can dream.
Yes.
The Pro Max Insta 360 Pro Max camera.
Some cameras
it's only
do
$500. I'll get there someday.
I got
then I worry. If I order the damn thing, I like it because it's in a plastic case. And if I order the damn thing, I hope I don't fry it like my other 5 cameras that I already bought. And
wear thick rubber gloves.
I do worry. It's like yeah, probably a good idea. I'm
serious. Wear thick rubber gloves. It's a little fumbly, but
I agree. And then I got to learn how to catch up to the 21st century. Being that I'm still living in the 20th century.
I got my.
After Windows 8, I got mad. I'm running Windows 11 now, and I'm still annoyed because pretty much Windows 11 is mostly set up for cell phones, and it's barely computer friendly, and it's a chuckle. And every time you turn around, they're changing it still. And I hate upgrades, man. But I finally had to get rid of my VHS collection, so I'm still complaining of back in my era.
I know. I got rid of mine
now DVDs are becoming obsolete. They're not even putting the movies on DVD and selling them at stores anymore. You got to go to Netflix or Disney Channel to watch anything. And I'm like, no, I can't get it here. I don't have a cell phone. Yeah, but I can't pay for Netflix or Disney Channel unless I have a cell phone.
Not everyone can do that. Yeah, I know. I mean, not
I have no
everyone
way
can.
to pay because I don't have a cell phone to bank through. And
Right.
I mean, is there an address I can mail them a monthly check? No. And that's not available. So, I mean, I'm literally stuck in an old era because I don't have a cell phone, because I fry electronics. Joy.
Are the
I'm being
girls
cornered
okay
and
with
pickled
that?
in my own jar.
The girls have problems.
They can use them. No, they don't have problem. They can use them. I just don't have. I don't have the money to pay for the service. Hey, yeah, and you know, child plays on my. I have a cell phone. And it's a nice one, and I just don't pay for the service. Nobody to call.
Right.
I do everything online or my telephone. You know, I don't have 8 people or 10 people in Missoula that I talk to regularly, so you know, I'm kind of a hermit, and we enjoy that. Other than I talk to the rest of the world, you know, I talk to Gillian in Scotland and Rebecca in Oklahoma and you know, Maria in Alaska and other people around the world, but I don't hardly even talk to anybody locally. But yeah, a cell phone would be nice, but I don't have $800 and a bunch of money per month to spend for that and do this at the same time. Just not there. With rubber gloves, you know, and you know, I just kept the landline, and our service is terrible up here in Montana. Up here in Podunkville, y'all.
Nancy told me that podunk. I never knew what podunk was. I wrote it down somewhere. I never heard that term.
Yeah, you should see the people on the eastern side of the state of Montana. Wow, talk about living in the 50s. There's a lot of ranchers that are still living the old west up here. It's great. It's great to see. A lot of folks aren't up to speed with well, there's a lot of people that live on their phones right around me every day, and I just, you know, they're another world. Because I'm that crazy guy that talks about those planets, you know.
You have lots of friends. You do. This is your family.
Yeah, I have lots of friends online. Yeah.
Yep.
Talk to people around the world every day.
Nothing wrong with extended family.
I don't have to go in. I don't have to go into the local town.
Yep.
To the watering hole. Ride my horse into town.
And talk to us.
Going for a rodeo or a powwow, if you know what a powwow is.
I do. I was at many.
Yeah, we've been to a few powwows and the girls.
Is really heavy.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to live on the reservation. I've been up, you know, anyway, we don't go there.
Pennsylvania Dutch were heavy in that too. And when you got sick as a kid, you got shysted to the neighbor that did powwow, and then they'd blow smoke in your ear or do their thing. And I know about powwow, put it that way.
Yeah, the local witch doctor bends over parts on you, you know, yeah. Here you go, now you're cured. Breathe this, kid.
Yep. Do this, do that.
Buffalo bones and all. Yeah, no,
eat this.
My parents were really into the Western thing when they came up from Utah. And they went from Holland to Utah, then from Utah to Montana. Anyway, I am running out of voice, and we just hit 9 hours.
Yeah,
We did.
9 hours. And
I was telling Katie Joe good night. Yeah.
1 o'clock here. And
1 o'clock in here. Yeah, as I say, 1 o'clock for you guys. Midnight for me. 11 for Sam.
11:05 here.
It's like a work day with overtime.
Yeah. So I can't talk hardly anymore, so I'm catching myself breaking here in my vocals. So it's like it's time.
It's been fun. It's been good.
And you need to go play some Star Wars, Sam.
Got it, bingo. You're exactly right. That's how I wind down from the show. I go play Star Wars on.
You disappeared. You disappear. You click that button and you run like heck. I can just picture him in my mind, throwing everything down.
It takes a minute to warm up. It is a PlayStation from the 90s. I'm amazed it still runs. And I'm that game. I don't know what. Actually, we had one of them go bad. I had to find and replace it. I did have to order it online from Amazon. Thank God I got another copy of it for. PlayStation 2 is hard to find right now. And if my controller dies, I'm really in trouble because those controllers are almost impossible to find right now. So I'm sure Amazon has some warehouse full of them. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway, as you can see, I'm breaking up, so I'll let you guys say your good nights, and I'll wait until we get done with that, and then we can close it out.
Do the Walton family good night. Good night, Samuel. Good night, Rebecca.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Michelle.
And John Boy. And
see y'all next Saturday.
9 hours. Yeah, next Saturday.
Yeah, see you next Saturday.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you,
It was a
everybody.
pleasure. It was a pleasure.
It's
Thank
been
you.
great.
Good night.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Good night.
Lots of love.
All right, good night.
Bye-bye.